This buck still rises in him.
Good morning, buenos dias, bom dia, whatever language you speak. Welcome to the final day here of the South American Regional Qualifiers for the International. We've seen a lot of Dota throughout this week, but it is finally coming to a close. And it's a very, very exciting time because there's still one slot on the line here in South America. Waga, this is the first time that we've had this. It's a pretty huge deal.
Yeah, only one slot remaining now, and we have the teams ready to fight it out here. We've got 3 teams battling. One team is going to make it to TI, and we will see who it's going to be. We still have AcatSuki who are waiting. They were in the upper bracket, and we have Mad Kings and Thunder Awaken, of course, the series ahead of us here, and we'll see which of those 2 teams. But yeah, we'll see the road to TI.
I have to say, I'm thrilled to see Vivo Keydstars take the slot, just because, they earned it. They looked incredible. They were super dominant in their games against AcatSuki. But then on top of that, it's South America. We got a lot of Peruvians, shout out to my Peruvians out there. I know that you're super excited. You've got, EG already there. You've got Beast Coast. But now we get some Brazilian flair. And I feel like if you're going to have 4 slots for South America, I'm just so glad to see that you've got some more representation going on.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Brazilian fans be really excited about this, and I mean, well deserved as well. Keystars played really well so far in this qualifier. I would say they did fantastic. I hope that they can only keep on stepping up their game, because joining in on the TI, like the teams that you are gonna go up against, there are so many fantastic teams here. And of course, we see VP, who took the Eastern European qualifier slot. They looked just one step ahead of everyone else in the Eastern European qualifier games. As we also have the Western European qualifier starting out, and there's going to be 2 slots to battle out for there.
Yeah, and then over, we saw earlier on last week, with China and North America, both of those regional teams have qualified. We've got Azure Rays, and of course, you've got Nouns coming out of North America. And both of these teams, honestly, all 4 of these teams, I think, are going to really put on a great show. Because I know that's like a big thing. Like, you always hear all these haters, right? They're like, oh, well, the regional teams will never be able to, stand toe-to-toe against these big boys like Tundra and, TSM, Beast Coast, But I honestly think, you could see a dark horse maybe rise out of some of these guys.
It can always happen. I mean, Dota is a game where we've had teams win from the qualifiers, right? The OG has gone through the qualifiers and won TI. You don't have to, expect a team to not do well just because they come from the qualification routes and that they didn't go through DPC. So historically, I think you shouldn't count anyone out in TI. Every team that makes it there has a chance to win it. And I think no team has necessarily a great chance because the competition is very stiff. So everyone has to really duke it out.
Yeah, and I think we've had a little bit of surprising results just within the South American region, too, so far. If we go take a look at those brackets, I think a lot of people were not expecting Thunder Awaken to end up in this lower bracket. And I think quite a few people didn't think Mad Kings would make it this far. I know originally for me, I was thinking Vivo Keystars, Thunder, and AcatSuki. These were going to be the teams that were, gonna rise up, Thunder especially, and now they're here in the lower bracket semis. They have to fight their way to get to AcatSuki, but Mad Kings, they've been showing up. I've been impressed. We saw some really great play coming out of Adrian. PP as well was showing that, on certain mid-heroes, he's absolutely dominant.
Yeah, PP is creative as well, playing stuff like mid-shaker, even if it didn't work out in the game he played mid-shaker against, I believe it was against Infinity, but it was at least, exciting to watch, and he has been delivering really well from that mid-roll, and I initially thought that, Infinity or Qhali would be the teams to go farther, but Mad Kings, they knocked out Infinity, and they're ready now to go up against Thunder Awaken here. We'll see which team earns the right to go into the final match of the qualifiers here in that final matchup against AcatSuki.
Yeah, I've definitely become more of a Qhali believer after watching them play the other day. They really, put up a good fight. One of the games, super, super dominant. But then the other two, even when they had their backs up against that wall, you saw them push back. And honestly, I'm impressed with that. And that's one of my favorite things about doing these qualifiers, right? Is that a lot of the times, unless you're really into a region, you're not going to be paying attention to some of these specific regionals. But it's the chance to get eyes on players that are going to become something. We had this happen with Chris Luck back in the day. He was a guerrilla, guerrilla fighter, going through all of the different teams. He was on G Pride for a while, and he was on all these different shuffles and iterations, but eventually he started to get really, really popular. I forget, it's Beast Coast, but then it was going all the way back. I'm trying to remember. They had so many names. They had Pacific. They were
yeah, the teams swap a lot, and there's different shifts, but it's nice to see when a player can find a place where you can kind of call it home. You find your groove, you find people who work well together with your style of Dota, because you can be a fantastic player and you can play with other fantastic players, but if your styles don't gel very well, you may not find success, even though all of you were at the level that you needed to be. So you do need to find your fit in Dota. It's a team game, and there's so much chemistry that you need to work on and get everything down right.
For sure. We saw that too with Pate coming out of Lava. That is one of those players that I definitely want to be keeping my eyes on going forward, even though they did get knocked out by Mad Kings. But we have some great Dota, like I said, for you guys today. The first one is, of course, the lower semis with Thunder Awaken versus Mad Kings. And whoever wins this will go on to face off with AcatSuki. And that's going to be the big challenge right there, because AcatSuki, they look good. They looked really, really strong. I think a lot of people have them up pretty far in their brackets. And, you know, is it going to be this crazy underdog story? Like we talked about Hokuri last year, right? Hokuri made it all the way and people didn't expect it. Could Mad Kings make that run, do you think?
I think they have it in them. The question is, you know, I mean, it's still a very tough challenge and they need to step up and deliver today. Today is the big final day. You've done good work to get this far, but you got to be in good shape. I hope that they have done good prep work here for the first game. And honestly, if you want to qualify for TI, I hope that you did good prep work for both the games, right? You got AcatSuki waiting there. And overall, I think for Mad Kings, if we speak a little bit specifically here, I would say what they have done really well, what impressed me, is that they usually draft pretty nice team fight combinations, and they rely quite heavily on some heroes that have been very successful in this regional as well. They play Treant Protector extremely well, and that hero has been phenomenal. He's got 13 picks this regional with 84% win rate. Like, that is a power hero right now. He's definitely doing super well, just, you know, globally right now as well as in pubs. So that could be a big hero to look out for Mad Kings. If it's going to be banned or not here, will be interesting to see by Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, that was actually a question I was going to ask you is, you know, we're seeing a lot of these bans pretty standard across the board, right? Because certain heroes are just way too strong. But what are we going to see coming out of these two teams? Because it is a mini meta, right? These are teams that have played each other. They have very specific, like, comfort picks. You've mentioned the Treant. Do we see something where, you know, the first two bans are pretty standard, right? You know, there's just some heroes that you don't want to see. But then what becomes like very specific? What becomes targeted bans because they're like, this is too important to let them have something that they're super comfortable with?
I think that's where it's going to open up. I think for Thunder Awaken, they will probably want to maybe look towards removing that Treant Protector, even though they, you know, have played it themselves as well, and it might be a hero that they might not snag up. So if they have the chance, they could take it first. But likewise, if you look over to the side of Mad Kings, I think that they will keep banning out that Wisp. Something we've seen in their recent series is that they generally remove that hero. They don't play it, so far at least. And Thunder Awaken did play Wisp. They played the Wisp Razor combination before. So just knowing that, I don't think the Mad Kings are going to let that slip. But yeah, we'll see what they throw for curveballs in the picks and bans here. Very excited to see how it's going to shape out as we get into a game later.
Yeah, I mean, they had the Underlord in two of their series. That was doing quite well for them over on the side of Mad Kings. There's also, you know, Adrian really enjoys his Phantom Assassin. The Earth Spirit being very, very flexible, being able to put it mid, being able to put it into a support position too. There's just a lot of flexibility, I think, coming out from the side of Mad Kings. Whereas the side of Thunder Awaken, a little bit more static. We haven't seen anything too wild coming from them either. So
yeah, I think a big hero as well that we didn't mention really, that I think could be very heavily contested here, is the Gyrocopter. I mean, obviously, Gyro great in this current patch, but it's just a hero that has shown so much value in this flexibility that we talked a little bit about yesterday. You know, first facing the Gyro, it could be support, could be core, and the opponents have to be ready for both. It's such an annoying thing to draft against.
Yeah, we've seen some too, like the rotation of this Dawnbreaker being placed in that 3 role, sometimes in 5, and especially within South America, right? That has seemed to been kind of like a hot flavor of yesterday anyway, so.
Yeah, and we see ban number 34 on Invoker. He is still 100% contest rate here already as we go. He's only slipped through the ban phase 4 times. Every single time he was picked. Very, very powerful hero, and just an Invoker, Nature's Prophet bans from Thunder, and it's going to be Mad Kings removing the Treant Protector themselves here.
I think that's a good idea considering the win rate that you just told me with this particular hero. It doesn't seem like it's worthwhile to be leaving into the pool if they could potentially rather pick it up. Dawnbreaker removed though, that's another hero we've seen, again, have so much flexibility and can be a huge potential issue because of that ultimate, which makes her able to just show up globally. We saw actually, I think it was That wasn't Knight. That was the other team that tried to run it the other day.
Oh yeah.
But it was still a problem for them. It still was definitely a thorn in their side. Beastmaster, though, always solid. That'll be Oscar playing that in the off lane. Gives you that nice team fight ability, the pushing, the vision. We'll hear Hawks just screeching constantly.
Yeah, but they're leaving in the Wisp. They didn't ban out the Wisp, so Thunder Awaken now have the option if they want to take it immediately. There's still, always a lot of potential combos. They did remove the Gyrocopter themselves, and Razor is banned out as well. So two very common Wisp combos in the current patch are not available. They're just gonna go Warlock.
Yeah, I like this hero. I feel like whenever we've seen him, he's made a pretty big splash. Having those fatal bonds reworked where the imps are able to explode out and then destroy someone, like especially if it's a hero, right? It always has hero target priority. Definitely value. And then of course the just his slow too. The upheaval is so good for any hero that wants to be mobile. Anyone who wants to try to reposition, he can punish that, but has to be careful about his own positioning, right?
Yeah, Warlock has, gotten a little bit tested here and there by a lot of different teams and players. He didn't get played that much yet, but I think he's a smart choice, as we've seen that heavy teamfight drafts tend to do pretty well here in the games that we've seen thus far. And Warlock just kind of solidifies that. He's not an absurdly strong laner, but he does work pretty well against the Beastmaster later on. You can Fatal Bond him and his birds and the boar and, the Dominator creep if he goes Dominator build. So I like the idea of opening with just a Warlock and secure yourself a backbone for the team fight.
And it gives you that heal too if you want to pick that up early on, just to keep your core in that lane. And then the reinitiation, if a Beastmaster starts off the fight, just knowing that, okay, we can't all collapse on this one hero if he goes for that roar, because we're just going to get chaotic offering. So yeah, really just overall good support hero, great opening, doesn't give away too much for the side of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and Darks here gets banned out by Mad Kings here as well. A hero that Thunder Awaken did play a bit already. They've had quite a few games where they were successful using this hero, and Mad Kings, they've banned it previously. They just don't enjoy playing against Darks here, I think. It wasn't even against Thunder Awaken, but they, respect banned this hero in all games against Lava. It was their first face ban.
It's so interesting the way that the draft comes out now, because I feel like there's so much I don't want to see this hero, instead of like, what are we going to pick right off the bat? There we go, though. That's a Rubik, and always a solid choice. I feel like the game, usually, you can't go wrong with a Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik is, a nice support into many different combinations. You can go for the Tidehunter Classic, but you can also just play it with, straight up anything in lane. The fact that he is a ranged hero opens up a lot of possibilities for what you want to have on the offlane. And generally, I'm a big fan of Rubik against Beastmaster. We saw some game, was it yesterday or the day before, where Rubik was just popping off, stealing Dawn ultis and Beastmaster ultis and just absolutely dominating the game. So if you're on point with your steals, then Rubik can absolutely be a fantastic contribution to team fights too.
It's a little bit clunky, though. I know there are some drafters that just really abhor the idea of picking up two supports right away. Because now, you've got to really prioritize these last bits. But I guess it makes it a bit difficult, too, for the side of Mad Kings to discuss, what do we want to pick up? How do we want to position? How do you feel about picking up two supports in the first phase, though?
I generally am pretty traditionalist, I'm going to say, which is that two supports is a fine opening, in my opinion. I would say it's a newer take that, showing core heroes or showing one core hero is better, because you give less information if you show one lane than showing the support on both the lanes. But they do get the option here to, pick a carry hero who's going to be very happy, or offlane hero who's going to be very happy with what he sees. So this is more the style that I would have drafted as well.
Okay. Silencer getting picked up for the side of Mad Kings, which should dissuade any sort of really big ultimates coming in. Although the big one that I think of when I see Silencer, right, is generally this Dawnbreaker. It's fallen a little bit out of favor recently. It feels like there are other supports that are a little bit stronger, but I do know that Red Monster likes playing this hero. So how are you feeling about this?
I think Silencer lacks a little bit just by his low speed and mobility, and this combination of supports, I mean, yeah, you get Grimstroke with Beast, which is pretty cool because you can roar 2 targets. But Silencer Grimstroke, if this is going to be a support Silencer, I'm not really a huge fan because they're pretty low in mobility and rotations. And while you can look at Warlock and Rubik and say, oh, aren't they the same? I honestly disagree a bit. I think that it's just a little bit more awkward to play the pairing of Silencer Grimstroke here. Whereas the Rubik, you know, he can, if he gets items, he can be pretty aggressive.
Speaking of aggressive, we talked about how Adrian likes playing PA, but Knight, we saw how just absolutely dominant he can be on one of these early aggression heroes. Yesterday, his Sven just continuously running down lanes, getting pick-off after pick-off after pick-off. The poor other team never got a chance to actually start a fight with all 5 of their heroes because he was just moving around so aggressive. And as we've seen, this blur, the update to it, is insane.
Yeah, the blur is very nice now. I mean, you gotta get so close to reveal it. You have to be careful about the Watchers. If the Watchers are taken by the enemy, they actually reveal you. But if they are neutral or on your team, you stay in blur. But I think, yeah, Knight was definitely very on point yesterday with his targeting. He knew exactly how to initiate and lead his team. And getting him on a hero like PA here, maybe not really as brave to lead the way as a Sven would be, but I think it's the same thing. He will have to identify good jumps, and he already showed that he can do that very well.
I mean, I'm looking at the Silencer and Grimstroke, and I'm thinking they're going to get sliced in half if he starts to get this momentum. It's going to be a quick 3 hits. The Bloodseeker, though, pickup that will dissuade them from being able to move around as freely. A PA, like most assassins, you know, they want to be able to jump in, jump out. And if you're ruptured, that's going to make things very difficult. But I also like the pickup of the Mars for Illic, because this is a hero he's very comfortable on. And also, if she gets jumped, you just throw up the arena if necessary. You've got another form of counter initiation. So I assume to see them like moving one-on-one, or not one-on-one rather, but moving as a whole squad quite a bit once they hit a certain power peak. And of course, the Rubik Mars line always just super strong.
Yeah, it's a nice combination. And I agree, they secure themselves all that team fight here with the Arena and the Warlock ulti, but at the same time, Mad Kings, they got some stuff going for them now. They got different target abilities here to utilize the Soulbind with, the Rupture, or the Beastmaster ulti. At the same time, Bloodseeker being a good pairing against the PA. I'm always a big fan of the carry-to-carry matchup being prioritized, because it makes life quite easy. Now Bloodseeker can just think about, okay, if I see PA, a Rupture, we're good. The problem is, though, if she gets to the point of having Aghanims, you're not going to see her. She's always going to run around blurred, and the moment that you see her, you're already losing some hero, and the Rupture might come out too late.
All right, final bans coming into play now as they're trying to decide who is indeed going to be going mid and how do we get the most favorable matchup. The Pangolier has been removed. That's a hero that's seen a lot of play, which is pretty stable, just mid option. The Ember, too, very, very popular. They don't want any cheese. They get rid of that Meepo. They say, absolutely not. We don't want to have to deal with this hero. So,
interesting
what's
that they
the mid picks?
Yeah, interesting that they banned the Meepo when they are running Bloodseeker themselves, who would benefit a lot from playing against Meepo. But yeah, they are really anti-cheese here, betting out the Huskar as well and going for Storm. So one of the Spirit heroes that was still available, that will give them a great target to send in with the Inkswell as well. I think reaction here for Thunder Awaken, they need some Playmaker as well. So
Pucker, Quap. Those
yeah.
are so cool.
I'm a big fan of Queen here because they're lacking damage a bit. If PA is farming, their lineup is actually pretty low in damage. You could also go for Zeus for them. Like they need an increase in damage total here because I see the Mars combo and the Warlock ulti and it's all fine. But if PA is working on Battle Fury, working on Deso, you need something to burst more. So Lina, Zeus, you could go Void Spirit as well, I guess. Still not removed.
Yeah, I like the Zeus idea. I feel like Zeus has some nice potential being able to also do scouting, and that vision play that you can do with him too would be really nice. That does put all their eggs in one basket though for physical damage though. It's a little risky, but they go for the tiny. All right, wasn't expecting that, but does that mean?
This is
Assuming that's Sladum. Yeah.
yeah, it's mid-Tiny. Tiny is a hero that's been used quite a bit to counter Storm. You get a lot of burst damage. You get a hero with 2 disables as well, having the Avalanche and the Toss, which helps you a lot to set up catches onto PP on his Storm Spirit here. So it makes a lot of sense. And Tiny does have a high amount of burst damage, which I said I wanted from their last pick mid. So it makes sense. If this is comfort zone for Sladum, then this looks pretty good here.
All right, well, we have our first drafts completed now for both of these teams. Which draft are you favoring currently?
I would probably put myself rather in the shoes of Thunder Awaken here, I guess. But it's rather even for me. I'm just a little bit uncertain that Silencer is worth picking like this. It can be risky. He can become food, like you mentioned, especially now with PA and Tiny, 2 heroes who can just pull him up.
Yeah, that's kind of the question mark for me, especially looking at what they have on the side of Thunder Awaken. I just feel like, we always talk about ease of execution. I feel like this team with this particular draft is going to really be able to pop off. Definitely want to keep my eyes on PP over on the Mad King side. He's been proving very, very aggressive and very successful with the way that he's been moving, but it's a lot of this comes down to, can his team also keep up in tempo? Can they also, make these plays and get what they need?
Yeah, I mean, they basically just need to find each other on the map, make the moves together and execute smoothly, because no matter how good the laning stage goes or how bad it goes, if you just manage to find yourself, grouping up and effectively targeting the ganks and the rotations that you need to make, that is the most important thing. Because we've seen Mad Kings fail at that before. They had a game where they looked absolutely asleep at the wheel. Granted, that was 2 days ago. So, hopefully they are completely warmed up here as we are towards the end of the regionals. We shouldn't see that again.
Yeah, I don't want to see any yawning on those cams. I want to see everybody's ready. They've gotten their beverage of choice. They're ready to go. And they're looking to get themselves a victory and meet up with AcatSuki going forward.
Yeah, we'll get into the game here and see how the teams are moving around for the first ward placements here. A little bit of smoke action on both teams to get good vision here across the river.
Glorious.
Looks like Thunder is just going to stick to their side, not going to get too crazy. Just want a nice steady start, it feels like, for the side of Thunder. And the same thing goes from the side of Mad Kings. They're grouped up. They're expecting some sort of shenanigans, some sort of smoke play, but they will not get the chance to dodge it because everybody's just staying to their own side.
Yeah, looks like they're hiding from the vision as well, sitting under tower to make sure they're not giving any information away early. So we could see a bit of brawling here for the runes on the bottom bounty rune here. A lot of players going for it.
The battle begins.
Axe is getting tossed out. Throw out a dagger too. As Oscar, he's taking some nice damage, especially when you consider those fatal bonds landing onto multiples, but
yeah, some
no
value
first
from,
blood just yet.
Some value from the blood grenade with the fatal bonds as well there, doing good damage. It's gonna help the bottom lane a little bit there as Beastmaster loses all his HP, and he didn't have any HP regen either, so needs to chew on those tangles that he's been passed over by Jenik.
All right, everybody is making their way now to these lanes. What can we expect to see during the first 5 minutes?
I think we're going to see a lot of action bottom. This is, anytime you see PA, it usually ends up being a very aggressive lane. And even though Warlock doesn't really facilitate that so well, I think bottom lane could easily find some kills. And top lane, meanwhile, should be a little bit more static, just harassment trade. And,
okay.
Finally on mid lane, I mean, this is about clean execution here. We'll see how Sladum can outplay against the Storm, because it's pretty annoying to play melee heroes against Storm. Tough to get in close and farm.
I feel like we could see some moves up here in the top lane if the Silencer gets a little too cheeky, because you do have a Rubik and a Mars, which is a pretty potent combination.
Yeah, the level 2 power spike is really good for him. And they got the lane really far back right now. So if they get level 2 and Silencer is a little bit out of line, then he could be caught. But for now, it's going to be Mad Kings who get level 2 first, though.
I like this where they're able to get some of the fatal bonds off on the side camp too. Bottom lane, Janek, there's out the stroke of fate, but gets very, very close to his own demise there for a moment.
Has to be so careful. Those daggers are really, really dangerous. Even though Warlock is basically just auto-attacking and putting fatal bonds every now and then, the PA alone, he's jumping in, doing damage again.
Like you said, just a lot of aggression coming out of the Phantom Assassin lane, and when it's coupled up with the fatal bonds, it's really annoying. Do have a couple stick charges or wand charges on the Beastmaster, and holding on to a salve, but I have a feeling they'll be burning through a lot of that region.
Yeah, he's queuing up, getting the Vanguard as well, so looks like he's gonna go for the Vanguard into Mana Boots into Aghanim's build. We saw some Helm of the Overlord build on Beastmaster as well before, but I'm more of a fan of this build.
Janek, a little bit too forward here, but again, you just have the fatal bonds. Do have the upheaval though now, so they'll have to trudge their way through.
PA doesn't really want to jump in and get Inkswell stunned. He wants to focus on getting the CS as well, even though it is still a first blood available. If you manage to get a kill, it's a lot of gold potential here.
Yeah, we do have the level 2s on the off lane of Thunder. I'm surprised that we aren't seeing a little bit more aggression, but perhaps Red Monster just being very, very smart in his positioning. Does manage to get himself that double arcane curse.
Doing a good job just sitting in good position, and he's going to go for a pull as well, try and get the lane back a little bit here, as the lane is too far down really. Bloodseeker feeling a bit uncomfortable farming this close to a tier 1 tower.
I think that's very reasonable. I guess on the bright side for the side of Mad King's right, the Warlock going to be babysitting PA and also not exactly the best hero at ganking, so they don't have to worry at least about him rolling through those twin gates to make an early rotation.
Yeah, it's not really what you're going to have happen until at least he gets level 6. Then he can start getting interested in joining places. He's going in, though, to block up some of the stacks here that are being made. He sentry blocked the Ancients, even though it gets decentered immediately. And he body blocked the big camp, so the Grimstroke trying to stack up for his Beastmaster. Not going to get anything just yet.
I like this move that they made. They rotated to get the water rune, so that way PP would not have anything to refill as well. They are a little in trouble, though, now because of that rotation. It does make it difficult now because he should end up dying. Yeah, that's going to be first blood. So a little bit of a consolation prize coming out for PP, just because he did not manage to get that bottle refill thanks to the supports rotating from Thunder, but he does get the first blood.
That's a lot of gold, puts him almost all the way towards the Falcon Blade here, just needs 50 more gold to get that, and he's going to be very happy with this amount of gold injection from the kill. Bottom we see Beastmaster using the boar as well to stack up, already has a triple stack over on the Ancients, going for quadruple.
Now they have to know this is happening on Thunder. Are they going to try to make any plays to take it away from him, or how do they play this, do you think?
It's so hard to contest that. That's one of the reasons why Beastmaster's like first pick material, is because this Ancient camp is so difficult to reach. And like if you think about the mid player going over there, it's behind a tower, it's tricky to get there, and even making smoke ganks is very hard into that area. So I think Beastmaster will probably end up clearing that no matter what.
Well, this is awkward because Red Monster just went through the twin gate to come bottom. And we do have a pause. I don't believe they've seen... is it close enough where they can see the vision here?
No, he's not spotted. He's in Fog of War. He's good. But he's looking towards maybe getting a find here over on the side of Warlock. Warlock has a lot of HP, though. And PA, you know, that's the ideal kill, but she has mobility. And you don't have a great way to lock her down.
Hinging forward on the silencer, and they are split up.
Warlock is going in. He wants to try and block up the Ancients again. He has a mission, so he's gonna leave PA alone for a bit.
Knight's in a sticky situation, though, as Red Monster moving forward. He doesn't have anyone to leap to. And Inkswell does connect. We're seeing the teleports come out, trying to protect Knight. Beautiful avalanche, but not enough to save him. Can they turn this around? Can they get themselves a kill? And Jay-Z comes forward. Yeah, they'll find one as this imp chases after Red Monster. But it looks like Slatums has had enough, is just going to go right back to the mid lane.
It's a good reaction by Slatum, but that does mean that he wasn't contesting any of the power runes. And Storm did pre-check top. It wasn't top, but he had time to go bottom, get this Arcane rune as well. And Tiny, gotta be careful here chasing in after a Storm with Arcane in hand.
Just steals all of that farm, though, from PP.
Absolute robbed.
A hit and run.
Radiant are
Storm still holding on to the Arcane Rune, is ready to join side lanes in 20 seconds though, when he has TP ready. Might see him go for a gank.
Now, Slatum's just walking all over that ward there. He's hoping maybe to make a play with the Rubik, but it's not going to be able to. Just going to get very aggressive, clear up this creep wave. He's got the card, he's still alive, so this will help him push a little bit more, put a bit more pressure on PP, who is sitting at level 6 now.
He's doing a good job getting some tower damage here and, you know, just bullying the Storm in general, throwing his damage whenever he can. The bottom Ancient should probably soon get farmed up by Beastmaster here as they are struggling to stack it even more.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen more aggression going against Adrian here in the top lane. I guess the Rubik kind of has been floating around a little bit, but I would like to see... we saw the aggression come down on PA, and I think that was absolutely the call there. Although mid lane, hold that thought. PP with Zenek here has the Ink Swell and the Silence, but Knight being in position, recognizing that, something's about to happen, will keep him alive.
Tiny close enough under tower and so much HP on this hero to go through, so I'm not going to be able to burst him down, especially as he has that ulti as well for extra armor.
A little bit of an invasion coming out too. They see that they've got some of their own stacks, so PB says this will make up for the one that I just lost to Slatums.
Yeah, at the same time, they're also controlling the top rune here with the 2 supports, so the bottom refill for himself again as Tiny smokes up with the Rubik now. Maybe looking for action towards top. They're drawing the line.
Yeah, this is what I was about to ask. I was saying, you know, they made a rotation onto PA, which is absolutely what you need to do, right? Because we've seen what happens when Knight gets uncontested farm. I would like to see them do something similar to Adrian, because Adrian has had a lot of just free time hitting creeps with very little pressure, because it's basically just been Illith versus him in this lane for a couple minutes now.
Bit awkward though, they used to smoke and then decide to just stick around mid, waiting for Storm for a little bit, and then Tiny ends up just farming lane, and Rubik not gonna be able to do anything with the smoke either, so didn't really get value out of that one. But yeah, I think Bloodseeker is a tough kill to get, and they wanted to try and shut down Storm. Gonna be unable to do so though.
Yeah, MJZ rotating towards this top area, still sitting at level 5 though, no ultimate just yet. No ultimate on the Silencer either though, so could potentially try to just soak up some XP and then make something happen here.
Yeah, he's hanging around, you know, they have the arena available, so if Silencer steps up, they could just use the arena and secure themselves that kill. It would be pretty easy. Bottom at the same time though, this Beastmaster has Roar ready, so PA has to be a little bit mindful about how close he gets.
Yeah, they've got... Definitely have to have TPs at the ready on the side of Thunder, just because it is a Beastmaster, and he's going to be able to push pretty quickly and take down this tier 1, so would like to see something, some more aggression happening. They do have the arena on Mars, so that's an opportunity if they want to try to make something, maybe put some pressure on Red Monster. Rubik looks like he's just going to stack up these Ancients here on the side. So it just feels like a lot of these supports, same thing with Zenek, they're just taking care of their jungle for their cores at this time. They're not looking to get super aggressive.
Yeah, it's really just it's really just a stack war right now. I think it favors Dire though. Overall, Mad Kings have the better lineup for just stacking up and farming. Even though you do have Battle Fury eventually for PA, so it's going to be nice to have some Ancient stacks prepared for her. She's getting closer towards that Battle Fury, needs Claymore and the recipe. She's at 700 gold right now. But yeah, overall, I think Tiny would like to get some moves done, but he didn't get any of the power runes. First we had the Arcane rune, then Invis rune, and now a Shield rune over on the Storm. He's really just getting all the control.
I feel like also this Blink Dagger is going to be a very big timing for them. Although, all right, Lilac and MJZ Slatums, they're all smoked up as Zenek and PP are making their way bottom. They know that this PA has just been allowed to free farm. But the counterplay...
The double smoke towards bottom here.
Ooh, Oscar's super low. They're looking for the Roar. Knight's backing off. The teleports are coming out. They're fine. Oscar, there will be no roar as they'll try to make a little bit of a zip. There it is. There's the global silence. Knight trying to get away. Not going to be able to quite do this as now Illic was looking to go for that spear. Will be able to land the arena. The follow up with the chaotic offering. And they've got PP and they also managed to grab themselves a support as a rupture is going to get used on Knight. They have no way to really cancel this TP though, so they're just out.
Pretty clean for Thunder Awaken there. They did commit a lot of big spells. The arena and the golem was dropped, but at the end of the day, they TP out safely with the PA. Rupture didn't really get value, and they were just the ones in a little bit better position. And a lot of it comes down to Beastmaster having no HP. Like, before the gank happened, he was clearing the Ancients, so he was down to 200 HP, just sitting in lane, and pretty much died to 2 spells.
Was that just an inopportune time that they should be smoking? Should they have been more mindful of that, or?
I think
I guess they weren't expecting the counter gank, right? They thought that they could just get this PA by herself.
Yeah, I think you have to expect it though. If you're sitting in lane with no HP, I mean, he came back from farming Ancients, but the moment you're playing lane with like 300, 400 HP as a core, you are taking a huge risk. And he was trying to do it as a bait and then punish the enemy with their own smoke gank, but it was just unlucky for him that the smoke was already coming over on the side of Thunder Awaken as well.
Well, timings are looking pretty good though for Thunder. You're going to have a Blink Dagger on Tiny very, very shortly, and the same thing for Illic. So they'll be able to really make a lot of aggressive plays and make the space for Knight, who is continuing to work on that Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Do you have to worry about those cooldowns though? Although on the side of Mad Kings, have Roar available, so they could potentially make something happen. You know, Storm and the Grimstroke together make a very, very strong combo if they're looking for pickoffs too.
Yeah, and they're TPing top now, trying to punish the Mars. It's a little bit too far out.
Ball lightning forward. That silence applied. And that's a quick pickoff. So very nicely done. Didn't even honestly need Genek there, but
yeah,
he's got to be happy.
He was just there in case something else would happen, but yeah, that's going to put the Storm closer towards his Witchblade, only 500 gold away. And then he will get a little bit of True Strike, which can be nice against the PA as well. But mainly that increased damage will help him secure some kills in his ganks.
Blink Dagger online for Slottum, so I wouldn't be surprised if decides to go smoke up here with Knight. In fact, that's exactly the plan, and they're going back bottom. And while this is going on, again, Knight, I hate that they both have Knights on their teams. Smiling Knight, the PA, just farming up some Ancients, but again, on the other side here, this Bloodseeker having the full Maelstrom is just going to continue to farm and keep up.
He's keeping up for now, but at some point he will fall behind the PA. Like, there's a lot more pressure for Bloodseeker to activate and make things happen. Even though he will scale pretty decently, PA with Battle Fury now starting to cut into these Ancients is just... he's not going to be able to keep up with her. And late game, she is the stronger carry.
Slottum's on the hunt. The smoke's about to run out, though. We'll go for a little bit of a scan play. He'll reveal himself over on the tower. Just wants to get some of these clicks, and Illic standing nearby. Blink Dagger's coming out for him now, too.
Very slow and controlled start here to the game bottom. We might see a dive on the Warlock if he's not careful. As they move back with Genek here towards the lane as well. He's just trying to sit here and soak up experience.
They do have Global available on Red Monster, so it does feel like they're looking to have some sort of a fight. Although, we'll just go and do a little bit of stacking. Not quite. A little bit off on that, but...
They can't really initiate this problem. They have enough, firepower to kill the Warlock, but nobody who can jump. But Storm, he's coming over.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Speaking of jump. But this will end up being a trade because that tower is going down very, very shortly. And you see Knight thinking about just making this rotation to bottom, but it's not going to be fast enough for MJZ. So your Warlock will die, pressure will be put on the tower, but while this happens, top tower does go down.
Yeah, at the same time, they have the Catapult now sieging up, so bottom tower, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, even though they're a little bit behind, and they got a kill with their tower as well, so getting a little bit of a premium deal there. This game...
yes, the take one tower, get one support for free.
Yes. I mean, there's always going to be someone who wants that experience. Game is pretty slow and methodical here, though, by both teams, as they're feeling pretty confident going into the mid and late game. Not too stressed about how they make their moves.
Yeah, we have the Battle Fury competed for the PA. She's working on the Desolator, and it looks like the BKB is on the menu for Adrian. So those are probably going to be the two big items that they're going to want to wait to get before they start fighting. But on the flip side of that, right, you have yourself MJC's like, no, don't want it. You've got a Storm Spirit who can make a lot of things happen with his Grimstroke if needed. And it does feel like Slatums has been making these rotations along with Knight. They haven't been crazy successful. I would like to see them pair up with Illic. I feel like this arena is just so good. There it is. There's the Avalanche. The Global Sign's going to come into play, and he is ruptured. So Slatum's going to try to teleport out. Do they have the stun? No, they don't. He is just dead.
That was such a quick stun by Inkswell there, and you can see the value of Grimstroke in the new patch. That changed that you can now cancel it at will. I didn't think that he had time to do it, because you can't do it in the first 0.5 seconds. Right. But no, he managed to get the Inkswell stun, and that's a good punish right there.
Now, here's my thing, though, right, is that they were able to keep their Bloodseeker alive, but they used the Global Silence, and Global Silence has a pretty high cooldown. You still have a Mars who's got himself Arena, and this Tiny is going to be back up in about 3 seconds, and he's really not cooldown reliant. What's to stave them from, doing this again?
Yeah, I think in general, Thunder, their lineup lends itself pretty well to just, go and use these big ultimates and get some kills. At the same time, though, I don't think it's that easy for them to make the move, since whenever you gank, you're usually already conceding some lane pressure. So bottom lane is now being pushed in, mid lane needs to be pushed. Because of this, it's hard for them to just immediately regroup after dying and go for a new gank. Storm just enjoying life on bottom lane. Got the Kaya, got the Witchblade and the Falcon Blade.
She went BKB. PA went BKB instead of Deso first. They're looking to get very aggressive very fast.
Yeah, it's very telling to, his idea here. He wants to go and fight. He wants to do things. And it's even a game where, there is the BKB piercing Primal Roar available. Even the Soulbind going through BKB. So surprised to see him go for that instead of the Deso. Now they're pinging out Roche, but they don't have the best damage with Deso not available.
Yeah, I am a little surprised, but again, this is a play that they will not be really suspecting on the side of Mad Kings either. So it'll take some doing.
They scan it. This is not a very fast Roche, so they can get over there if they're really fast.
I mean, they're going as fast as they can, for sure. In fact, yeah, Storm teleporting towards the top. All 5 heroes are here. They do have the Global Silence. They need to get in there quickly, though. Taking a little bit of time.
Looks like they will be able to finish it up in time,
yeah,
but might see Mad Kings fight still.
Knight leading the charge. I like this. I like how they use Knight because he has this blur, because he has this. Immediately gonna get jumped upon. The follow-up with a big blood right, but the arena onto the backlines has already been used. They're not going to be able to follow up with a chaotic offering just yet. Knight, that's going to be the Aegis down. Illic, is he going to fall? Yes, he is. They go and just try to drop down what they can. The zip away, though. Knight is not looking healthy here at all. As the Glimmer Cape will be used on MJZ, Knight will also teleport away. They have the drag back on MJZ, though. They have that vision when he's right there, so... Just like that first Roche into Aegis, and the Aegis is already gone.
Yeah, that backfired really hard, and that's exactly why I was saying this BKB is a bit surprising to me. Not going Deso first. You saw what happened in that fight. He decided to use BKB with Aegis, which is questionable as well, but they jump in, catch him a little bit here, and then the Bind and the Roar. This BKB usage here, I think, is just grief. Like, you still had Aegis. You could have respawned with Aegis or with the BKB and come back to fight, but instead respawns without it, just gets controlled by a silence from Grimstroke and goes down super easily.
That should help.
It's back to the drawing board here for the side of Thunder, and it looks like they're thinking about doing this Tormentor and getting themselves some shards online. It would be very nice to have on your Grimstroke, for sure.
Yeah, gonna take some doing here as they got the pipe to block up the magic damage at least. Grimstroke stays alive and he's gonna get the shard. Very high value shard for sure, so getting a bit of extra heal. And of course now you can unstun people from any of the disables here from from the side of Radiant, as well as getting a Dispel for the Fatal Bonds to remove that.
Oh, this is nice. We've got two greater the greater healing Lotus now for the Storm Spirit.
Oh yeah, that's pretty high impact. 900 mana back on Storm is definitely quite fantastic. That's almost his full mana pool at this point. Warlock just shoving mid with upheaval. Always looks so silly seeing a Fatal Bond upheaval push.
I grouped up. I was about to say, I think they're going for a smoke. As not a lot of vision up, though, for the side of Mad King. So also an opportunity. You can see that there are Observer Sentries on Grimstroke. But the two of these guys, they're thick as thieves. They've been going everywhere together. It's just too good to have your Inkswell coupled with a Storm Spirit. And Knight needs to be very careful. This Rubik is very, very close to the tower. And you can tell that's all they're waiting for. Yeah, look, they go. They drop the Inkswell. Not going to be successful because Knight realizing, nobody's showing. I'm just going to back off.
That was pretty much a blind jump right there, but they get the tower at least and, you know, continue building their lead a little bit. They have 5,000 gold lead right now. Over on the side of Thunder Awaken, though, they have the BKB coming out for the Mars. So that's going to give them a little bit of a sense of security here as they have double BKB timing. But I think right now, Mad Kings have a pretty fierce lineup to fight into with the Pipe and Crimson Guard finished up on Beastmaster.
Trying to see what the next big items are going to be. Oh, not only does PP have himself the greater healing list, he's got a regen rune bottled currently. That's like so much for Storm. So good.
Yeah, super nice. I think next big timing is going to be the PA. She's 600 gold away from the Desolator, so getting towards that is crucial here for Thunder, getting a bit of extra damage. But I don't know if you want to activate the PA necessarily. She kind of just wants to sit back and farm. I would like to see them get value out of the Warlock ulti and the Mars ulti though, but maybe they're a bit scared after what we saw in the last fight there. Having Aegis going into a fight and then just getting destroyed can sort of take the speed out of a team.
I feel like it's a little clunky right now just because they do have the silencer and the Warlock, like the way that this positioning is going to have to come down, and also the timing of dropping ultis is, what do you do now? You just have MJZ, because it's hard, right? Because you want to use your Mars. Your Mars has a Blink Dagger. He's got this BKB, but you also want to be able to land this Chaotic Offering, and I feel like you kind of need to land that first and then have this silencer go, use his ultimate, and then BKB get your Mars in there, but it's like tricky, so tricky, right?
It's tricky for Thunder because they don't really have a ton of damage right now. They have a great future in front of them if they can build up items here, get PA to be even stronger, get Tiny to maybe have BKB and an Aghanim's, and, you know, once the Daedalus is online, sure, you could have great damage in you know, 10 or 15 minutes from now. But at this very moment, they are definitely lacking. And Storm now with an Arcane Rune, with greater healing Lotus and full Kai Assange upgrade, he is looking so strong.
So how do they approach this if they do want to try to monopolize, or capitalize rather, on the...
It's smoke. I mean, that's what they're going to do as well. They're going to smoke and try to defend. In. Yeah, I don't know if it's in time, but tower's falling pretty fast. They're wrapping around. Okay,
there's a fortification. Yeah, look at the way that they're playing just on the bottom portion of the map. Keeping the Storm very forward. He has some great ways of escaping. We'll send this courier. So they'll know. They saw the courier go sweeping by. They're doing a wide wrap. Oh, look at this. Very nicely done. The Glimmer Cape's going to get used. Platinum jumps in, tries to blow up Zhenek immediately. Not quite able to, though, as they'll drop that and follow up with the Global Silence and the Arena. But look at the damage that these bonds are just doing right now, as the whole people in place, the BKBs have been used. PP jumping onto the back lines, wants to get Knight. Knight also just fighting with Adrian, but he's not strong enough yet. He will end up dying to this Bloodseeker, and now Illic left all alone. Oh, what a disaster for the side of Thunder. They're team wiped right now.
Yeah, you can see the value from that greater healing Lotus as well for the Storm. That was really close to Storm getting bursted, but even with the crits that they got on the PA, it wasn't enough. And then Bloodseeker comes in, gets the Rupture. It was a very, very crucial thing that the Grimstroke was able to put down a ward before he died there.
No, that gave them so much information. And things were looking good, right? Like, they were with those fatal bonds connected.
Yeah,
Starts to look pretty nice, but then like look at this. Yeah, you see this like little fight between Adrian and Knight, and it's just
a lot of it comes down to
hopeless.
the damage mitigation of the Beastmaster in that fight too. The pipe plus Crimson difference there. You know, you have one team with these aura items and the other team doesn't have it. So even though you have the BKBs and you feel strong, aura items makes the entire team strong as well over on the side of Mad Kings. So I think they had maybe a chance to burst someone, but ultimately the positioning wasn't really good enough for them. They only saw the Grimstroke to begin with there. They would ideally have found someone else to jump.
Do you think it would be worth it for Mars? So it does look like Mars has queued up a sheep stick. Would it have been worth it though to like see something a little more utility on him, or do you feel like it's very necessary that he's going the items that he is?
Radiant are scanning.
I would be okay with seeing him go for something like Crimson Guard, but it's tricky, man. I just feel like Mars is not actually that good of an offlane hero right now, and the way to make him good is by just having a player who's super comfortable and a real hero spammer on it. Because we used to have this meta of Snapfire Mars offlane, and you know it looked fantastic every game. Nowadays, it's a bit lackluster compared to some other offlane options.
Zip in from Storm, finding this opening. We'll just remove the Rubik. So, I was looking at MJZ too, but it's a little spooky. Illic wants to follow up. They'll go with the global, and then they'll follow. They're all linked up. A good roar, though, coming into play. They were not expecting that on the side of Thunder, so they end up losing the PA. They'll lose the Mars again, and MJZ also will eventually get taken out.
Okay, that's actually worth talking a little bit about. That's
huge.
such a cool mechanic. They got the Soul Bind on two heroes and then rupture both of them with Bloodseeker. Then the Primal Roar pushes them away from each other because Primal Roar pushes other targets. So both of them essentially get force-staffed to the side with Rupture on them. Very, very clean execution there for the side of Mad Kings.
Is under attack.
Beautifully done, that's for sure. Now they're going to go take their Tormentor. It's going to go over to the Silencer.
It's the weird thing as well when you do that combo, by the way, is that you break the Soul Bind on the two targets because they push each other away from each other. But that might also end up catching someone else. But yeah, we see just more and more advantage building here. The Silencer Shard, maybe not the most impactful one normally to get, but it does mean he will steal a little bit more int and has that auto-attack silence as well.
Radiant are scanning.
16k net worth lead at 28 minutes into this game. Mad Kings, we talked about it earlier. They were not necessarily the team that people thought would be in the lower semis, but they're proven that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, they're coming out very, very strong here. 15k lead is nothing to scoff at here as Thunder Awaken. Yeah, you have PA for late game, but what kind of a late game is it going to be when you're this far behind already? I just haven't felt any real initiative from them in this game. They didn't manage to make too many moves. They kind of fell back into stacking and farming. Storm zipping deep here.
Yeah, he sees Illic. It's not going to go too far. Realizes, well, I'm pretty far from my team. I don't have much mana right now. I gotta chill. But
The only reason he stopped is because he had 0 mana. He went as far as he could. He would have kept going if he had more mana, I feel. This man is aggressive.
His middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, how much of this too, you know, we talked about this PA doing something a little bit different. She opted to go for the BKB instead of the Desolator first. Does that really make a big difference in the way that this is kind of unfolded? Or is a lot of this just coming down to that clunky fight right after Roche?
I mean, if you go for the BKB, then you gotta get value out of it. And he ended up using it with 200 HP remaining and Aegis in hand. I just feel like...
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right, the follow-up though is here. But they'll use the global, and they've also dropped the chaotic offering. So 2 big ultimates used, and PP is very much alive and well, still has that Aegis, gets himself a haste rune for his troubles, and a kill.
This is 10, 0, and 7 on Storm. This is PP's world, and they're just living in it. He's been part of every kill apart from 2 right now, and we did hype him up a little bit. You mentioned that, you know, PP has been shining on that mid lane before the series, and here we see it again. He's just delivering in this qualifier.
But just because a mid is winning doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, the rest of your team is able to keep up. I will say, though, today, you know, we talked about Mad Kings in the past. They had some kind of shaky games. This one's looking very good, though. It looks like they're moving together. They're very cohesive. There's a lot of synergy, and that is paying off for them in spades.
I also like that they have, you know, a lot of itemization going on their supports. Like Silencer is so farmed. He's 9.7k gold. He's almost caught up to the Tiny. He's got a Shadow Blade for himself, so even if the PA goes for Nullifier later on, he's gonna have Invis that doesn't get dispelled.
That's true. Aghanims on our Storm Spirit.
Structures are fortified.
Could be big in this next end, because, you know, he has no fear on this here. He knows the limits of how far he can push it. And an Abyssal finish. So it's going to jump in on MJZ. Wants to remove the Warlock as quickly as possible. Will get tossed up in there. Follow up, though, with that Blood Right. The Rupture over onto Slotums. He's not going anywhere. So essentially just tether him to his base as they put the pressure down on this tower. And the two cores on the side of Thunder have not shown up. You don't have your Mars. You don't have the PA. They're just letting them take this building because I don't know if they feel comfortable even fighting near this.
Yeah, they haven't taken tier 2 yet, so they can't really push for more. The Storm is sticking around thinking if he can maybe jump someone again, but doesn't really have enough gas in the tank to go for a kill. Gonna back out.
It's like, I'd give anything for a Pugna right now.
Oh yeah, the broken Pugna mechanic. PA, meanwhile, working on finishing up a Lincoln Sphere. Understandable, super good Lincoln's game against the, you know, Storm plus Beastmaster and the Soulbind Rupture. There's so many things. But this still going to be a bit lacking in the damage department for the side of Thunder Awaken.
Double damage getting picked up now from PP, so, you know, as if he didn't have enough damage. He's got plenty more to dish out to go along with that very Davai attitude.
They have the Hex on Mars, so maybe they can punish the Storm when he jumps in. The problem is he still has that Aegis. You got to wait out the 1.5 minute now. But then after that, maybe they can set some form of trap for him.
Is under attack.
I mean, they just got a free mid tower. Like, Mad Kings feels real good right now. They've got themselves a gem, 2 completed Shivas on this Storm. This is looking really rough for Thunder to not necessarily bounce back from, but just like even the stall out the game right now looks so difficult. Oh my god, that Stroke of Fate just clearing up everything. Whew.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, they just don't really have much access. The Knight is doing a good job farming the enemy territory, though. You know, the safest part of the map is usually the enemy part of the map when you're this far behind. But the rest of them, all 4 are just trapped in base.
It's really becoming that 4 protect 1 situation, which is a bit awkward for them.
Yeah, and pretty good job by Mad Kings to just stay in position to punish anyone who steps over line, and Illic going out here has to be careful.
I don't know. Do they need to smoke and try to... Like, the problem is they don't have vision anymore, right? Because they have a gem online. So they're just ripping down all the vision coming out from Thunder. And then you want to make a smoke play, but you don't know if you're going to run into all 5 of them at once when you don't have that information, which would be disastrous.
Yeah, I think the real play will be towards next Roche. That you gotta stop and don't give away Aegis to Storm again, because it's so devastating if he gets it. Storm now with the Regen rune, sipping around, having some fun.
Yeah, the
or the Regen
Aegis has
from
been
the Aegis.
reclaimed, yep. Go throw that Witchblade back into his inventory. PA, she's sitting on a lot of gold right now.
Yeah, he's
Gonna
holding.
be able to buy that Lincoln, so there it is.
He was holding for a while, and I was considering if he was like ready to get desperate and get himself a rapier or something, because he was, you know, building up to like 2.9k gold and even higher. But he also just didn't want to send out the courier since he was in enemy territory. The courier would kind of be an agent and reveal your location.
Traitor. Yeah. Again, Knight doing a great job in being able to just locate this farm, and the rest of the team doing their best to just buy this time. That's what it comes down to for the side of Thunder. They need to let this PA get big, but is it going to be enough? Because it's a lot of just eggs in one basket. We talked about, you know, having all your physical damage in one hero and everybody else just trying to make this space, but I feel like they didn't really get the chance to do as much as they would have liked with this Tiny, with this Mars.
Yeah, I think Mad Kings now are doing the right play as well. They're just grouping towards the tier 2 tower top, recognizing this is the last sort of bastion of hope. If you have these tier 2 towers, then you're not going to lose your entire base, but you already lost mid, and you're about to lose top now, because there's no way they defend outside the base. Thunder Awaken are so far behind, they need to fight inside their own base, or not at all.
Yeah, the BKB is coming out too for PP, so he was already unkillable. He's going to be even harder to kill now, and he's going to be able to go bounce around. They don't really have any great forms of lockdown for him. So this has been a very free and fun Storm game from what I'm seeing so far.
I mean, they do have some stuff with the telekinesis and now with the Hex on Mars as well, but problem is just that they don't have great amount of burst to kill him. Even if they do lock him down, like this is a Shiva's Storm with, like you mentioned, now BKB. It's a lot to go through. His survivability is pretty damn high, and that's assuming that he doesn't get help by the Global Silence, the Inkswell Dispel, the Glimmer Cape that they have. They got so many things to save him.
They do have the Sheep Stick on the Mars, though, so that is one that they'll be able to use, even if the Global Silence is up. And he has himself a BKB, too, so we'll see. We'll see what they can manage, because they need to do something. They're just waiting around for death otherwise if they don't get out of the space.
Yeah, they're making a smoke move, and they're trying to push up mid now with a Warlock, but they have absolutely no intel on where everyone is. So this is a blind smoke. They're taking over the outpost and moving towards top. Like I said, the smoke had to be towards the Roshan. It may spawn any moment now.
Gonna be another minute and a half, but they are making their way, and it should be very clear to the side of Mad Kings that that's the general area they're going to be heading after. Oh, they get right next to PP. They need to have this lockdown. Illick, he's a little bit slow here. BKB comes out. They'll follow up with the Soulbind and the Roar. Global Silence. They are just caught with their pants down here. It's not looking good. Ladam's going to go down. Illick now getting caught. They're going to buy back on multiple heroes. As PP tries to finish off, won't be able to do it. But Knight slicing through Oscar here. He's in the middle of everything, but they get the drag back coming out from PP. He's just doing so much damage, and they just can't get their hands on them close enough. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. Somebody stop this Storm. He's got 2 gems now even. This guy.
Yeah, he cut the gem out of their eyes right there. Just sitting around doing whatever he wanted. And that was 3 buybacks, by the way, for the side of Thunder as well. And they don't have buyback available for PA. She bought out a Nullfire before that fight, trying to capitalize on some form of power spike here. But they just didn't have enough tools. And I don't know.
The reaction felt almost a little delayed there, right? Because, and again, it is a Storm. So it is hard to, like, you know, get your hands on him, hold him down for long enough, but it felt like a half a second of just like, wait, did I just see what I thought I saw? And then, you know, Mad King's being like, oh my god, let's go. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, they could maybe have gone the Hex on the Storm there, going back to how it
replay,
initiated. I don't know if he saw him, though.
No, but the...
Yeah, they didn't get the vision. The Shivas was the first thing to see anything there. So Storm Shivas and zip across. And yeah, they just didn't have vision. That's where it's tough. It's tough when you smoke blindly. You have no intel at all where the enemy team is.
I feel like when that smoke broke, though, they had to know, like, there was something going on position-wise from Mad Kings, because everybody wanted that Roche. It was no secret. But we do have the God view, of course, when we're doing casting and whatnot, so
always looks
it's easy
funny
for us
when,
to say, but...
Looks funny when teams can get right up next to each other, like the Mars and the Storm there, because they were within 100 distance from each other pretty much, but they still couldn't see because of the trees. Oh my god, the Beastmaster. He has the Assault Cuirass and Greaves now as well, so he has become the Aura Man.
And it's working out for him splendidly.
Yeah, this is a very neat build for a Beast, and having the Shard as well, he can have a lot of these Hawks up at the same time.
12, 0, and 11 on the Storm Spirit. He's looking to get himself a Revenant's Brooch for the next item, but I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to get the gold in time. They're putting the pressure down quickly. They know that they're very, very strong. They've got the Tormentor up, so they'll go and relieve Thunder of that.
Yeah, gonna go claim that, and who's it gonna go towards? It's actually just golden experience. They all have it now. Didn't realize Storm also has it.
Look at Sladam's positioning. They go, they look. Oh, they managed to go and just spot him. The toss back, though, that's a big one on PP. He's got the nullifier. He's going to try to get the lift. All right, that's the Aegis. He'll follow up with a nice arena. Global silence gets dropped. See, these Hawks just dive bombing. PP, he's back up. They're just going to click away over at this chaotic offering. And that's all their big ultis that are down. They have nothing else left in the tank, really, for the side of Thunder.
Yeah, at the same
They
time,
could just
though,
reset,
Rupture,
go right back in.
Rupture was expended, so the PA feeling a little bit good about that, at least. There's
They
still
have a
Roar,
refresher
though.
shard, though, on this Bloodseeker. He can go right back in again. It's a false sense of security, Waga. Dagger gets tossed over onto PP. He does not care. Adrian just running down MJZ. A couple of these clicks to drag back over onto Illick. They buy back on the Warlock. No ultimate, though. So we'll get another toss back on Bloodseeker. Adrian just trying to fight his way through right now, and Illick not prepared to deal with it because he also has an Abyssal Blade. Although the Nullifier will get used on Bloodseeker. They're going to back off. Oh, he's sitting really low. Knight jumps in. He'll get the kill. He'll turn back around, throw back on Oscar as he'll be forced to eat that cheese. But Knight, he's powerful. They're not going to let him leave the space. He's going to have to go in a body bag. And they try to finish off one more, but they'll TP away. A big turnaround coming out from the side of Thunder as they protect their racks and they get themselves some much needed kills.
2,200 gold for the Bloodseeker alone there, and the Beastmaster kill also gave over 1,600 gold, and Storm just had to watch his team die there as he didn't have any mana anymore. A very awkward position for him as he was full HP sitting back, but had no way to help his friends really, so they bleed some very important kills towards Thunder, who are now striking towards mid again.
Knight knows that he's powerful, throws the dagger out, immediately joining up with the supports. They'll throw the Ink Swall on PP, just a little extra insurance and protection. They're still in the tree line, but they'll be able to take the mid tower.
Yes, tier 2 tower removed, and they're still, feeling pretty safe here with the shield rune. Gonna go in and play towards the Ancients.
Oh, Shenik, if he knows. They'll jump onto Knight, but the rest of the team, they're nearby. They're waiting. They'll go and drop the arena, the soul bind on top of it. But again, both of them, the BKB, they're just chasing after Shenik. They want to finish him off. Another dagger, it'll be enough.
Triple dagger, so good there. That was a nice hex by the Mars immediately on the Storm, but that strong Dispel coming out from the Inks will keeping him safe as well. Otherwise, Storm could have been in a bit of a trouble there as well.
If you're Thunder, I think you're feeling pretty good right now. Yes, you had to expend, a couple of these ultimates, but every kill that you get just gets you a little bit closer to being able to stall this game out longer.
Yeah, and everything changes when PA gets this level 25 and Aghanim's combination. Those triple daggers, if anyone dies, everything starts just falling apart. He even buys himself the shard now, so he can get those extra fan of knives in as well. Can be very good against the both the Storm and the Bloodseeker as well to remove their passives.
This PA is like, all right, I've got my items, but I need more items, so we're going to have to get that Aghanim's Blessing, so that's going to free up a spot. And then looks like we're going to go for that Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, makes sense. Abyssal is probably better than getting Rapier here. You could say they could go just straight damage, but at the same time, I think Lockdown is the most important thing. Getting more ways to control the Storm, holding him in place will, finally result in him dying, hopefully. But at the same time, though, Mad King's not in a bad spot despite dying these times. They're still 16,000 gold ahead. Bloodseeker hitting level 25, so he gets the 2 Rupture charges as well now. Huge talent.
And the way that they're playing is so nice, like we talked about it multiple times now, but having the Soulbind coupled up with Roar and then Rupture, if you can get those things all lined up together, the Wombo combo is just so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and Grimstroke's doing a good job in general with his positioning as well to sit back and hide. I mean, he has found a lot of really crucial soulbinds early on in the fight by using his Blink Dagger and Glimmer Cape.
It's that Shadow Blade on Silencer helping to lead. It's a double damage rune down the bottom spot.
Radiant are scared.
I still don't really feel like this tiny mid has come into its true form, We don't have him picking off heroes that much. We don't see him have some crazy damage with Aghanim Scepter. He has the Silver Edge, so a little bit of crits and break, but I don't know. I'm not sure that this Tiny is working out as well as I would have wanted this game.
No, I will agree because I figure, the way that Thunder wanted to play this early game is just make as much space as possible for Knight. Instead, I felt like Knight was showing up to some of these engagements just like a little bit too early. And again, he went for the BKB over the Deso first, but it just didn't end up working. I feel like they needed more snowballing coming out from the Tiny and potentially this Mars too.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. And, enable themselves to actually play towards timings and use those ultimates off cooldown, because we really haven't seen that many golems used this game. We haven't seen that many arenas either. I mean, yeah, we've had a few fights, but we're 45 minutes into the game, and we kind of just got dragged into this with Mad Kings being in a better position to farm up.
Yeah, I would have liked to see it be way more active early. Like, you've got a Tiny, you've got a Warlock. Like, you could have taken all 4 of those heroes aside from PA and made a lot happen. And I just felt like every time I looked at Mars, he was farming. He wasn't being super active. I'd prefer to have seen him be more active.
He does have the Refresher, though. The Refresher Hex combo with Blink and BKB. So Illic has hit a really nice power spike here. And they just want to try and get an even fight where they have some decent vision. They do have a deep ward over in the enemy jungle. They might smoke over towards it.
Looks to be the case as they're starting their way over. A Lotus Orb picked up on Knight, so we'll be seeing more protection coming out. And Tiny has the gem, so he's going to be leading the charge, or no, are they going to let Knight do it? Lincoln's completed for him. They're doing a lot with protection, and I like it. I like to see it. Illic, okay, taking point, slowly creeping their way over. They don't have any real vision in this corner of the map, but they assume that's got to be where they are because they do have vision in other quadrants.
Oh, Bloodseeker. He's going to be spotted under a ward.
He is going to get spotted underneath the ward immediately. They're just going to try to blow up Adrian. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. And the Soulbind over onto Knight, over onto Illic. It's fine, though, as now Slotums, they're playing that little 3-legged race as they're going to just move back, reset. Lot was used there. MJC is still in the back lines. They have bigger fish to fry, but they can't get their hands on it.
The TP out.
Oh, my God. I can't believe that... I can't believe everybody got out.
That is crazy. They all found a spot to TP out there. Each with their different tools. Glimmer Cape TPing out, or PA blurring and running into a corner. They do get themselves out of the situation. However, they used a lot of resources, and Roche is up now with the area under their control. Mad King's just gonna take it. But Bloodseeker used his buyback, so this Aegis is mainly just gonna be a consolation for the fact that you already used buyback.
This also gives them a chance to put some wards out on the map, push out lanes. It sucks having to lose this Roche for sure, but you've got creeps pushed all the way into their base in the mid lane right now. That's gonna feel good for the first time in quite a while. Thunder has been able to move out on the map.
Yeah, they, executed that really well, the ward drop and then spotting the Bloodseeker. They bursted fast enough that even with the attempted save from the Global Silence, it just wasn't enough. So they hold on to this game. Only 11,000 gold lead now, but the bigger thing is this Refresher Cheese Aegis that they just got. See if they're going to take a fight here with the Bloodseeker not having buyback. It could be dangerous still.
Checking to see if we have anything really new and shiny on any of these heroes. Do you have the Blink Dagger on the Grimstroke, which I think is really nice, especially because if his Storm's just starting to run in there or whatever, he'll be able to follow in good positioning. Red Monster holding on to himself. He's got a Aeon Disc to try to survive some of this initial burst coming out, but
yeah,
they brought the battle back to the bottom lane.
Having the Refresher Shard on him is so big too on Silencer, because then he can use it early in the fight, and then when BKB comes out, he can just press it again.
Yeah, he's got to survive until that point, though, so I like the Aeon Disc choice on him.
Yeah, he's generally feeling pretty safe, and that Shadow Blade is serving him really well against the PA's Nullifier, because even if she sees him, she has to have someone nearby to provide actual detection, or he just simply presses Shadow Blade and walks away.
Yeah. Do they smoke and try to wrap around here? What's the play for Thunder right now? Because they're back at the front door. These Mad Kings won't take no for an answer.
I think they need to fight in their own base. I mean, yeah, they surprised Mad Kings by going up and taking the fight by Roche, but right now they gotta try and fight in.
Okay, a little, oh wow, oh my god. Well, There is no Mars there, and he has no buyback. That was such a fast zip. Oh my gosh.
120 seconds down. This is a great opening. Tiny.
All right, nicely done here by Slatos. But
tosses
they
the
have
bird.
Yeah, they toss the bird. He's also just ruptured because they have another ability of it. They're just going to chase him down, grab him in the vortex. They get the kill. Buyback, though, comes out. PP finding that opening. They'll get... Oh man, Knight chasing after them. They go in with a triple kill as now they'll find Adrian and they're waiting patiently. They'll be able to get an ultra on this PA.
Yo, that is absurd. The PA just destroyed them in that fight. Absolutely crazy. Got a lot of damage out there. We see the Phantom Knife spans, the dagger spray with the triple dagger. Just crazy turnaround there. Bloodseeker doesn't have buyback. Even Beastmaster doesn't have buyback because he didn't save gold for it. Oh no.
Well,
This feels
she
real
is
bad.
a-coming. She is a-coming. They do have buyback for, They do have buyback for the Storm. They have it for the Grim, but this PA, again, very, very scary.
Dire's middle tower is
Just waiting patiently, hoping that somebody's going to approach and try to push this creep wave away. Look at this. Quietly waiting, has the basher now.
I don't think he should wait though. I think he needs to hit right now. The buybacks are on cooldown. Even if the Silencer tries to defend, he can't do anything anyway. Force those buybacks, take down the buildings. I mean, this is a big, big opportunity to turn around the game entirely.
Got the Ags on MJZ now too, so it's going to be even more potent of a Warlock ultimate as they chew through these buildings very quickly.
Yeah,
Are
stay.
going to have a couple coming back up again soon, but not the big player, not the Bloodseeker. Lotus Orb being placed over on Knight.
Gotta be careful about the refresher on Storm. When he zips in, if he respawns here, it could be real big, but they are gonna get the melee racks before then. Could even get the range racks too.
They do have the gem over on Slatum, so if that silencer gets a little too close, it could be disastrous. Also dropping the sentry in the base. PP considering, but just zip back again.
Yeah, he's zipping in, but...
Yeah, they smoke. They want this. They're thinking that they're going to get too greedy.
Oh, this is a nice move.
Look at this positioning. They're like waiting patiently. Just gonna dagger, finding the opening. The immediate sheep stick being used over on Beastmaster. He is dead for 90. They hit fast and furious. They'll get the soul bind off. Thanks to Red Monster over on the corner here, but Knight, he's not looking healthy. He even gets the kill as now Slatums and MJZ trying to just get away. Looks like PP's on the hunt though. He'll find himself this kill on that Warlock.
Trying to sneak
Oh
away.
my
The Mars
goodness.
still attempting to get out. Oh my god,
out.
he didn't reach him. He had Abyssal ready there on Bloodseeker. He was so close to clicking on the Mars. PA does have buyback, even if the push was to turn around their way now. Man, Thunder Awaken went from being 16,000 gold behind and looking like they were just drawing dead in this game to being, you know, dead even now after all this. After all is said and done, this is anyone's game at this point.
Look at all the Lincolns that are coming out now. We've got a Lincoln's now for Tiny. We have the full Abyssal Blade on PA, and she still has buyback, which is good too. And then what else did I see? Something else just came up. Ugh.
They're adding more survivability as well.
Yeah.
The Lotus. I mean, Rubik has 4.5k gold, so I'm wondering if he's going to go towards something like the Aghanim Scepter here as well, or if he wants to get more survivability for his team. Maybe a Wind Waker build could come in.
Well, they're gonna have the Beastmaster up in about 3 seconds, so he'll be rejoining it into the fray.
Yeah.
Got Cheese still on the Bloodseeker.
All of Mad Kings just kind of sitting back, not going to be able to force any buybacks here on the side of Thunder Awaken. So they're working on their own timings. They have Hex coming up in just 600 gold on this Grimstroke. So then he's got the
gosh,
self
yeah.
combo.
There's a Hex already online too for the Storm. I think that was the one I had seen that had just popped up.
Yeah, he bought that one just recently.
Yeah.
Now going for a Consume, he wants to get Refresher on Storm for that double Aegis and double pull, the AoE, the budget black hole.
Tensions are high. Seeing the Blink Dagger get picked up now for Rubik. Everybody's just trying to get into better positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a positional game. If you stack up a little bit too close to each other in the fights, it's so easy to get wombo comboed for both teams.
Yeah.
It's more obvious from the side of Mad Kings because, like, oh, you got bound and you got double pulled by Storm or you got double roared. But over on the side of Thunder Awaken, if you stack, you just disappear. Fatal Bonds and then PA jumping in, pressing her stuff. Heroes just get deleted.
I would like to see them try to put some more vision out on this map. It is so dark for the side of Thunder, whereas Mad Kings, they still have a couple wards out. Not much, but any vision is better than no vision.
Yeah. To get
It's
themselves
about coming
the...
out from side of Mad Kings.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, so it's towards top. Roche may spawn in 30. Both teams are smoking towards it.
Yeah, we're seeing the...
Oh, this is so risky. This is just who gets the better spot on each other. This is why late game is so scary.
Illick leading the charge. Finds himself Oscar. He's gonna back off though. Goes a little bit deeper, but he goes too far. His team is not with him. Slatom's though trying, gets the jump over on Adrian, but he can't do nearly enough. Shenek though gets bursted down. Buybacks are coming out en masse. Soulblind over onto MJZ and Knight. BKB's gonna get used on Knight. He's trying to just do as much damage as possible. Adrian, he's sitting so low, he finishes him off, but now he's gonna turn his attention over to Oscar, over to PP. The fans are coming out, the daggers, everything, but they're just both cheaped up. PP's just a little piggy over in the corner. This is the disaster for the side of Thunder. They don't have buyback on this Tiny. They have buyback on the PA, but Roche should be coming up soon. In fact, there he is. And they're in a great position on the side of Mad Kings to take it.
That was good reactions there by PP, just immediately zipping when he saw that something was wrong. And Illick didn't decide to jump the Beastmaster when he saw the summons there as the smoke broke. Instead, ended up running into a Storm and not really able to get the grab on him. Instead, he gets primal roared by the Beastmaster. And the big part of the fight, the Rupture connected on PA so that she couldn't actually leave and just got bullied down from there.
Was that a mistake for Illick to just continue to dive further in? Because I felt like nobody else on that team was in position. And yeah, we have a lot of like different ways for them to jump in. Oh, this is big on Rubik actually. He has the Inkswell pickup. But it just felt like his team couldn't keep up. They couldn't close the gap as easily.
Yeah,
And it was so risky to go that deep without vision.
Yeah, definitely. A Storm now going for the push here. I'll have to talk about that when they're done sieging here, I think.
Well, that's going to be pretty quickly if, if they keep going as fast as they are. They do smoke up, but they don't have this Tiny, and they don't want to have to buy back on the PA if possible. Still have the mid tower and rack, so they don't have megas yet.
Roche is up. They're just gonna back up and take it. So when you smoke like that and you run smoke into smoke, it's just panic, right? That's why I said it's a scary thing. A lot of pro players will express that, you know, late game is very, you know, in some ways very RNG for you. You run into each other. Who gets the better angle of approach? You could say that it's, you know, oh, it's always skill, but truth of the matter is that sometimes you just connect in a way that is unfortunate for you, and that's pretty much what happened to the Mars there. He didn't break smoke in a very good way. He didn't see a target for him to hex. So Mad Kings, they get a little bit of an edge there, and now 58 minutes into the game, they get Roche number 4 or 5. I'm not even sure what we're on 4, I guess.
Not 100% sure at this point. There's been quite a few. But if we look at the buybacks, no buyback available for the Bloodseeker, none for Tiny, although he's getting close. Illick's already used this, it's on cooldown. We'll be off cooldown for the Silencer soon. And then the two supports, the Warlock and Grimstroke, both do not have it available, so...
I mean, there's a chance that they just wait out for the tier 5 items as well. It's 1 minute.
I would at this point.
It's only 1 minute. They will have ages for a long time with it anyway. Would like to see them just, you know, stack up their own ancient camp and make sure that you get them as fast as possible. But at the same time, they could go mid if they wanted to. They have all the tools they need, but you gotta be a little bit wary. Last time you went mid, that PA just absolutely slaughtered everyone. Getting tier 5 items would be a wise choice right now.
Yeah, I feel like the big play for Mad Kings is just wait for those next tier items, but also take away all of the vision and all of the room so that way you get those items, but your enemies don't.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're trying to keep the enemy part of the map cleared. They didn't kill both the Ancients though, so there's some access here for Thunder Awaken to get neutral items themselves. They could stack up their own Ancient here if they go with Mars.
I mean, they suspect this though. Like he's trying to push it out. This is a little spooky, as you know, Storm finding this opening, finds himself multiples, but again, he is going to get just slowed down. That nullifier, all the hits. That's going to be a very dead Storm Spirit. Now, Red Monster left behind. The Aeon just getting used. He's going to use the Global Silence. There's his attention to MJZ. Might be able to get this Warlock, but no, he's not going to be able to finish him off as Oscar and the backline Slatum gets stripped ahead. But they'll follow up with that Soulbind. They have the Rupture. Adrian, he's back into the fight. He's got to stay alive, though. If he goes down, this is going to be a disastrous buyback as Knight, he's trying, but he cannot survive. The Zip 4 trying to find Knight. He will teleport away. Buybacks are coming out in mass, though. They're not willing to give them this advantage.
Oh, this fight, man, this fight. Storm giving his team a heart attack with jumping in completely alone into everyone, getting hexed and just dying for absolutely nothing. Fortunately for them, they managed to turn this fight around in a good way. Bloodseeker almost going down there, but had the Aegis to keep himself safe. And now we see some neutral items coming up. The Ex Machina over on the Bloodseeker. Huge pickup.
Nothing like plus 20 armor and a bunch of resetting of the cooldowns.
Yeah, 20 armor alone against PA is already so massive.
Thunder's trying to get out here onto this map, though. What do we have? So the Mirror Shield? Yeah, that's a great pickup for Storm. My goodness.
That would have saved him there in the previous fights. Would have been very nice to have. 2 dead, though.
They're just
Nobody
walking into
available
their
to
buildings, though. They're feeling very powerful right now. Adrian ripping down that tower. Knight's still trying. Do have 1 tier 5 token. Axe gets picked up for Rubik. They're just waiting patiently. They know that they can't approach without the rest of their team, though. They don't have Mars. They don't have this Warlock, and those are big ultimates.
He bought Refresher on PA. Is ready with double ulti here and has Sticky and Deso.
There we go. That's something that'll help for sure. Slatum's jumping in with the toss back onto Adrian. The Nullifier. In comes Knight. Gets roared up, though. Plus his Global Silence. Knight just having to stay still, and he is down. No buyback. That is the GG call. Mad Kings will be able to take game number 1 here in the semi lower bracket series.
Wow, that is a pretty crazy game for sure. You can see both teams just duking it out as even as you can have it. 62 minutes here. It's going to be finally secured by Mad Kings. That was a game that looked like they could maybe have, closed it out earlier, but with some really strong defense there. Thunder Awaken showed this PA just holding really well on the high ground. It was spooky at many times, Moxie. I feel like Mad Kings didn't really respect the PA enough there at times, but ultimately, what a game, what a game.
I think it just ended up being too much burden on just Knight alone, right? We talked about Slatum on this Tiny and how we just didn't feel like he snowballed or anything. Like, he was kind of there, he was trying to make things happen, but it was honestly just him and Knight most of the time moving around. I would have loved to see Illick get in on this. I would have liked to see MJZ. Like, the big thing for me was I would have liked to see Illick perhaps get more involved early on instead of just farming, because at the end of the day, like, Knight does a lot of damage, but he needs the rest of his team to be able to back him up, and I felt like they failed a little bit on that. Whereas Mad Kings, I mean, they look great. PP looks amazing, honestly. He's just the Storm Spirit having really good timings, really good approaches. It looked good.
Yeah, he was playing really clean overall. I mean, the one death that we pointed out towards the end there, that was one of only 2. 22 and 18 is a really impressive score. 40,000 net worth at the end of the game, and he was just dominating. He was jumping a lot of things, getting pickoffs here and there. He did more damage than the PA did, despite the PA absolutely just shouldering her entire team and going in for this game. By the way, I'm looking at the game, the post-game screen, and looking at the damage distribution on the Radiant team really tells the story. The offlane Mars did 8,500 damage. The PA did 62,000 damage. She did more damage than her entire team, by the way, by a big margin even.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Again, it just came down to like this PA having to do all of the physical, and it's just too hard. Also, just really nice movements coming out from the side of Mad Kings. I have to say, Jedek, great positioning. Like, honestly, just great positioning. Always pretty much able to get off a soulbind. And then that really just unlocked everything for his team. It was really kind of the keystone in terms of, having those roars happen, having those ruptures happen. Getting the hexes, it just really well done coming out from him. It's not always easy.
Yeah, I would completely agree. He did a great job just sitting back in good position and still able to use all his spells and, finding a lot of really great binds in this game. And I was also impressed with Red Monster, both itemization, but not just that, how rich he got in the early game there. He didn't get picked off a lot, he stayed alive a lot, and was able to itemize in a way that on his silencer, he ended up only dying 3 times in this game.
That's very impressive considering there is a, phantom assassin that could rip you into pieces and also having, a tiny who could burst you. So very well played. Both the supports, honestly, very well done. Round of applause for them. We were also very unsure. We saw the silencer pickup. We're not seeing many people play silencer and recently just because he is a little bit slower. And I thought at the beginning, okay, he's going to be a thorn in their sides until, they get BKB or something like that. But he really just was a problem the entire game.
Yeah, he really was. And you could see Thunder Awaken were struggling with a few things in this game, both internal and external. They didn't really manage to make moves and use their ultimates as often as they would have liked, but they also didn't really have a great way to deal with the storm. Even once the Hex came out on Mars, it was still tough for him to get the grab on him. So, this game was full of different issues for Thunder Awaken. They did have some sliver of hope on the PA, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Knight looked like he was going to be able to maybe turn the tide, but against PP the Storm Spirit, this guy, just our MVP of the match, just looking so incredibly dominating, it was so hard for PA to do much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, this man was just absolutely all over the place. He was catching people when they didn't really look like they were out of position, but still he would jump them. And I think sometimes just the confidence that he played with made it hard for Thunder Awaken to turn the fights around. But also perhaps that the only way that he would die on Storm
My God, 92% kill participation, Waga.
Yep, that is absolutely amazing. He was, like I said, he was joining for absolutely everything pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one of the big issues is that the only way he dies is by PA jumping in and killing him with good lockdown from her teammates as well. So it was very conditional. He built to be really tanky, and they just didn't have a great solution on Thunder.
Yeah, it was rough too. I felt like Illick was the one who was usually doing the initiations, and at times you would see Knight try to jump in, but every time that Knight jumped in, the Grimstroke, being very patient, would wait with that soulbind. So Knight was either tethered to Illick's or Slattum's, whoever is the one that jumps in. So Knight had to start waiting, hanging back a little bit more, but that just made it even more difficult in terms of positioning. So yeah, Storm definitely taking advantage of the fact he's so incredibly mobile, and then sitting so far back, or just being so erratic that Knight cannot find him in these fights necessarily unless he has to dig through all the other spells.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was definitely a clinic put on by Mad Kings. I think overall they showed up in force. We talked about how they've been a little bit asleep at the wheel earlier in the qualifiers at some game, but this is definitely not it. They are here. They are ready. They're playing like a team. They're moving with intent, and I love everything I saw from them in this game.
Yeah, they are really becoming the dark horse of this qualifier. I don't think many people would have ranked them that highly. Mad Kings fans obviously would have, but the rest of us are all pretty pleasantly surprised to see what's coming out of here, because it is, the regionals, anything can happen, and that's kind of the beauty of it too, is that they know each other, they play each other. These are a little bit different stakes here, so definitely excited to see what game number 2 is gonna bring for us. But we are gonna take a little break, so we're gonna just go get up, stretch, grab yourself a drink, and then buckle in for game number 2. Welcome back to Game 2 of Thunder Awaken versus Mad Kings. We saw a very dominant first game coming out of the side of Mad Kings here. And I want to see all those Thunder Awaken fans, get them hyped up here in chat. I want to see them, cheering them on, saying, let's go, let's take this to Game 3. Because right now I feel like those Mad Kings fans are real smug right now, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful game for them. They were dominant. It did drag out, and Thunder Awaken did put up a good defense, trying to hold on in this game, but ultimately it was definitely Mad Kings all the way. There was a moment where it looked like it was going to turn around, but ultimately they swung back with some big just disables and lockdowns from the side of Mad Kings as well. As we head into the next draft here, let's see what they're going to get their hands on, as we'll have our new game coming up here. It's going to be Jarrow, banned out in the first phase, Invoker Nature's Prophet, as Mad Kings just generally always tend to ban. I feel like they always remove the two of them. Beastmaster removed as well, not gonna let that one through. And then Grimstroke and Dawnbreaker being the first two bans for Thunder Awaken.
We're just blazing through the ban phase, it feels like. At least on the side of Mad Kings, they know exactly what they don't want to see. And then Thunder also, they've got very specific things they're not looking forward to at all. The Treant, though, does make it through this round, so that is going to get snapped up for the side of Thunder Awaken. No Grimstroke this time, though. No Beastmaster. Both of these heroes just seemed a little bit too strong, too potent in their match previously. And I'm sure that Knight's going to have a little PTSD from the Grimstroke roar from the Beastmaster and that Rupture, because it was just on him. It felt every single time.
Yeah, so many big combinations. I mean, even in the last fight, he bought a refresher and had BKB Lincolns, but they just immediately click everything on him. The Lincolns didn't even look like it existed. And the whole BKB plus Lincolns combination isn't as good anymore as it used to be, because a single, even the regular spells that previously wouldn't pierce BKB can still trigger Lincolns while BKB is going, and you can get those value spells to connect. So it's harder to rely on that combination anymore.
And what better response to seeing a giant tree than picking the hero that absolutely hates and fears all trees? They pick up Timbersaw very early, I feel, on the side of Mad Kings. How do you feel about this? I feel that this is a hero that might not necessarily be too heavily contested. So do you agree with picking it up as your first pick?
I am surprised that it comes that early. I mean, it's generally just a really nice matchup, so maybe they do expect they would be banned out in the second phase after the first picks come out here. But I guess this is just also about being confident enough to say, yeah, we can show it now. It's completely fine. And I don't know. I mean, Timber versus Tree just does a ton of damage. We've seen it earlier here in the regionals, and it's tough to play as a Treant. But Treant overall strong enough that kind of justifies the pick.
Now, I'm curious what that's going to open up for the Mad Kings draft, because usually when you see something like a Timbersaw, you babysit them for a couple levels, and then after that, you are free to leave. And you're wanting to put a lot of pressure on the other lanes. You don't mind so much if Timber comes out even for the most part, but you want to make sure that those other lanes are suffering. So I'm curious what the position for pickup will be for the side of Mad Kings.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to run with it. Personally, a big fan of all the Grimstrokes that we have been seeing lately, but he is obviously not available as he was banned out in the first phase. Another hero that is usually favored a little bit against Timber is the Silencer as well. A hero that, we might see them pick up on the side of Thunder Awaken, as we just had Red Monster delivering on that hero.
Get the Rubik this time around, so that'll be a hero that can make moves and also be able to dissuade you from getting anything that's a little too big or too good of spells, or at least make you feel very uncomfortable every time you cast it.
Yeah, it's just nice as well to have Rubik against Treant. I feel if you ever do get a steal on his ulti, it's a fantastic feeling in the team fights. Wow, Darkseer Techies.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little... I mean, Darkseer, very, very solid pick, right? It feels like... It's been consistently picked up by Thunder Awaken? I know one team is really favoring it.
This is also, the Thunder Awaken have not played it that much. I think it was Lava who maybe played it more, where Mad Kings banned it every single game against Lava. But they also banned it in the previous game against Thunder Awaken here, because Thunder do play it, and they know about it, but they let it slip through here, favoring some other bans, the Beastmaster, of course, getting removed. But that opens up this avenue for Thunder Awaken. They're going to go with the Techies combination as well, getting some massive magic damage against the Timbersaw. You get a lot of lane harassment as well. We'll see how they're going to react on Mad Kings and what carry they want to put against this Darkseer. Usually you want to have, something that doesn't get bothered too much by the Iron Shells.
I mean, usually something kind of ranged, right? So, one of the common things we were saying before when we're talking about range is like Troll, just because he has that ability to kind of toggle between, being melee or ranged. Haven't seen much really. There were a couple drows, I think, early on. Haven't seen that frequently, though. They go for the Troll, though. Okay, that's solid.
It makes a lot of sense. They could also have gone for something like PA to just, be able to sit back and then use the dagger to secure the CS. But Troll is super good this patch. You also have a fantastic game for the Aghanims here. If you get Aghanims, you can throw the Axis to dispel the Living Armor. You can use the Whirling Axis as well to dispel any of the Treant spells on you, apart from the Q, which feels amazing, being able to remove his ulti or even his Leech Seed. So I like the Troll pickup here, and generally a hero that is doing pretty well in the current patch.
Kind of interesting that the Razor just fell off completely. We have not... I was curious, so I was wondering if we were going to see this. I wasn't sure. I guess, yeah, it is Red Monster playing this, because the Oracle used to be like the counter, right? The counter to Darkseer, you just go purge off any Ion Shells that come into your lane, but also just having that little bit of backup in case Troll has his, ultimate where he can't control himself. So having an Oracle back you up and being able to just consistently, put out that false promise, ensuring that you survive, super value.
Yeah, it's a great 1-2 combination, and the lane looks horrible here for Thunder Awaken. Generally, the Darkseer going into Troll and Oracle can be really, really rough. And picking up the Medusa...
They like this, though. This is a hero that Knight really likes playing, and I feel like we've seen this already, where there was the Medusa and the Troll, right? Because Troll can't look away when he's in his ultimate, but now you have the insurance policy of an Oracle. I don't know if this is necessarily as strong as they think it is, and at least on that front.
Yeah, I'm just not that big of a fan of seeing the Medusa come out here. It's interesting for sure, but... I guess they're building big team fight. They have the Darkseer Wombo combo together with the Treant, and then Medusa ulti as well, and then the techie stuff to go into it. I can see what they're cooking, but I just feel like Medusa, it's sort of like, it can provide some lockdown against Troll, but she doesn't win those man fights still, and she is pretty low mobility. If you get Troll on top of Medusa, her ulti might be able to save her for a while, but she could still die, and it's not a bad hero to go Diffu on as well.
This feels very 4 Protect 1 again coming out from Thunder. Granted, Sladam's in game number 1, it wasn't supposed to be a real 4 Protect 1 in the sense, like he was supposed to be making that space, and he struggled quite a bit. So I'm curious what they're going to put him on in that mid lane. That's going to be, because like Adusa, she doesn't want to fight. This isn't like the Sven pickup that they had before. This is one of those situations where they have to make the space for the Medusa. They cannot, afford to get run over.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be Ember. The moment the Huskar ban come out there, it's obvious it's going to be the Ember. So yeah, it's a good hero for both space creating and offloading a little bit, so you don't fully go into that for Protect 1. We have nothing else. Ember can dish out a lot of damage on his own.
Oh, okay.
But Mad Kings, they say this can be a mid Timbersaw, and it's going to be an off-lane Underlord. So you get the damage reduction against the Medusa, you get a lot of lockdown and control against the Ember Spirit now as well.
They look happy too. They look like this draft. They're feeling confident. They're like, man, it's just one more game, guys. One more game. We get into those finals. We can face off with AcatSuki and go to TI. I'm ready. They're ready. They want to go to Seattle. They want to get some really nice coffee and go visit that fish market.
I mean, you're possibly just 3 games away from going to TI. It's close. It's close right now if you're Mad Kings. Thunder Awaken, though, they still have a chance to turn this around. They need 2 wins back-to-back here to get into the next series. And they're going to go with the Knight on Medusa, Sladam on the Ember Spirit here. We'll see how...
Sladam's Ember is, it's good. It's no slouch on that. Knight is one hell of a player, honestly. I think that he has proven himself time and time again, like watching these games. He really becomes that backbone for his team. I'm just a little concerned. My eyes are going to be on Illic and Knight, to pair, well, honestly, on the four of them, just grouping up together, making things happen, alleviating some of this pressure for Medusa, because that's kind of what ended up happening last time. Like, we had a lack of that, and it ended up just coming back to bite them in the butt, because Knight, again, great player, found the farm that he needed, but just wasn't able to survive these engagements and make that impact that they wanted.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that, you know, he generally delivers really well. I'm just curious how it's going to work out against the matchup that they have here. I think Underlord generally does really well against Medusa lineups. He's a natural buyer of the Crimson Guard, which is really great for damage mitigation. And just the Atrophy aura does a lot against Medusa as well.
Yeah, I am curious how this... Stop streaming in Discord. Uh-oh. That doesn't seem like they should be doing that.
I don't know. There's something they're doing production, I think. They've said this before. This was called yesterday as well. I don't know if there's something about the way things are set up, but
maybe.
But yeah, they got told the same thing the other day.
All right. Well, I'm curious to see how this top lane is going to shape up, because it is very important that Medusa is able to get this farm, because this troll is going to be coming at her with an absolute vengeance. And like you said, you know, he's got his life kind of planned out for him. He's got his Battle Fury queued up. He's
Yeah, he's gonna try to build the classic build to keep up and farm, and I think Troll generally with Battle Fury nowadays scales so damn well into mid and late game. And once you hit that late game or mid game, late game period, and you get the shard on Troll as well, he becomes a real hassle to deal with, because anyone who steps close to try and help whoever gets focused will also become a target to those wild axes. Also, I don't know if it's fixed, but I know initially, at least when I tested it, I don't think this is fixed yet. The shard, it says that it's supposed to shoot a random unit within the range, plus 175. It wasn't actually random. It shot the closest hero. I don't know if that's fixed yet, or if it's still prioritizing the closest hero, but that means it's even more dangerous, because it's very single-targeted.
Well, did you send a bug report out to...
Listen, if I sent a bug report for everything I found in Dota...
That's no excuse. I know for a fact that
I've got a job to do, right?
All the gosh darn time.
I think Valve got their eyes on my stream, to be honest. There's a lot of bugs I found that get fixed.
All right, so this mid lane, right? You've got PP on the Timber, you've got Slatum on the Ember. How does this play out?
It's pretty uncommon matchup. Generally, I would say that it's decent to begin with for the Ember, but Timber gets to that point where he starts just feeling unkillable, and Sleight of Fist is not going to do anything. You can commit for the Flame Guard build, but nobody really wants to do that. You need 4 points in Sleight of Fist, or you just can't play your mid game or like out of laning stage game.
Do you think we're going to see rotations to try to take the rune away from Slotums?
I think it could be a good play to control some of the power runes at least, but I doubt that we're gonna see the first rotation. Maybe for a 4-minute rune we could see a little move in there, but none of the support heroes are super quick. We don't have those Earth Spirits or something who can just roll over and check runes. That's
true. I don't know. Trey's pretty fast. He's a big boy.
He's not so good with motion. I don't know. He's slow, Moxie. He waddling.
Otherwise, it's just very quiet. This has been a series in the beginning, at least on game number 1. We haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of action right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just securing CS for now. The big lane to keep an eye on for me is going to be towards that mid lane, see how the out-CS thing is going. Top lane looks very low in kill potential for both teams, unless Tree finds himself making a little mistake. They did go for the double Quelling Blade, by the way, to just mess with the tree, which is nice to see. They cut all the trees down, Rubik as well as the Underlord. Also going in for a steal here. They didn't block the small camp, but instead they just farm it.
Yeah, they might as well. And they do have a sentry board, too, if they want to try to block up the side camp, or even get the ward on the side. But my question here for you, Dan, is just, you know, you've got this Darkseer facing off with the Oracle. So how do you play this as a Darkseer? Because you're not going to be able to get the farm that you want. Man, these voice lines are just screwing with me right now.
It can be tough. It can be tough when they're talking in the background. That's why I lower my game sound so much. But
That's probably a good idea.
I mean, the lane is going pretty well, I would say, for Darkseer right now. Normally, this lane can be super disastrous, but he's got 15 CS. A lot of it comes down to Techies just being a pretty damn strong laner at trading hits. So he's done a good job securing him a little bit of the farm here. But yeah, like you said, the Darkseer versus Oracle doesn't feel too good, and I think maybe you will start cutting creep waves, you know, go behind at some point here.
Yeah, I was curious if that was a play to just try to get them more of that CS that he's looking for, because it can be difficult to play into, but
I think it's ideal to do that, yeah. And we do see a little bit of a check here as both the Rubik and the Tree move towards mid, but Rubik a little bit too late to help control the rune. The Tree is gonna get...
Oh, I remember Waga saying, no, Tree's so slow, he's not gonna go for this at all.
I mean, it's not good with motion, but he did waddle over here. I guess trees need watering, right?
Trees indeed do need water to survive. So dead techies, they do finally manage to apply some pressure and some murderous intent in the bottom lane, but it is a support, so not necessarily the highest value, and there's not a whole heck of a lot of mana left on Red Monster, although we do have the courier coming out, so I assume he'll be getting some more consumables.
Yeah, he's getting some clarities, and he will stay on the lane. He also has the one healing Lotus that they got there on bottom, so doing fine for himself. The important part as well is that Troll is just completely free farming right now. Overall, the CS is looking pretty good for pretty much all the cores right now across the board. Not too many denies, nobody getting completely shut out. Mid is probably the biggest difference, where Timber has a bit of an edge, 32-8 versus 22-3. Nothing
He's
massive.
almost 6.
Yeah.
Just in terms of levels. Do you see Knight is hanging out over here in the mid lane?
Yeah, just making a quick move. Interestingly, moving away from the bottom lane. So maybe considering that lane is not the best lane to stick around in, do a TP bottle refill.
Do you think Illick just wants to like soak up some of these levels too? When he figures, all right, techies, you're not doing much for me. I'd rather that you just go do your own thing and let me get these.
I think that's pretty much the call. I mean, they don't see a way to pressure the Troll, and if you can't pressure him anyway, you might as well look for a way to shut down this Timber, maybe, if he sticks around. That was close.
We've got runes coming up. So they're gonna rotate. Knight. Popping down. Have the Oracle nearby though, and it's gonna be the rune top. It's a shield rune, and this time it's gonna go to Slatums.
Yeah, interestingly, it did put extra points into Flame Guard, by the way, on the Ember, so no point in the Searing Chain yet. Went for the 0-3-2 build. And again, we see a lot of focus on stacking up the jungle here by Mad Kings.
I feel like that's going to be very, very nice. They've got multiple heroes that can take these stacks and make a lot of usage out of them.
Yeah,
Who would you like to see like with priority first, though, I guess?
I think Timbersaw. Timbersaw should be the first one to get the clear on it, just get him some net worth advantage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Timber goes over, going to farm up the big triple stack here, and they'll give him his Soul Ring. So a bit more mana to spam.
Knight wanders over, is looking to grab himself a couple of these creeps if possible.
He managed to get one last hit, I think, there.
Trying to... Oh, they're going for those wisdom runes, but unfortunately for MJZ, not going to be able to manage it. Genik with the lift, just in the nick of time. But Techies has picked up the wisdom rune over the side on Thunder, so they'll at least get something.
Yeah, always the nice thing about Rubik. I feel like that's a big part why Rubik was so popular as well. When the wisdom runes were just added to the game, everyone was like, oh, Rubik, you just always win the wisdom rune. If you're there, you win it because you
That's true.
toss the
But you
enemy
hope
to the
he
side.
does anyways.
Yeah, in a 1v1, he always wins it, essentially.
Got a lot of faith in all of the Rubik players of the world, Wog. you should win it.
They
That's
should.
the way to put it. I've definitely seen some Rubik players just full on panic
Oh, yeah.
and not save it for the appropriate time.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I like when Rubiks go for the Ancient pull before the Wisdom Rune spawn, and if the enemy support comes over, you just slam them into the Ancients, and the Ancients kill them.
Yeah, that's some next level play right there. No bounty rune available for this Timber, and no one's really home as they've already made their way out towards the mid lane. They've got their eyes. Yeah, they're chasing after Red Monster. Dropping the blood grenade. He's gonna try to buy himself just a little bit more time, and he's still alive. He goes and through a couple of these consumables at Fairy Fire. He's got the magic wand, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a kill.
Oh, Illic bottom also endangered his Troll, taking a lot of damage. Troll not scaling up the ulti though,
Are scanning.
so doesn't have that burst of kill potential.
Probably not feeling like he needs to fight just yet. And they'll back off over on the side of Thunder. We saw Slatums and Knight making their way down, but pressure's being placed on the mid tower. They're just going to go right back. And Genek nearby, walking right over the ward, so they've got a very clear vision of what he's doing.
Yeah, it's hard to stop the Timber from just farming like this, though. He pulls the mid wave into the jungle. I like what Slatum is doing, though. He's running over, trying to do the same thing to the enemy stack with the mid creep wave.
It's a big stack. Oscar's showing up, though. He's saying, I don't think you should be here right now. We'll force him out.
Yeah, clear the area, and he's going to have to go back all the way towards bottom, where he finds himself a bounty run.
Let's check in with this Dusa. How's she doing? Because she's been up against Underlord, and you said this is going to be a bit tricky for her.
It's not that the lane is tricky, but later on, the damage will just be reduced so much by Underlord's existence. Once he gets Crimson Guard and he has the Atrophy Aura, she just won't do the same damage that you normally expect. Especially if she goes for that Manta style, the illusions, they just get all their damage reduced. But so far, farm-wise, she's doing pretty damn fine. Basically keeping up pretty well with the Troll, only like 700 gold behind. And Troll is having a complete free game, so that's not too bad.
Oh, Genek is sitting very low, but it's a little bit of a bait. He uses those remnants to get the lift, the draft back, and they just slice through him. So a nice bait coming out from this Rubik.
And Oracle showing some value here.
Adrian? Bottom lane, they use the wall. And in comes Oscar. He's here to protect Adrian, no problem. Actually did skill up the battle trance now. So Troll will have that going forward if needed. But content to just continue to go back to farming.
Yeah, he's got the cornucopia, so he's gonna regen just fine. He also has the help from Oracle now coming in, who's gonna heal him up a little bit under a tower.
I don't get why it's called a cornucopia.
Yeah. I'm not sure either.
You don't know either, okay.
No, I don't know the choice, I guess.
Because a cornucopia is supposed to be like a horn of plenty.
Yeah, it's weird to me, but I guess it gives plenty of things. It gives you mana regen, gives you HP regen, gives you damage. That's plenty.
It could be given a little bit more if we're going to use the term cornucopia. I just like how there's no like explanation on it either. Like usually everything on Dota, like
There's no lore. Yeah.
There's no lore. Yeah, like usually even like the neutral items, the what is the healing one on the AoE ground?
Seeds of Serenity.
Seeds of Serenity has like all this lore.
True.
That nobody asked for.
It's got the Verdurous Dale active. Yeah, that's true.
It.
That's true.
That's it,
I don't know. Sometimes we get no explanations. And basically, it just stole what Perseverance used to be, It's like an imposter.
See, Perseverance at least made a little bit more sense to me. But I'm sure chat can come up with a great new name for it. They're a creative lot.
And we'll see a bit TP here from the Oracle, trying to play around his Timber a little bit. That's the 12 minutes rune spawn. Gonna be a DD rune top for Ember.
Yeah, he's making his way over. PP just gonna clear out these creeps, protect his tower. And the Treant, though, putting that living armor on their mid tower, is trying to heal it back up again, but it's taken a decent chunk of damage.
Well, this is important. If they can contest the Troll.
Oh, he's got the remnant over here. No one's in position. It'll be all right.
I guess they're not going to be able to stop the Troll from farming. This is a juicy, juicy ancient stack. It is a 5-6 stack? It's a 6 stack, I think.
It's big, that's for sure. I'm even going to go use the Fervor just to Battle Trance, rather, to chew through them all with the Battle Fury. Feels amazing if you're Troll right now. Bottom lane, though, the jump over onto Genek. It's going to get exploded with a little help from Knight.
That's the classic. Just want to sit around, try and leech experience and protect my tier 1 tower, and then you get dove. That's a support move right there. Just trying to get his levels wherever he can as the troll is farming away in the jungle.
Yeah, I think that's the time where you're just like, oh, look at all this space. They're chasing after me, and my troll's taking a 6-stack.
Yeah, you're getting something at least, but bottom tier 1 is going to fall pretty fast here to a DD rune of Ember Spirit. So at the same time, the Underlord is trying to return the favor on the tier 1 top.
It's a bunch of big, meaty boys slapping this tower up top.
Yeah, not the biggest damage output perhaps, but at least they're sustainable enough to stand here and auto attack. As bottom tower already disposed of, they're a little bit behind, but doesn't look like Thunder Awaken are going to mount any form of defense. As Medusa is happy just to farm away as well. She's got a Manta style now, 13 minutes. Not a bad timing by any means.
Would you like to see Adrian go for... Because, like, what we're seeing right now, he's got the BKB queued up. And eventually, you know, looking at that Ags. Would you like to see him go for some sort of, you know, just mana reducer?
I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think he may have it queued up right now, actually, as his next item. After the Aghanim Scepter. We see the little extra blade of alacrity there. So that could either be him going towards, you know, an SOI or something, but I think it's going to be a disperser after that. So he has his entire plan ahead of him here. And I like it. It's a good item build. BKB is definitely not bad on Troll in pretty much any game. And Aghanim Scepter is so crucial this game. So I love the fact that he's buying it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Underlord almost complete now with his pipe. Needs 700 more gold and gets the full pipe for the damage reduction. This early on in the game, almost all the damage is magical on the side of Thunder Awaken. So there'll be a big power spike for Mad Kings.
Yeah, 15 minutes in right now. Who do you think is in the better position in terms of just the items and just power?
I would probably say that I favor the Troll lineup here. I think Mad Kings are in a good spot to play it slow. This is, again, a super slow start, the same as we saw last game, 2 for 2 at 15 minutes. These guys are really just trading away farms, saying, no, we're better late game. No, we're better late game. And we'll see. We'll see who's right or wrong as we advance here.
It honestly feels so bizarre to me because, like, I remember back in the day just constantly having nonstop action. There wasn't any time really to be able to really analyze things because there was just always a death happening on the map. So to have them be this, like, patient and calm, it feels a little weird to me being in the South American region. I like it because it shows more discipline. But I do miss some of those bloodbaths.
It is, you know, it is discipline. It could also be true that this is, you know, regional, TI regional qualifiers, and they tighten up and stricten up their game a little bit. But I agree with you. I think of South American Dota, usually explosive mid.
Oh, speaking of being explosive, wow, they even use the overgrowth. They just rip apart the Underlord. So Oscar, not going to be able to survive this.
I mean, it's been 3 kills in 16 minutes for their team. You may as well blow all the ultis on any kill you see.
You don't know here what's going to happen. Seeing chains landing over onto Genic, but because they have an Oracle, they're able to purge that off using the Fortune's End very easily. And they're just gonna, it looks like they're just giving up this mid tower. They have no interest in trying to fight it, not without their Underlord, and it's just more time for Adrian to finish up this BKB, which he will have very shortly. Does have to be careful though. Thunder is making their way towards this top area, and they know he's there.
Yeah, at the same time, they also saw Illic over along the top lane there, so Mad Kings have a little bit of information at least with the ward that they planted deep. Troll is gonna stick around.
Is he gonna lose his? He's gotta be careful because they could snipe his courier. That is his BKB recipe.
They haven't seen it yet.
The rest of the team is showing up. Well, they know now. There it is. There's the BKB picked up. They need to lock down Slotums though. A little bit of a slow.
Oh, he got rooted.
Up, hold him into place. They need a little bit more damage, and they have it in the form of a nuke.
Oh boy. I thought he Sleight of Fist dodged the root from the Oracle there, but it looked like it actually was the root from Oracle's Q that first set up, and then the Troll, of course, chain rooted. Once you start getting rooted by Troll, you're never leaving it. It's gonna last forever. He didn't even use his ulti. He was so certain that he's gonna get it.
We've got the first roast of the game at 17 minutes in. Troll, of course, very good at being able to take this very, very quickly.
This is
full pipe on Underlord now, too. Very strong.
Bit of a disastrous moment for them losing their Ember for free there and just quickly losing Roche to it.
They put the Aegis on Timber. What do you think about that?
I think that's smart because Troll is saying, guys, I know I have BKB, but I still mainly just want to build up and farm. And I feel pretty strong with the BKB. Nothing on their team can really surprise kill you when you're a Troll with BKB and ulti here, I think. So better for Timber to be the one with the Aegis who can just dive in and play hyper aggressively. So we're probably going to see them try and take the tier 2 tower here as we see them mounting a siege. Oracle being bullied by Ember.
A bit of a poke, yeah. I mean, this is exactly what he needs to be doing, is try to get onto the back lines and getting the jump on Red Monster. He's going to be the one who keeps everybody alive in these fights, especially the Troll.
Yeah.
PP's courier, though, will get sniped along the way.
The vision from the Watcher, providing him intel that the courier is coming in. Any of those courier kills matters quite a bit. I mean, it's 500 gold, basically.
Rubik's got himself a nice little steal here. He's got the living armor that he's been applying to his Timber on and off.
Yeah, can also work on repairing the towers, but all the towers are pretty high HP right now for them.
How is Knight doing here on this Medusa? Okay, we've got a completed... We said about the Manta style earlier. Now we've got the Silver Edge that is completed, so...
Some attack speed, some security as well, being able to go invis, and, you know, the damage increase of having the crits. It's a very nice build-up in general. Looks like he's going to go for the Hurricane Pike next, which I completely agree with as well.
Got a Pavis for a Red Monster. A couple extra hits will always feel pretty good, whether it's on yourself or it's on your teammates.
Gives him a little bit of armor as well, just passively against Ember. Passively? Pavisly? Pavis armor, yes.
You all right over there? Sounds like you're having a stroke. All right, so yeah, continuing onwards, still holding on to the Aegis on PP. Everybody just seems pretty content, though, to continue to farm up.
Yeah, it's very slow execution here by both teams. I mean, we have a bit of a net worth lead on the side of Thunder Awaken. At the same time, though, I feel like they are the ones who are losing the most by dragging this game out. On the,
think so?
Yeah, on the advantage for them, though, they have supports that more easily farm. Treant and Techies are very good at farming, whereas Rubik and Oracle are very bad at farming. So they are getting a bit of a net worth advantage on the supports right now.
Do you think once we get this Diffusal online for Troll, it's go time? We're going to start seeing them get more active?
I think so. I think we should probably see them just siege down on the towers a lot more with that timing. But yeah, the Aghanims plus Diffu, it's going to be a pretty brutal timing to hit here for them. And the first Roche, not the most impactful, but the second one is going to be a very, very good time to try and open up the map even more.
Mm-hmm. Timber continuing to just put pressure on this top tower. You can see that Knight and Illic are nearby. Let's try to push them away a little bit. Keep healing up the tower using that living armor. But again, this is all just time being bought to get that... Oh, interesting. It looks like he's going for the Ags first.
On the Troll?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that was the order that he had his items, so he wanted to get this all along. All according to his script. Moxie, we're following his script. And he's gonna go for the Tormentor here. We'll use his ulti to secure it. This is something that Troll can do, similar to Ursa.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a bit scary, but as long as Zeus isn't in the game, gotta be careful not to get hit by the Ancients as well when you move over. But it's a little bit life steal.
It can be a little scary, but yeah, no, they get the shard, and it's going to go over to Rubik, which is a fantastic shard. As over in the mid lane, a little bit of a chase going on after this Techies. Timber Chain forward, drops Taser, tries to just get a little bit more space, and those Searing Chains will slow down PP. Has to be careful because Knight is indeed here. He's going to try to click him off and away, but there is a Lotus completed for Timber too, so he's going to be extra safe. Rest of the team is making their way over, perhaps thinking about going for this mid tower.
Yeah, they're going towards mid, and Medusa is around thinking about maybe defending. She does have the Dragon Lance, but
it's a full Ags.
Yeah, with the Ags on Troll, I think you're better off letting this go.
Aegis does get reclaimed on PP, and again, like you said, not the biggest deal having that first Aegis. It's just nice to have a little bit of the insurance policy and get that gold from the kill. But it's putting them in a nice position now that mid tower is gone, and they're just taking over the dire jungle.
Yeah, they get a bit more space, but at the same time, they're also still struggling with the fact that they, are not able to farm quite as quickly as a Medusa with her illusions. But that's also why we see exactly the intentions by Mad Kings. They're going towards this top tower. They want to remove all the outer towers to limit the farm and the space for Thunder Awaken.
We are seeing a BKB completed for Slatoms, and they'll smoke up on the side of Thunder. They realize they've been up in this area for quite a while now. Let's see if we can get the jump on them and see if we can make something happen.
Just like the first move of the game coming in here. The first big move.
PP in a good position to break any sort of smokes. They put their big chonky boys up front with the troll on the back lines. Ends up breaking though. They'll go throughout the slide, get a lot of these clicks off Medusa, just using all of these clicks, trying to finish them off and not finding it. A good vacuum drag back, but they're in position to go and buy themselves just a little bit more time, as they will end up losing Oscar. They'll lose a red monster. PP just sliding back and forth. He's leading them on a merry chase because already his troll says, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. But the silver reg, it's doing a lot to be able to bring down PP. End up losing 3 on the side of Mad Kings. A nice strike here coming out from Thunder.
That was a very nice catch for the Ember there, finding 2 heroes, setting up, and then Techies following through. They got some really good takedowns, and the moment that the initiation came in, you could see the Man Kings were like, nope, not fighting this. The troll just ran away. He said, I don't know those 2 supports. They're not my friends. Just running out of the area. This does mean, though, that Thunder Awaken get to push towers as well. So they're going to get to top tier 1, at least with Medusa here, and looking to go a bit deeper with the illusions and farm.
Do you think they should have continued to press the envelope if they didn't have the Aegis at that point?
I think they can. It's just about positioning. They ultimately weren't really in position for the smoke that came around. I don't think they respected the possibility of smoke enough. If they did, they would have put something like Underlord or Timbersaw in front towards the direction of the smoke. So, good move by Thunder. But I'm not sure. I feel like Mad Kings, they just want to take this fight the moment the Diffu is up as well. The troll, 300 gold more, and then he should be good to just run in and lock onto the Medusa.
Knight making his way up to this top area. We'll run into Oscar.
Yeah, I like the Silver Edge choice, honestly. The Silver Edge and Mantisla is so nice. Just the mobility that you get on Medusa and also the DPS. It's a nice mix.
I'm trying to think if Thunder Awaken doesn't make it, is this like, oh, hold that thought, as Knight creeping forward is gonna meet up with Adrian and immediately try to get some space using that Hurricane Pike. They're in a weird position though. They're gonna go for the Underlord Fiend's Gate. Thinking about it, look at MJZ. He's like, I'm waiting any second for that overgrowth. Adrian walking away though. Illick getting caught, drops down the wall. Looks like this Oracle on the back lines is taking so much damage, forced to use his ultimate on himself, and I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that, as Adrian's just hitting all of these creeps. Turns his attention now to Illick, but needs to probably get out of here. He has that defusal, like we talked about, the Silver Edge coming to play.
Adrian going in.
He's going to try to fight against Knight, but it's still pretty scary because he's got the Stone Gaze. And it looks like Thunder, they're going to try to walk away. PP starts giving a little bit of chase.
They see the leader in bottom. Slatum wants it.
They're going to back off.
So disengaged at the end of the day. Medusa ulti traded for the full 9-second duration BKB there. Good trade for Thunder Awaken. Mid? Timber?
Mid, yeah, they found themselves. PP, he stayed a little bit too long, as he's going to try to get out of there again using that Lotus Orb, trying to give himself some more time and space, but this is not looking good for Timber. He will indeed fall.
They just get chopped down there. I feel like he went into them there feeling way too confident. The Aghanim Scepter not really being enough to keep him alive through all that damage.
I feel like the positioning is very off on the side of Mad Kings this time around. Also, that Thunder's just making really nice moves too. But the fact that Red Monster has had to use his ultimate on himself multiple times now is just not how that's supposed to be played. Oscar, he's slow, he's body blocked, they have all the nukes. That's another kill here for this Medusa.
Yeah, positioning has really been the bane for them. You got to be so careful with their lineup to not let the Oracle ever get jumped, or even Rubik, to be honest. You have really tanky cores. You got to use that in a good way and try and shield your supports so that they can sit behind. Now we're going to see Thunder Awaken be the ones to go Roche.
Oh, there's a full sheep stick completed for the Darkseer. I just realized that.
Yeah, he rushed for it pretty early, so interesting to see they didn't go for something like the Crimson or the Aghanim Scepter, but going for the Hex, it makes a lot of sense. Against Troll, you want to have some more good disable, and they didn't really have any great disable on their lineup against him before.
Yeah, I know that usually you see something like a Heaven's Halberd if you have a Halberd carrier against a Troll, just anything so he cannot hit. So a nice pickup, just a little surprising, but definitely makes sense.
Yeah, Medusa now has enough gold for the full butterfly, as well as the fact that she has the Aegis, feeling very strong, and I think they're gonna push bottom tier too. Those illusions just not dying.
Butterfly on board online Fortnite. It looks like Mad King's just not in the position to be able to contest this.
No, I don't think they can, and they're queuing up the MKB on Troll. He knows that he can't fight into the Butterfly Medusa without having one, but Tier 2 Tower already gone, and I think Thunder Awaken in a good position to just go up high ground here, force some reaction, force people home.
Alrighty, the Oracle teleporting right back in, but again, I feel like so scared whenever Red Monster goes that forward. I'm thinking, you know, they have heroes that can jump into the back lines. He's going to be so far back.
Yeah, Ember has been on his case a lot.
Yeah, there's PP in the middle of everything, Adrian. They've got the Fiend's Gate, and they're coming in hot. Slot, getting onto the back line, so we talked about this. Red Monster, he's gonna need help, but everybody else is just being held into place over on the side of Mad Kings, and they're doing so much damage. Oscar will end up falling. Adrian, he is just frozen in place. Uses that BKB. He's already used the Battle Trance, and he is just dead.
Dead for 80 seconds. Long time without him now.
That was such a good play coming out from Slatums to identify, like, I need to separate this Oracle. He cannot be allowed to keep his Troll alive.
Yeah, he always jumps to backline, does a great job with his targeting. No armor on Timber.
Doing so much, yeah, I know. The follow-up, they try to just cut through, but they just dive him right. Oh my god, that's a triple kill. A triple kill at 30 minutes into the game. They have just ripping apart these buildings. They call GG.
All right, we end on Pi for score here, and it's a very, very decisive, quick finish from what was a real farm fest up until this point. Suddenly, the game is just over, absolutely destroyed. I feel like they didn't get to take any of the team fights that they wanted on the side of Mad Kings here. The few fights that they wanted to start sieging top, for instance, they just got caught out on the Oracle. Nice wraparound play by Thunder Awaken, and I don't know, it feels like they just got caught out too hard, and this game just fell out of hands.
Yeah, a really good identification, I feel like, coming out from Thunder, just saying, you know, Red Monster, you're not allowed to use your spells to help anyone. You are just going to be either the first target that we take out, or we're going to separate you so far that you're not able to do anything. And definitely paying off there for the side of Thunder.
This is the saddest post-game stats I've ever seen, I think. The Oscar Underlord, 0-4-0, 2,000 hero damage. It is offset a little bit by the fact that he's against the Medusa, who, you know, takes magic damage, well, mana damage, not damage, so it doesn't actually count on stats. But still, 2,000 is such a low number. Oh boy.
So what went wrong here for Mad Kings? Because it felt like their draft was looking pretty good, and we were concerned about, you know, the Underlord eventually, you know, making problems rather for Medusa. And it just felt like Medusa did not care at all.
I think they struggled with not knowing who's going to initiate and how they're going to start the fights. They didn't really start the fights in a very clear way. So we saw fights where, like, Troll ran in, ran out, kind of ran in circles sometimes. Like, are we fighting or are we not fighting? And over on the side of Thunder Awaken, it just looked more clear. They simply just jump in with Ember, and then whoever tries to go on Medusa gets Treant ultied and Darkseer comboed, and that's really it. That is their game plan, and it worked for them every single fight.
Was this just a case of like they had not too many heroes, but like you got a Timber and you've got an Underlord, and that's just maybe too much of the same thing in a sense? Should they have picked someone that, would have been able to be that initiator, the traditional initiator? Would have worked better?
I feel like maybe both the Timber and Underlord are too similar in the purpose that they fill, and maybe having something to get the opponents a little bit out of their comfort zone or out of position, like having a Batrider on the team or something to be able to start the fight could have been important for him. I think their draft is fine, but they need to understand how to execute it as well. I think there were moments where they were very indecisive, and then it was unfortunate top. They got smoked around on and just didn't stand in respecting positions of Thunder Awaken all being off map.
All right. Well, yeah, taking a look at these stats on the board here. No deaths on Knight, no deaths on Illic, just a couple on the Ember and Techies. And of course, MJZ, no deaths at all on this Treant Protector. He did a lot. He was in really good positioning. We keep going back to this, but he had some really clutch overgrowths.
I think he got so many big ultis out. Every single fight, he was on point, he was in position, and did what he needed to do on this Treant. I think he's showing why the Treant is like 86% win rate or whatever in this TI regionals as well. It's an absolute force to be reckoned with. The big team fight ultis in general, I'm a big fan of them because they work really well now. Having the Medusa ulti, the Treant ulti, the Darkseer combo, they were just the team with more big spells. As over on the side of Mad Kings, I mean, they had what? The Pit of Malice, and then like Timbersaw does some damage.
I mean, they have a Rubik. They did have a Rubik, and he
Sure.
did get a couple steals, but...
He's an imposter, Moxie. He's not a real team
He's the
fight.
Grand Magus.
He's an imposter. He didn't have any big team fight spells this game. He didn't get his hands on them because MJC was on point and didn't give away a single overgrowth, which was clutch.
He is our MVP of the match, is MJZ on this tree. And we were saying that this was going to be one of those heroes that was hotly contested in the particular match. Because Tree is so incredibly good, but also the fact that both of them play this hero quite a bit. That was did I say 100%?
Yes, he's part of 14 of the 14 kills. So
Every single kill. This tree, we joked around earlier, they don't do so well with motion, but he was everywhere he needed to be in this game.
correct me if I'm wrong. I think that they made it as well so that if you buff a teammate, though, you get assists for when they kill something. So if you living armor, the Ember or Medusa, and they proceed to kill something, I think he gets assists for this. I'm not sure, but I think that's.
I mean, that's still participation. He's still keeping that core alive during all of it.
I'm just saying it's a bit of a bit of a KDA cheat, if that's truly the case. But no, he played fantastic. Like I said, the ultis were really clutch, and they basically devastated Mad Kings. I think between him and Slatams on his Ember, that completely disjointed all the gameplay from Mad Kings, because the Ember just rolled in and forced away the Rubik and the Oracle, and the front line got held by Tree, and then Medusa took care of the trash. She's like, okay, yeah. I auto-attack, that's what I do.
We even have a little spotlight, too, on Slatams because, again, he was just... The positioning coming out of this team was excellent. The Treant, of course, with the 100% participation in every single fight, but also identifying, hey, I got to get rid of these heroes on the off and the back lane because, you can't have an Oracle spamming out the spells, keeping the troll alive. You can't have Janet, because Janet got that shard so early, and that's a great tool to be able to try to save your teammates, but he just wasn't close enough, it felt, a lot of the times to be able to do it, or he was already fearing for his life.
Ember missed out on that one kill, so not gonna get the MVP for us there. Only 92.9% on the kill participation. It's not gonna cut it, Ember. You need to step up your game, man. You need to be like Tree. But no, seriously, great performance by them here, and that was a big contrast to the first game, which was, more than twice the duration of this. Thunder Awaken, they truly did awaken there at some point and just take the game by storm.
Whoa. I'm not sure you're allowed to say Awaken if you're not referring to a certain team there, sir. I'm pretty sure they have that trademark.
Oh, I don't know. Are they even around anymore? Are they still doing that?
But yeah, no, they look awake. They look ready, like they want to go and be meeting up with AcatSuki after this match. And Mad Kings, they've got a fighting spirit, but they need to go back to this drawing board and they need to work on just their position, maybe a little bit on the draft too, because we want an explosive game number 3. We want to see everybody duking it out and showing us what they can do at the very best of their abilities. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have game 3 of Mad Kings versus Thunder Awaken.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Buckle up, Buttercup, because we got one more game left to go here in this match between Thunder Awaken versus Mad Kings. Waga's here, I'm here. We're excited because the winner of this series goes on to fight for a slot at TI against AcatSuki. Waga, what are we going to see?
I mean, we're going to see them just brawl it out, I hope, because last game it was a snooze fest until it wasn't. You know, it ended very abruptly, but I prefer to see more high-octane gaming. I feel like just sitting back and waiting so much as they did in last game, it's a risky maneuver. I mean, it can really become very volatile when you do that, instead of just actively playing on the enemy side of the map and taking the initiative. Because last game was just a little bit too slow, I feel, from both teams, to be honest, but it worked out the better for Thunder Awaken in the end. Going into the draft, though, of this next game here, we see what the teams are already banning out. Mad Kings are not banning out the Invoker. The big change up here from the previous picks is that Invoker made it through the first phase, and Thunder Awaken will say, okay, we take the Invoker.
Yeah, that is one of those heroes that has a pretty high pick ban rate in this qualifier.
Well, 100%. It's absolutely picked every game.
Pretty big, 100%. But this Treant just caused too many problems for them in the previous series. MJZ, like we said, he was our MVP. It's rare that you will see a support hero be the MVP, and he played it to such effectiveness that they said we just don't ever want to see that again. So not going to be in this one. The Ember has been banned on top of everything else. They do want to have to face off with him on the side of Thunder. So now I'm curious, what do we see? To get the Earth Spirit picked up for the side of Mad Kings. That's something PP played very well, actually. I think it was game 2 against Infinity. He went like 16-2 and 15. Very much knows the ins and outs of this hero, but also there's the opportunity to rotate it because Genek also plays Earth Spirit. So a little bit of a guessing game here, but I would assume most likely going mid since it already knows its matchup.
Yeah, quite likely. It's a good matchup too. Earth Spirit versus Invoker is not a tough matchup. You have great damage on Earth Spirit in lane. You can push the lane harder than the Invoker can, and the right-click harass of Invoker doesn't really bother you. You can easily regenerate with just your bottle and be completely fine. But they do have the option to play it support if they do desire to do that. But we'll see what Thunder Awaken want to build into here as well. I mean, Invoker is a good start, but it also sets up for some potential wombo combos. You have some potential for even stuff like Faceless Void to get through the draft, and later on in the game you could have the Cataclysm combos.
I feel like that's a lot of confidence on the side of Mad Kings because they did not ban out the Invoker. And they picked the Earth Spirit. Like they had this planned all along. They're like, okay, well, if we leave the Invoker, they'll probably take Invoker, and then they really have enough faith in PP being able to just, dominate his lane and be that driving tempo force that's needed. So a little bit of swagger going on, I feel, coming out from Mad King, showing off the cojones in a sense, but very curious to see what they're going to end up banning, because that Cataclysm with the Chronosphere is just absolutely deadly.
Yeah, it's deadly. Also, in general, it's just a high activity hero, so we're probably not going to see as much priority on farming as we saw in last game, as Invoker generally plays with the Coswex early now and just runs around and ganks a lot with the Spirit Vessel build. So the Cataclysm is definitely a threat, but it's more an option that they have. The core gameplay of Invoker is still going to be that running around and looking for kills, which should make for a more interesting game to me than the last one. They ban out the Silencer here, so don't want to get cursed or globaled on the Invoker.
Is it worthwhile to pick up a support that has... Okay, so a boring hero at this point, honestly, because it's not dying, just decay, occasionally throw up a tombstone, but it also has the Soul Rip, which does give you a little bit of that heal, which is nice. I was going to ask if it's worth it to see something that has a little bit of a save, knowing how frequently that this Invoker is going to be making these rotations.
Yeah, it can be. I feel like Undying is a good pairing here with having Earth Spirit mid, because Earth Spirit is one of those heroes who can make swings from the mid lane to the side lanes very quickly, and Undying brings people low HP. He sets up for those ganks very, very well. So it's a nice start as well to building some form of team fight, having the Tombstone at least, and helps a little bit with potential early Roche with ulti. Over on Thunder Awaken, though, they go for the Darkseer again. So, gonna be happy to have the Iron Shell available here. we'll see what
They're
they're
grabbing a
going to
lot of their cores right off the bat here because they don't want to allow them to be completely banned out. And I know Illic is very comfortable on Darkseer. A Lion pickup too now that's going to provide them with some nice burst damage. The Hex always is very, very nice to be able to slow your enemies in their tracks. And of course that mana drain is just so goddamn annoying.
Yeah, no, it's also a pretty good pause 4 nowadays. It just operates pretty well on that lane. So we'll see if they want to run it on the safe lane or if it's going to be off lane together with the Darkseer. But Darkseer Lion definitely has some decent laning. They can get kills together with the disables, but also just farm really well with the Darkseer Iron Shells.
Yeah, so there's no option to pick up this Oracle really at this point. And honestly, I don't think they really want to play it after that game number 2. So should have a much more comfortable lane for Darkseer this time around. You're still probably considering something that has a little... Okay, never mind. They just go right for the Sven. Nice high armor, which is pretty nice. You know, it's going to be playing high tempo.
Sven does really well against Darkseer, generally. It's one of those melee heroes that actually does well into the Iron Shells even. It's just more about the mid-game, late-game. You clear out the illusions really well from the Darkseer. You block up the damage and reposition well with Warcry if you do get vacuum comboed. And it gives them something to lead the way and just stun combo together with the Earth Spirit.
Thunder awakens. Turn to
Snapfire. All right. This is a hero that we haven't been seeing too much of recently, but definitely has its merits. Do you like? Are you comfortable with this pickup? Because I feel like that's been one of our biggest concerns is trying to find like a more traditional initiator for Mad Kings.
They needed to get something that can lay in support from afar, and they have 3 melee heroes already against Darkseers. They needed to get something that plays a little bit farther back. Now you get the Mortimer Kisses. It's a nice combo with the Sven or Spirit just rolling in and starting the fight. Interesting to see how they're going to play it here, if it's going to be a support Snapfire or if they want to run it as an off-lane core. It could be played pos 3, but I would assume that this is going to be a support.
I don't want it 3 with an Invoker that's going to be tornadoing. Like, it's so easy to cancel out those Mortimer Kisses once you know where they're coming from. I think having it as a support is a little bit better. But then what's the offline?
The choice there is really whether or not you want to have the scaling of going for early aura build or going into the right click later on. But the right click build on Snapfire is so nerfed, I don't think we're going to see her make that choice. If it's going to be a pos 3, it's more about getting Greaves early because she farms them really well. Thunder Awaken, they go for the Troll Warlord here. Again, a hero that generally just wins man fights, even against something like Sven. The miss chance and the root chance is really nasty for Sven to deal with.
So they ban out the Tusk, so they're thinking that this is potentially an off lane Snapfire.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, they obviously have more experience with each other from scrims and from playing each other, so quite possible that they have run this before. But yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense if they do want to put the tempo of a core Snapfire here, just to control the early game and get Sven comfortable lead.
Do they go with like? I don't know. What's the final pickup for Mad Kings? Like, if that is indeed a position 3 Snapfire, what do you...
10 seconds.
I mean, I think that you are still missing your... I think you're actually missing your safe lane support, if I'm going to be honest, for Mad Kings, or they're flexing their Earth Spirit. It's one of those two. They can still be running a flex. They're banning out the Razor as well.
I was curious about the Razor, personally. I wasn't sure. They'll go for the Oracle for themselves, and I'm sure MJZ's is flexing a little bit like, this is how it's done. This is how you keep your troll alive. And it's going to be kind of difficult for Earth Spirit to roll through all the way to get to him, unlike the Ember in the last game.
Yeah, again, nice combination to have the Oracle and the Troll, but you also get the Dispel against the Sven's Warcry, which is really, really big, having access to that, so that you can do a ton of damage.
Brew's still in the pool. Brew got completely ignored.
Yeah, I think Brewmaster is too hard to run in this game with Sven and Troll on either side. It's heroes that can easily kill him. Since Troll goes Battle Fury, he kind of just shreds through the Brewlings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's...
You may now select your
Okay, so they're flexing it. They're flexing.
It's support Earth Spirit. It's gonna be Void Spirit mid,
Yeah,
and yeah, that makes sense as well. That makes sense. Earth Spirit does really well together with the Snapfire in lane, but Undying Sven, as good as the lane is, in my opinion, the Undying doesn't bother Darkseer as much as he bothers some other heroes, I feel.
Okay.
Due to the fact that he doesn't really need to go up. He has this Iron Shell to push out the lane a lot. It's not... if you were an offlane Mars or something, you would struggle way more against an Undying. Still, though, Adrian should have a decent enough early game here.
Who are we favoring when we look at this lineup?
I'll probably go with Thunder Awaken here.
Okay.
Just looks pretty nice here. They got some nice combo in the Troll and the Oracle together. I like Lion. I think he's overall an underrated hero right now. And Invoker, I mean, Invoker Darkseer sets up for a lot of possible combos. You can do so many things with that. So I like overall what they're cooking here. Over on the side of Mad Kings Esports, it's 4 melee heroes running into a Troll. It feels a bit uncomfortable to me. And Darkseer Troll, even Invoker against 4 melees, it seems like you might cluster up a little bit too much and get hit by the AoE spells here.
Do you think they decided to shift a little bit because of the fact that they picked up the Oracle and they didn't really have a great way to get onto those backlines?
That they shift the... What do you mean?
So originally we were thinking that Earth Spirit was going to be played by PP on Mad Kings, right? And then they ended up flexing it and putting the Void Spirit in the mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it could be...
I feel like you don't normally want 2 melee supports, right?
No, you usually don't, but it's also, how they want to run it here. I guess if you put Void Spirit mid, you get some quicker burst to get onto the Void Oracle and kill him quickly. Whereas if you have Earth Spirit mid, he doesn't have the tremendous immediate burst if he goes on Oracle. He can silence him and try and bring him down, but Void Spirit does have a faster damage output, and that can be very crucial.
All right. Well, it sounds like Thunder has just a little bit easier of a draft to execute, but Mad Kings, they're going to make them fight for it. This is, of course, the final match before that we will see who gets to that, finals for the lower bracket and wins a spot to go to TI, along with Vivo Keystars and, of course, Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses. So
both these teams just 3 wins away from qualifying for TI right now. They just need this win right here and then go on into the next series and claim 2 wins in that one. And that will be it. They will make it to TI.
Do you think they're stressed? Do you think they're feeling like, oh my God, like we got to get this? Or do you think they're like, we're just having fun?
I think they're greatly stressed. I think all these players are stressed right now, honestly.
All right.
Even if you're experienced, even if you played.
This is a little bit scary here for Knight. Knows that if he slows down Adrian, that has a better chance of trying to escape.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you could have gone for the, potential Blood Grenade and Tombstone play, but you really want to have Decay for level 1 on the lane overall. They could have gone the first blood, but it's probably not worth it. To be honest.
Yeah, I think
Tombstone would be on cooldown as well for so long.
Yeah, I think that definitely the play there is to make sure you have Decay to bully in this bottom lane. You want to give Adrian the best start as possible, and the Tomb is just maybe too greedy.
Yeah, I think I agree on that. And we'll have to keep an eye on how the lanes are going to start out here. Mid lane, the Invoker versus Void Spirit. Generally a lane that I would favor the Void Spirit a bit, to be honest.
Some bullying coming out here in the bottom lane. Red Monster eating one of those Earth Spikes, but we'll continue to just trade back and forth.
Yeah, Monster just has some regen, so gonna sit under tower for a bit, tango up, but needs to get those double hero decays so he gets a nice and juicy HP pool. They stack up, he will happily take that.
This is gonna be a really awkward lane here for PP in mid. Waga?
Well, you said it's gonna be an awkward lane?
Oh, I asked. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I lost you in the call or something. That's why I was
maybe it cut out a bit. I don't think so. Like I said, I think that Void Spirit actually has a bit of an advantage against the Void Spirit has an advantage against the Invoker because he has really great last hit damage to begin with, and he has his Resonant Pulse as well to help CS. So far, he's 5-3, got those extra denies there, whereas the Invoker is 6-1, but with the extra CSing here, he's actually ahead by, one last hit, 2 denies.
I feel like we're not going to see much going on here in this top lane. Knight's just going to want to farm continuously, and I feel like Oscar and Janek, the kill potential is not super high at this time.
Yeah, I mean, level 3 is probably the strongest spike for them here, but both teams have a lot of potential here. The Troll is a hero with double nuke in the lane, so you gotta be careful about taking harassment if you're Snapfire. So far, Earthspirit doing a good job kind of threatening Oracle every time he goes up.
Get a nice little D ward.
Gets the block and the D ward of his own camp, so changing the block status.
So who's on a tighter timer, would you say, looking at this draft?
I think probably Mad Kings. Sven scales pretty damn well, but at the same time, going late game against Troll, Invoker, Darkseer, I think they just outscale them at some point with all these heroes getting more and more powerful. Late game Invoker is crazy nowadays with him being a universal hero as well. Even just his right click into the abilities becomes a little bit too much to handle.
So what's the timing going to look like then for Mad King since they are on that tighter time schedule? Like what particular items or levels?
Well, I would like to see Void Spirit get involved a lot early on in general, but probably for Sven it's going to be once he gets his Blink Dagger. That's when he's going to start coming in and making the big swings, I guess.
Okay. Well, knowing PP, he's going to be very active. This guy likes to be very aggressive early on and be that tempo creator, so it's not a good hero for it.
See a bit of a move towards the rune control right now for water runes. Janek gonna go ahead and steal some bounty rune here as well on the way.
Might as well.
You can kick him away, kick him. Just laying in some right click here. I mean, MJZ is pretty awkwardly positioned as an Oracle. You don't have that much movement speed. Can't really run away that easily here.
Yeah, he'll take a lot of harass for that. And that will ensure that PP is able to go and grab the rune, and Knight goes and grabs the bottom water rune, just making sure that they won't be able to get double for this Void Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit is gonna be happy anyway. Thought just the EMP on mid. Undying in a bit of trouble.
That's a cheeky move at the bottom lane. I thought they was gonna be able to run away, but not gonna be able to quite do it, as you do get a roll in here from Janek. They'll make this rotation, turn their attention, kill Illic.
They get a return kill at least for that first blood there. And Sven does stay alive and keeps farming. Gonna be completely fine. Meanwhile, top though, that means that you left that lane. So look at Oracle. He's going in and just saying, okay, you're not allowed to come up that close.
Yeah, Snapfire not the most comfy hero being all alone. However, there is the roll in from Janek. So MJZ in just an awkward position. A little bit of a slow coming out from Knight. Red Monster's here though. He drops the tombstone. That'll be a kill for Oscar. And now Knight is forced to run away. But they are swift. They are relentless. And they want to get as much damage as possible here. In fact, they go for the roll. A couple of these pings coming out. Looks like they're going to send someone up, try to protect him. Janek is going to get hit underneath the tower. Oh, but a Knight's Earth Spike coming out from Knight will ensure that they get the kill. Another TP. Oscar, this is not looking good for you, my friend, as they don't have the Fortune's End. And one final hit from Knight will ensure that the offlaner falls on the side of Monkey, not the Monkey Kings, Mad King.
That was some underestimating right there, just diving under tower against a troll. It's a very risky thing to do, and a nice TP by Lion. The stun actually cancelled the cookie from triggering onto the troll there, as the impale changes the Z-axis movement.
Just right in the nick of time, that's for sure. 6 minutes. It's going to be an arcane rune. It gets picked up by Knight. So PP now in a real awkward position. This is going to be a dead Void Spirit, I think. No? He's going to survive a little bit longer. Tornado coming in. He's forced to use those steps to get away.
Gets him to safety, but he will have to run all the way to base. Doesn't have boots yet as well, so it doesn't feel that amazing for him. And 6:25 on the clock now. We see both the sports coming up towards top again, going behind the Snapfire.
And there's not much that Oscar can do about this either. Do we have teleports? We don't have teleports on... This is looking a little rough. Okay, all right. Looks like Oscar's going to be able to survive. They won't poke too hard.
Yeah. Wisdom Rune is about to spawn, so they should try and sneak around for maybe a steal or at least take their own. Looks like Illik is going to go over and take their own Wisdom Rune. Could stack up the Ancients as well. Not going to do it on the way there. A little bit of a missed opportunity.
This is going down. Adrian sitting at 48 and 10 CS currently on his Sven. And 35 and 9 on the Troll. Knight, of course, did have quite the chase going on earlier with the rotations from the support, so makes a bit of sense here. So it does get thrown out of position thanks to that Wild Wing, but Oscar, this is looking a little bit scary for him. Roll forward, and now Knight, he's feeling pretty okay. He's just going to turn his attention over to the Tombstone. Slatims is also here. The Cold Snap landing, followed up with an Earth Spike. They go and strike back ferociously on the side of Thunder.
That's an important rotation as well. The first gank for Invoker is always the hardest one to succeed with because you don't have earn charges yet. But he succeeds, gets 2 earn charges for his trouble as well, and goes back towards mid. It's going to help him a little bit. 10 seconds now until the power runes are spawning. Void Spirit gonna check the bottom one, and Janek trying to check top, but has to be careful here.
There's a roll, there's a grab, and there will not be a rune for Slatims.
Yeah, Knight on his line, just not really close enough there to punish the Earth Spirit.
Mask Madness online for Adrian now, so his farm should start accelerating. Still working towards that Battle Fury, though, on Knight. Again, he's had more of a disrupted lane during this time.
Yeah, the Troll, I mean, having a decent lane, but not quite as easy. There's been a lot of attention towards top lane, where Sven has kind of just been left alone down here. And 1v1ing against the Darkseer is not really a problem for him at all. He's just going to clear the lane and go back jungle. And again, we see all this attention towards the Troll.
I mean, it's working out for him. He ended up getting some kills and some assists, but he definitely would like to be just hanging out in his own jungle, hitting creeps, and have to be careful. Yeah, they realize that Invoker's here. They found themselves Red Monster. See those Snapfire Kisses getting dished out by Oscar, trying to put it out as much as they can over onto Slatims, but not going to be able to do quite enough. A good cookie, though, into a roll from Zedek. Scatterblast coming into play with these Earth Spikes have been on point. It's a double kill for Knight. So, you know what? He's had a lot of people in his lane, but hey, if they're going to offer up their bodies as tribute, I think he's okay with it.
Yeah, very happy to take that. And back to farming immediately. Good rotation by the Invoker, and MJC on point with his Oracle there. The Fate's Edict protecting the Invoker really well from the Mortimer Kisses. And now look at the tempo they're starting to play with. The Invoker immediately going towards bottom as well. Using this Ghost Walk to regenerate. You don't ever really need to go base. This is one of the reasons why the hero is just so damn strong currently.
Yeah, they're making a lot of nice moves on the side of Thunder. I feel like we're consistently seeing all these heroes in the top. PP is going to make his first rotation.
Looking to join top, but it's a little bit awkward as the pull is here. He's just going to kill the creeps in the end.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But that puts him in a nice position to apply some of this pressure.
Yeah. The Oracle does have level 6 though. He's sitting behind, trying to hide in a tree line.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Janek gonna be the one who does the poking, but it doesn't feel like they're necessarily looking for these kills. As against Slatims is here. Janek's gonna probably get left behind. Knight appearing, and he's just gone so fast that they don't want to continue. Cycle going to connect over onto Red Monster. They have the cookie to buy him a little bit more space, but they have the drag back because Illik has made the rotation. So Knight, he's just on a mega kill streak.
Fantastic movements here. I mean, this is also what I expect from mid Invoker. So damn strong at rotating early on, just on point again, coming in from behind. They even have sentries down. Janek placed the sentry, but the moment they saw the Invoker, it was already too late. He was in a good position to just punish them. Getting the tornado over on the Undying as well there was a good bonus catch. Getting 1 kill would have been good. Getting 2 kills, even better there for them.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here for the side of Mad Kings, because yes, the Sven has been able to go and hit all these creeps, but they've had such active heroes over on the side of Thunder that they're just starting to run away a little bit with this lead, it feels. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sven will keep ramping up, though. He's already ahead of the Troll by a good margin, and once he starts going over and looking towards the Ancients as well, his farm speed is going to ramp up even more. So it is worrisome right now, but his timing is not far away. Blink Dagger is the next item. He got the Echo Saber now on the Sven. So the moment he has Blink, we're going to see Adrian just try and join these fights and get more stuff done.
My concern is that it's just him, though. Like, I feel like the rest of his team is having some difficulty because they've had those deaths. And they are trying to force things to happen, but they are going to start falling behind in terms of experience, too.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a tough time right now, but they're trying to control runes, trying to play active. They do have some really nice combos for Sven later on.
All right, they lay a trap for Slatums. This is looking pretty good, but they're not going to be able to finish them off. Do they not have detection? You have to have detection against an Invoker, you guys. Fortune's End. Oh, big finger use. They'll get a kill on Genetic. PP's still looking for this opening. Has the Astral Step dragged back over onto Knight. Wants to make him pay for that kill. His Red Monster is here too. It's gonna go for probably another decay very shortly. Still doesn't have that Tombstone as they'll end up getting a kill on Adrian while all this is going on in the mid lane. That is huge. And they still haven't managed to kill Knight.
Just a heal from Oracle. Good positioning by MJC, keeping Knight alive there. This is just looking amazing for Thunder Awaken right now. All their moves are just working out really well, and Knight is going to take over the bottom tower now. I really agree with you. I hate this Knight and Knight. One of them has to rename themselves. You can't have two Knights on the same team. It's too much.
Otherwise, we're going to come up with a nickname for you. You don't want that, guys.
Top lane, the Snapfire got vacuumed back.
Yep. That's not looking great for them. Illit turning his attention over to Red Monster. And this Tombstone, you know, is doing a bunch. Knight may end up falling because of it. No, he doesn't. Never mind. Man, Thunder has just hit their stride, and they've got their foot on the gas pedal, full throttle.
Was a clutch hex right there. Very, very last second. Knight manages to stay alive, and he's going to go down towards bottom and then run back and take the Wisdom Rune is his play here, and probably going to stack up the Ancients as well for his Troll, who is definitely taking over the farm as well with these moves working out so beautifully. He's been part of 8 kills already.
I mean, life is good if you're Smiling Knight. This Troll has been involved with 8 kills, like you said. He's got all the farm that, you know, despite the fact that they have tried to disrupt his lane, you know, the kills do make up for that. And
yeah, move is towards mid lane right now. They're trying to make something happen, but they don't have the Sven Blink, so I'm not sure if they can commit for a tier 1 tower push. If they just get tornadoed and counter TP'd, a Darkseer Vacuum, they could be in trouble immediately again. So a little bit awkward right now for Mad Kings how they're going to play the map.
getting closer and closer to the Blink Dagger for Adrian.
You know, there's something really funny in this game that I just noticed. They got 4 Tumblr's toys on the side of Mad Kings. They all have Tumblr's toy apart from the Void Spirit. So there's a lot of hopping around in these fights.
I mean, mobility is a big deal.
I don't think I've seen 4 in the same team before. I mean, it's very nice. Getting closer is a key thing, but doesn't seem to be enough for them right now. They need that Blink Dagger for big mobility increase here.
Smoke play coming out from Thunder. They know that they're in their jungle. They're going to try to put the pressure and push them out. Slatum's leading the charge. Sees Genic. Go for that little snappy play, and it's a fast hit where they just take him down.
I love the play of just using the ulti there as Lion. Like, don't even hesitate. Get the kill quick and then reset. You get some damage stacking as well for the future ultis. Already got 2 stacks on Lion.
See, this is what I wanted to see earlier. Like, I've seen a couple times where Slatum's, you know, he's in this mid lane and he just doesn't manage to link up with anybody and make things happen. A little bit early on that? Nah, it doesn't matter. PP, he's taking so much damage. They follow up with the vacuum and they have the Spirit Vessel charge on him. Not sure if it's going to be quite enough. Sunstrike, nah, not going to be on the spot. And there's all those Snapfire kisses. Adrian jumping in, though. We'll be able to get kill on Knight. Showing a lot of promise now with that Blink Dagger getting into this nice position. Red Monster perhaps going a little bit too far. Knight will be able to finish him off with a ranged axe.
Troll is here, and I don't think that you want to fight into it. Sven is thinking about jumping something, sitting around.
But they don't have the Snapfire kisses. They're going for it, though. All right, onto the back lines. Get MJZ. And that's a nice vacuum. The cookie out forward over onto Knight, but he doesn't seem to really care too much as the tower will go down. They're chasing after Adrian. They'll have to be happy with Genic instead.
That was a buyback used at least by the Oracle, so something for Mad Kings, but it feels like another fight where they are the ones just running away and losing their tower again. Map control is just fully going the way of this Thunder Awaken squad. The full Sanj Yasha plus Battle Fury Troll is so strong in the fights right now. And it's going to be Roche on the menu.
Towards the Roche. Yeah. I mean, they might as well. He didn't end up using Battle Trance during that at all.
Yeah, still has that available. And they have a lot of sustainability here as well with a Vanguard on Darkseer. Got the heals coming in from Oracle, so can easily take down the Roche. Even with it being scanned out, there's no way to get over there. At least PP is getting mid tower, so get something. Working towards a Yasha on the Void Spirit, going for the classic build. Echo Saber into Manta, Nullifier. Gonna be most likely his items. I think this game you might need a BKB as well, though. There's a few things that are just worrisome. The Lion, the Invoker, the Darkseer.
Invoker and Lion alone, like the two of them have just been sticking together like glue, and they're making so much happen because of that chain stun potential and nuke damage. Like that's worth it enough for me. Like, look at PP. He's walking right down into this area. They're gonna go up to the high ground. Are they gonna be able to see him? Yes, let him turns around. He pings it out. PP though, he sees that little bit of the cold feet going on.
They could maybe set up here.
They're gonna try, yeah, they'll go for it.
Finger available.
Knight waiting patiently. In comes Illic as well. Should be able to drag him back and get yet another pick off.
Oh man, that was really costly for him as well. You don't want to lose your mid player when the game is this tough. He has only 6.7k net worth, lowest out of all the cores here, and oh no, they're going for the emotional damage. All the tips.
All the tips. Just watching this troll hit even faster than he already is.
Yeah, going for a BKB next, and then the shard is queued up, and I think they can force the enemy back here even. Go to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an Aegis. They got a very strong troll to boot. I wouldn't be surprised if they stick around if they don't opt to go back.
Yeah, this is a very potent push, to be honest. They have Crimson Guard and Pipe. The timing is here for them.
And they have their saves too. Like, you can see how far MJZ is sitting. Looks like Slatums will back away though. They want to deep push in that top lane. No boots of travel on him, so he's just gonna go push out, take a look and see if anyone's sticking around, because the Sven has been doing some work up there.
Hey, he's looking for his Sven for sure, but Sven TP'd base. He has the BKB complete with Blink Dagger, so we'll see if he can find a good fight here.
They have really good wards here. Although Slatums is going to break it, so that's going to show the Sven, and they did not have the Earth Spirit nearby to be able to go and immediately dust, so that's a little bit of a disappointment, I think, for the side of Mad Kings.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate there. Just kind of worked out for Slatums as he was running around the area. Oh, that is so costly, though. You want to get something out of this Blink and BKB. Now instead it's going to be Troll just walking in here.
Again, no fear, he's got the Aegis. He's got his team behind him smoked up. Jenik is going to roll forward because they do manage to find PP on the back lines. Got two different fights going on. Jenik not looking like he's going to survive. On the back, they managed to keep Slatums alive. They'll use that false promise, but Knight, look at him. He's doing so much damage. He's trying to grab himself this Adrian, and he's just not able to quite get there. There it is, the Cookie hop. Oh no, he's trapped. He can't get down. Oh no, what a disaster, Cookie. A good try, but not how that was supposed to work.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Void Spirit immediately there, or losing the Void Spirit from the fight. He got caught sitting in a tree line thinking he could maybe make a play, but got hexed early by Lion there. Now this high ground push is coming in Aegis, still online for 2 minutes on Troll.
Yeah, he's not worried about this at all. He's got his team right behind him. MJZ was able to go use his ultimate to save his mid player. Oscar's just dead. He can't do anything. He does not have the range to be able to stay alive against what they're tossing out.
21-4, and there is no way you're going to defend the mid-racks here. The Troll is not backing up.
And he's just doing a little dance. He's got his party hat on. He's like, man, I feel like celebrating like I'm about to make it into the next the next round of TI quals, guys.
Yeah, only one round remaining after this, and they're looking fantastic to close out the game. Alacrity Troll keeps pushing here.
They don't even have God Strength on Sven when he's... Like, yeah. I don't know how they do this.
No BKB, no God Strength. And even if you did have it, going into a Troll with BKB and Aegis, like, what are you gonna do? There's even Oracle sitting behind. Not that he is ulti right now, but he can still do a good job protecting.
Feels like a very anticlimactic way to end up the series. But another tornado with the meatball right onto Zhenik. They cannot go for full megas. That is the little light of hope here for the side of Mad Kings. They do have a tier 2 still up. But Adrian having to be very careful. He's trying to just farm as ferociously as possible. It's just proving to be very difficult. They smoke up, though, on the side of Mad Kings. They're going to see if they might be able to get onto the high ground, get some advantage for the upcoming fight. It just feels very hard to do.
This is a desperation move right here. This is like one of the last chances you have basically to stop this game from completely being decided. You already lost 2 lanes of racks at 22 minutes in, so you need to find a connection here. This smoke has to work.
There's not much in terms of buyback either. You've got buyback on your 2 support. Oh, Illick. PP's caught in a very awkward position as Zhenik rolls onto the back lines, but they're going to lose PP pretty fast, and the Aegis is going to get reclaimed, but doesn't seem to matter. They'll lose Monster, and now Knight is just chasing after Adrian here. He wants this kill. Starts putting his attention over to Oscar. We'll use a little cookie hop. It's going to end up getting netted and is not going to survive this. As Sven finding the other opening will take down MJZ. Casualties on both sides. Another roll coming out from Zhenik. He started off, he got right into those back lines immediately, and Knight is not happy about this. He's hoping that maybe he can get, not going to be able to go for it. And now, you can see that Adrian teleporting away, needing to get back. And while this is happening, the rest of Mad Kings, they should be respawning soon, but it's still looking tough.
Yeah, they're coming back, but I mean, you don't have the tools to take the fight. You used your Sven ulti for that fight as well. There was a good attempt by Earthspirit going in and trying to keep the Oracle away from everybody, but on the front line, however, they got a nice vacuum into double disable there, and the fight just didn't go their way at all. Now even their Tormentor is getting stolen here as Troll turns his attention towards it.
I mean, it gives them a little bit of time, right? Because of the fact that they don't have the Oracle, they don't have Aegis anymore. So it feels like Thunder probably going to play cautiously because they don't have the insurance policy for their Troll right now.
Yeah, you have time. The problem is that losing both mid and bottom racks, you already have duties of just pushing out these lanes. So making any form of aggressive move here, it's going to be so far away since you don't have your auto towers anymore, and it's going to be very difficult to connect anything. However, they're still going to try. They have the smoke coming out.
I mean, Knight's showing himself in mid lane, but they have to assume that the rest of the squad is right behind him. And that's a nice rune, although it does end up... Oh, it's an even nicer rune. Knight says, that's fine. I'll happily take a double damage over a haste any day. And he pings out. He's like, yeah, I want this top area. Let's go. That's one thing I really like about Knight as a player. It just feels like he knows exactly when to lead the charge.
Yeah, he's good at identifying when he can go somewhere and play towards objectives. He has the Oracle behind him, so even without Aegis here, feels like he already has that sense of security anyway. And yeah, he's just laying into the tower already.
Yeah, MJZ trying to get in the perfect position so that way he does not get jumped on the back lines as they've tried to do before. Look at Adrian, though. He's got the God Strength going. He's smoked up. He's waiting for that opportune moment. And he does manage to get MJZ, so he's dead. Now, Knight having to just fight through. And they have these Snapfire kisses coming out from Oscar, but they have the BKB, so it doesn't seem to matter too much. Beautiful wall vacuum combo coming out now from Darks here. This tornado up in the air, trying to land over onto Adrian. Not going to be able to connect the Sunstrike. The only one they've lost so right now is the Oracle, and it just doesn't seem like they're going to want to stop. Still, all right, the jump forward. Oh, beautifully done by Knight, though, as the Troll immediately turns back around, uses that ultimate to stay alive and just mow through everyone. Waga, I don't know, this is looking like the end. GG's come out. Thunder Awaken is going to the next level. They're going to be able to go fight with AcatSuki for a spot to play in the International.
Yeah, they're just absolutely dominant in this series here. Too strong of a game for Knight. He was dominating from start to finish. Same with Sladem, to be honest, but Knight felt like they tried to make moves to shut him down. We can see them coming up and hugging him there. Was it Knight and Knight hugging, I think, a little bit after the win there. But yeah, you can see the team feeling pretty happy as they are one series away now from qualifying to TI. They just need to take down AcatSuki next. But yeah, that was a well-deserved victory here in the final game, and Mad Kings has to feel bad for him. They were so close to getting to this, final round of TI qualifiers.
I mean, they made quite a run throughout this qualifier because I think a lot of people were very surprised. They were thinking, Infamous is going to do it or Infinity, they're going to make it. But Mad Kings made it all the way to semis, which is nothing to sneeze about. But today it just feels like, Thunder, they're just the stronger of the teams. You saw that intent that they moved with. You saw the leadership coming out. Honestly, I'm really excited. This sounds so stupid, but, MNZ and MJZ have a lot of history between the two of them. MJZ used to be the pocket support pick for MNZ. Now he's going to have to face off with him with AcatSuki. And I'm curious how much of that inside, I know how he plays is going to come in. To that series. But yeah, no, Thunder, Slatums, making these great rotations early. That's exactly what I want to see. It had some really nice wall vacuum combos. Just really, really pleased with the way that they played this.
Yeah, overall they, just did a great job utilizing their supports as well. I think that the Troll had such a fantastic game, but a lot of it also comes down to not only the supports, but the movement of the entire team. You could see that all of Thunder Awaken were understanding what they needed to do to break the initiative of this sort of early game-esque lineup with the Undying, right? The Undying wants to dominate laning stage, but he really didn't. The bottom lane went decent, but every move they made towards top was completely shut down by Invoker coming in and both the supports playing together, and that just made Knight get, kill upon kill upon kill, and he was free farming so hard.
Yeah, I actually really love the way that Slatums and Knight, the support, were moving about the map early on, recognizing that, hey, with, the Tornado, with the Finger of Death, with the Earth Spike, and with Cold Snap, we can get a kill almost every single time. Let's make this happen. And unfortunately, I felt like PP was the one who ended up suffering the most, and that should be a difficult kill, right? This should be a hero that's fairly slippery. But every single time, they just managed to, line up each of their just spells perfectly to ensure that they killed him.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit curious why they opted to not run the Earth Spirit mid, as I think that matchup would have been, even stronger against the Invoker than the Void Spirit would have been. But, he went for the Void Spirit. Sadly, he was not part of any single kill in this game on Void Spirit, which is almost unheard of. That's such an active mid-ganking hero, but all his rotations were completely predicted and shut down by the movements of Thunder Awaken. So they were just on top of their game, had a good read. And I think if Thunder Awaken play like this, if they play like they did in this final game here, they can definitely take AcatSuki, but I still think that they have a tough match ahead of themselves.
Yeah, I would definitely say that this one felt like it could go either way. Honestly, when I first saw both of them matched up, I was like, I think Thunder should have a bit of an edge, but I'm not 100% sure who's going to come out victorious. And I definitely think that Mad Kings put up a good fight. A little bit disappointing, like you were saying, PP really struggling on this this Void Spirit again. Not the most popular hero right now either, but it just felt like he didn't get to have a game. And I felt like when Mad Kings really were shining, really were, looking dominant, it was because PP had a great mid and was able to really catapult off it. Not so much this time. Adrian also very talented, he was playing on okay, so let's break that. AcatSuki, right? So he was playing with them on Infinity until they left, and then MNZ replaced them and they became AcatSuki. So this guy's good too. Knows a lot of has a lot of skill, knows a lot of strategy, and was bringing it to Mad Kings. But it just, at the end of the day, they just weren't any match for, the way that Thunder played in this game and the way that Knight really just exploded on this Troll Warlord, who is our MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing very, very clean in this game. Overall, he was, dealing very well with three heroes diving him under tower. He positioned correctly, used his spells correctly, and overall just, be it early game or later on in the game. There we go. There's the troll.
We love the other Knight, too. See, this is why you can't have two people that have homonym names, guys.
Yeah, Knight and Knight. But yeah, he was absolutely just having a free game here on Troll. Thanks to his team, but what he did with that free game as well was not just sit back and do nothing. He played very active. He ran in, invaded the enemy triangle. He, took the charge. He got the Aegis and just decided to go high ground pretty early as well. So the confidence he played with, I think, is really telling. I think he's definitely been one of the standout carries here in the regionals for sure.
There's no EU bias in that at all.
I mean, no, actually not.
I'm giving you a hard time, Wog.
I actually didn't even think about that, but it's true. We got the Belarus carry here in South America going absolutely crazy on the Troll. But no, he's he's played with such confidence. I think that's the big word that speaks to his playstyle. Once he gets his items, he just flies in, finds someone to pick off, and his team rallies behind him.
I think that seems to be one of the big things I always take away from South America is you'll get certain players that really stand out, that really shine during these qualifiers. And I would say that Knight definitely is one of those in particular. And a lot of this now comes down to, can the team back him up? Can they activate him? Because that's one of the things with him too, is that if he gets activated, if they set him up for success, he will absolutely do his part. He will live up to his part of the bargain and he will bring you to victory. But he needs to have, the right combination behind him. And the same thing can be said, Mad King's talking about PP. Like PP consistently, you have people who are, impressed with his play. Pake is another player that I think has started to really start to erupt and shine. So that's really the fun of these regional qualifiers, besides seeing who's going to be able to go to TI, but also seeing the growth of these young talents and seeing where they're going to end up eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different skill in the region. It's ultimately just going to come down to who find a better mesh of different players that work well together. And, both these teams, Mad Kings and Thunder Awaken, it's looking, it's looked really good at times and then really shaky at times too. And they need to tighten it up now on the side of Thunder Awaken as they advance here and win. I wonder if they're going to be able to, work out some of the issues that we've seen. Because I know that AcatSuki, we talk about them a lot here, but they honestly have looked just one step cleaner, I would say. And their lowest hasn't been quite as low as what we've seen from Thunder Awaken, because sometimes they just really take the backseat type approach. Just say, okay, it's fine, enemy, do whatever. We just kind of let the game go into a lull. And against really skilled teams, you might get punished when you do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the South American qualifier. South America, when you think of these, qualifications, these teams, these players, this region, you think very active, very violent, very bloodthirsty, and very aggressive. So that's what I want to see coming out from Thunder Awaken as they go into this match against AcatSuki. No sitting back and saying like, nah, this is fine, we got this. They're not going to give you that breathing room. So they need to bring their A game, and I'm sure AcatSuki is going to bring theirs, because that is going to be our next series here on this channel, and it's going to be amazing. Waga and I, we're going to say goodbye for now. We're probably going to be sitting over in that chat watching with y'all, and I'm sure it's going to be absolutely awesome. So go get your break, go stand up, do whatever you need, and we're going to see who is the next team who makes it into TI.
of the South American regional qualifiers for the international. And of course, what could be better than finishing it off with a second slot for South America? My name is T Panda, and of course, joining me once again here is Fear, the old TI champion, knows everything about TI, about winning TI. And we are going to be taking you on a road here. This one series, but it's been, a couple days. We finished North America last week, or at the start of this week, and then we went straight on to SA with some more lovely, beautiful dotes. And man, it has been a lot of three-game series here at the SA bracket, Fear. How's this journey felt for you?
I mean, it's been pretty good. I have been joining the games. I really like it when the series are close as well, and that's exactly what we got here. I think this next matchup is going to be quite exciting as well. If you go all the way back to Thunder Awaken's journey and how they ended up in the lower bracket, well, they got sent there by VKS, the team that is already qualified for the international. They got that #1 spot here. And that game went to 3 games, of course. And then ACAT, they lost to VKS as well, but that was one of the rare 2-0s here. And I think this is going to be a real show of like who is the second, third best team here. I think it's very much like deserved to see these 2 teams in the upper bracket final. And we'll see who's going to be the second best.
Indeedly so, and only one of these 2 will be the one to go through, the team that stays third. It's going to be a bittersweet defeat for sure. So you don't want to lose it easy. You want to keep it in your mind that we tried our absolute best in the moment where it mattered the most. And of course, Thunder Awaken already having that series victory from earlier on today versus Mad Kings. Got themselves a bit of a 30-40 minute break there in between to do a little bit of prep, a tiny bit of a breather as well, and now hopefully ready to go. And obviously, you know, they've already warmed up. We don't know much about AcatSuki, what their preparation for the day has been like. We all only know that they had a bit of a one-sided affair with VKS in that upper bracket final where they just, you know, got out-drafted, outplayed, and just couldn't really get themselves on the board. So hopefully they've woken well into this day and prepared to take this head on versus Thunder Awaken. But Mad Kings, just a quick notion. I feel like they came in with a storm. They took that first game off of the series in a 62-minute long brawl. I was looking at that game like, yeah, this feels like it could be a Thunder Awaken game, but Bloodseeker stronger than PA. Sounds a bit weird to say because PA has been such a dominant force so far, Fear.
Yeah, and Bloodseeker's always been one of those heroes that is incredibly good versus the PA. As a PA, you want to go in and out of the fights, right? Rely on that blur to get to where you want to be. But if you're ruptured, you're not going anywhere, right? So that is one of the matchups that is quite good versus the PA. And PA sometimes just can't do it alone. If you have a bad laning stage where the net worth is too much for you, not even this hero can just win every single game, even if you are quite farmed.
And now it's just down to this one series matchup here as Mad Kings, they did drop out versus Thunder Awaken, and it is going to be AcatSuki versus Thunder Awaken for that final spot. And we're looking at the, Thunder Awaken, the most DPC points gathered from the DPC out of the teams from SA that did not directly qualify for TI. And AcatSuki also with a couple points racked up. But these, I was already kind of talked about this roster, is very tested. It is respected, it is renowned throughout their players in the SA region. Still to quite make that international mark. Could that just be this one series that finally lets them shine on the international stage? The matchup is tight. The matchup is really tight. 9 Peruvians and 1 single Belarusian player, Smiling Knight, the carry player for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and bringing in some Europe flair to the region here. I believe he's the only European playing in the region, and he's playing carry position as well, and he's been looking really good, especially that game I was watching him play the Medusa there in that quick 30-minute game that they won in game number 2 there in their last series. He didn't really make many mistakes there. Good itemization, great Medusa play. He does like playing most all of the meta heroes here, and he's playing back some of the old heroes as well. I did mention that Medusa. He's got 3 games on it. We'll have to see what he has in store for us. As being the only non-Peruvian player is definitely going to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, he's
different type of
place.
play style.
He's in a very interesting place for sure. The ex-carry player for once Gambit Esports, and before that Team Empire for a very long time, and then went straight to there into one move. And now spent basically his entire DPC year in Thunder Awaken in South America. You talked about the Medusa. That's his most played hero. 59 games, 69% win rate in total. You talked a lot about these Faces, Voids, the Trolls, the TBs. That's his top 4. He literally plays all of the meta heroes right there, but he can be flexible outside of that too. And looking at some of these stat numbers, comparing with these 2 teams, I do see a Mad Kings logo there, but don't let it bamboozle you too much there, because it is Thunder Awaken that we're talking about. Pretty tight when you think about it. Plenty of games already under the board. Thunder Awaken, a couple games more than that versus AcatSuki as well.
I mean, as mentioned before, we're going to see the stats change a little bit here. So.
Hey.
I mean, a little better stats here, as they were able just to take out Mad Kings there in a 2-1 fashion. The more games you win, normally the better stats. You like a lot more hero damage here from Thunder, and as we saw through ACAT yesterday, they're not particularly interested in hitting heroes too much as they are getting their farm and playing that late game. Hopefully it's not too greedy against a team like Thunder. Hopefully they learned their lesson playing against VKS there, kind of getting slapped 2-0 there. I want to see a bit more aggression. I want to see Leo style, not necessarily try to play to win his lane, play these Shadow Fiend TAs. He's great on these heroes, but his heroes like Puck, Ember, he's great on these heroes as well. Maybe that's what they need. Just let Kataro be the hard carry for the team and really just support him going forward here.
Yeah, the region has been playing a variety of different types of heroes so far, and I'm actually kind of surprised maybe about 1 or 2 factors for SA. Not the Treant Protector, not the Undying, but actually rising into some of those top-ranked heroes with only a couple games played. The Slark has actually slithered his way into the top 4 with a 2-1 scoreline right before the Ember Spirit. There's a couple, because mainly 6 bans versus Slark. That's a 100% win rate. Every single Slark ban has led into a victorious game for the side who banned that hero. It's not a very one-sided story, but that's already a couple numbers racked up on the board. So that also talks about the team more than it does about the hero. So it is a bit of a surprising step going into the top 5 at least. But nothing out of the ordinary, would you say, when you compare like South America to what East Europe was playing earlier on today, finished off the East European spots, the slots as well, or maybe to the NA meta?
Well, I will say one big difference between these two teams is probably going to be the carry players. Where you have like Kataro, he likes playing more of these Chaos Knight, Terrorblade, PA is also on there, and of course you mentioned that Slark as well. Not particularly the most meta heroes, maybe the PAs, maybe the Slark, but then you got heroes from Knight, and we're talking like the Sven, the Troll, the Gyrocopter, Faceless Void. These are all heroes that Kataro has not yet to play, and these are heroes that Knight has been just spamming, and these are more of the meta carries, and these are the type of carries that you kind of want to play around. And if you look at Slatum's, the mid laner for Thunder, he's going to be more of that space maker. He wants to play, of course, your Invoker, your Tiny, Pangos, Ember type of heroes. On the other side, you have Leo style. We see him yesterday. He wants to play that Shadow Fiend. He wants to play that TA. Maybe there's going to be a Huskar in the mix, maybe a Lina. And if you can't shut down your lane with these type of heroes, you're kind of only hurting your carry player a lot by doing that. So we'll see if ACAT and their idea to play the game very risky playstyle will pay off, or will be another situation where the lanes don't go very well and they just kind of fall apart because they don't have that ability to team fight or make things happen on the map.
True. That's a very notable point, because AcatSuki, I feel like they were getting outdrafted to the sense that their 1s and 2s look very similar. They do exactly the same job. Technically, they're heavy right clickers, they're heavy damage dealers, but they have no variance. Like, you usually want to have a mid that is either able to like set the tempo early on, like, you know, rotation ganks, maybe a control ability added into the mix, like heroes like Storm Spirit, for example. You've got the Vortex, you've got gank potential, can make things happen on your own or with your team. But now you had a 1 and 2 that always needed the team. So it required Kiri to be there, required Prada to be there, needed Frank to have a good game, which he didn't in game number 1, especially. Both offlaners were struggling, and it was just basically who has the better offlaner to a sense to offer to the team. Brewmaster versus Underlord, well, pick your poison.
For sure. And going into this matchup here, do you have a favorite? I think I have a favorite going into this one, just based off of what I've seen them play. And I think the favorite for me, it's ever so slightly, because I think this matchup's going to be very close, and you always got to keep in mind, it's TI time. The nerves are always here. The preparation's going to be a very big thing. VKS, we talked to KJ a little bit. He said they were super prepared for this. They felt like they couldn't really like lose because of how much preparation they had here. So that's going to take definitely a factor into it. But I do think, even though Thunder had the longer route here, they're looking a little better to me, just as far as like what their preparation looks like. And I just really do feel like ACAT may be a little shook after that loss to VKS, but let's see if they can shake it off, because they definitely need to going into the series.
All right. So you've maybe changed sides a little bit, because remember yesterday you were saying that AcatSuki was the team you were potentially rooting for, but rooting for versus tempo and momentum, maybe that also changes a little bit, as the Thunder Awaken have had that one series to play before, and AcatSuki coming in fresh, and no longer does the coach actually believe in the power of anime for some reason, because he's taken the headband off, and you know, it's back to a laid-back office. T-shirts all over. Just, you know, just a normal series of Dota, right, guys?
Yeah. I mean, as you know, all sports fans, right? You're going to be biased towards the team, but you can be realistic that you don't think they're actually going to win here. But I don't think it's going to be that extreme here. I just think TA is looking a little more crisp right now than ACAT, but I think it's still probably like maybe a 40-60. It's still going to be pretty close to me.
I guess when you set things on the long run, Thunder Awaken has been more capable throughout the year, maybe compared to the Infinity roster of AcatSuki. But we'll see. We'll see how things develop as the Game 1 draft is available for you. As you can see, the bans are already going at a very high speed, and we got our first picks coming in right after this AcatSuki ban. And we've taken out the Shadow Fiend from Leo Stahl. There goes Devil/Frank's Nature's Prophet, his Beastmaster, his Brewmaster. They're like, yep, Frank, you go and pick your hero now. We're going to take everything away.
Yeah, Frank does have a pretty big hero pool, though, so I'm not super worried for them. And the big one was like the Shadow Fiend, right? Just, even though Leo Stahl didn't win that game, just so much respect for his Shadow Fiend throughout the region that they just won't even let him, because they know he will early pick this. And they know he'll probably do well in the early game, and they don't want to allow that to happen. They want to shut him down from start to finish, or not give him his most comfortable hero. And we're going to see a repeat of what has been very popular throughout this tournament, the Darkseer first pick into the Treant Protector. We might see different bans come out. We saw Troll becoming more and more of a popular hero here. I feel like Darkseer has a decent amount of bad matchups. As you Sven's obviously good. Faceless Void is the go-to of last patch. Bloodseeker, the other Seeker.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good because you have the Rupture and the Sustain in the laning stage. And then, yeah, of course, the Troll now, you can Dispel Surge. The laning stage is fine. The Troll Illusion doesn't hurt that much. A lot of different answers to the Darkseer now. Makes me wonder, does it have the same potency as it did in the previous patches? AcatSuki thinks so we'll see how it pans out.
And it's also their first Darkseer pick of the tournament, because I'm seeing 9 picks in total for Darkseer, but for AcatSuki, I cannot find a statistic for this one, so they're not the ones to play it. SA's other picks have been going to the other teams. You could say Noping Esports, they had a couple picks going their way. Thunder Awaken has the majority of it. They have 4, where it's a 3-1 win rate. But already going into the second phase, as we banned out a lot of these cores, the Treant Protector and the Lion to follow things up. So we have some team fight already added into the mix. You have these supports that are both strong in the laning stage and also have their uses throughout every stage of the game. And AcatSuki, all right, they're just ramping up the tempo here.
Yeah, and Qhali, he's been playing this Tiny, so potentially can go mid if you pick something that Tiny can punish, or if you find a better form. But this looks like 2 supports to me, most likely. But I wouldn't rule it out, because the Skywrath is a hero that can be played at 4. However, if we kind of just look at the hero pools of how these guys are doing, Prada, he's been liking the Sky, and then of course Qhali, he's been enjoying the Tiny, so most likely due to their past games, this will probably be their 5/4 combo with the Darkseer in the off lane. And then outside of that, Thunder Awaken, they need to respond to this. Just 2 supports, you don't see much. You do see the carry or the offlaner, so you could pick your carry if you want to win your lane matchups, or do you save it and have the carry versus carry matchup? That has been more favorable for a long time now, so oftentimes you'll see offlaner being responded with another offlaner, sometimes the mid laner, but most likely we're gonna have to see 2 heroes though, right? So they will have to make a decision on what they want to show here. Do they want to save their mid for last, or do they want to save their carry for last? And in a rare case, you could do your offlaner, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, they still got their options open on the order, which way they want to take it here. But already seeing the Tiny and the Skywrath Mage, there's no real combo going for the Skywrath, at least in your usual pause 3, because the Darkseer is just down to the vacuum. You're not going to get a whole lot off of this Mystic Flare unless you've got another single target lockdown spell for the team. So we'll see if Kataro decides to bring, say, for example, a carry with a stun. Most notably, something like, probably not this game, but like a CK, you know, single target stun that you can benefit the Mystic Flare off of. And Thunder Awaken, they're going to bring out another classic for Mr. Smiling Knight. It looks like his carry Morphling is already brought up this early. So that's going to put AcatSuki thinking, what's the counter going to be? And, you know, are we liking this Lycan?
I see what you did there. I mean, the hero itself is pretty strong. I'm sure normally it's picked against the Morphling in a lot of games, but if you look at heroes like Skywrath, he hates playing versus the Lycan. So what this shows me is that they want to play this early tempo type of lineup. You have Lion for your stun. Shri can also be that guy that runs around the map with invisibility if you get to that shard to kind of set things up. And if you ever see the Sky, you're eliminating him here. Now you put yourself in a position where ACAT, they really enjoy playing these illusions here. I was going to say, like the Terrorblade, the Nagas, these are going to be free. However, the Naga against Lion is a matchup that some Naga players try to avoid, because once you get that shard, all those illusions will die. But Lion isn't the hero that buys anything that protects herself against the Orchid, so most likely we will see an Orchid being built by the Naga, and that'll be priority target number 1 on this line. So Lion's positioning is going to be key. Is he going to be in a position where he can get that mana drain off with the shard, or will he just be assassinated first in these fights by a Naga, Tiny, Skywrath? These heroes can get to those backlines and kill you pretty easily. But the lane is free. Let's just put it that way. Naga will have a free lane, and the matchup versus Morphling is incredibly good for the Naga. They had 2 choices there between the TB, which is also really good versus the Lycan, and pretty good versus the Morphling. But now they're going to choose for the Naga, and it is pretty scary. And I think if you're Thunder Awaken here, you're going to need something else that can help deal with this Naga. I don't think the line drain on mana is going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not enough exactly. Like, even with that shard pickup, it's not going to be it's not going to be nearly enough right now. Morphling and Lycan, I think the Morphling maybe struggles a bit here, just a tiny bit. Not too much. Lycan at least would love to just pick off single targets like the Skywrath Mage, the easy kills to look for around the map with that shapeshift. But maybe they'll find something. Maybe they'll find something for their potential mid slash... Well, I don't think the Lycan's going to be going into mid, so very likely just the mid missing out here. We got a bit of a Meepo ban going out as well, taken away from Sledems.
And I think if you're in a position like this, really, Leo style just needs to play for this Naga. Naga's going to be the win condition. You're blind picking your hero. Pick something stable here. I don't necessarily want to see the Tiny. I think taking away heroes like... I don't think you want a Leshrac here, but it is something that is maybe worth banning so they don't get it on ACAT, especially if you want to take away Slatum's Ember or something in a spot like this. But we'll see. It is Leo style here. He gets the choice of the draft here. I think all he really needs to do in a draft like this is play something that Sky can play around with, get some kills with. Ember comes to mind, also is a bit of a block pick as well. But if you do pick Ember here, I think potentially an inevitable Leshrac will come your way, which could be a really good pick here for Thunder Awaken if they do enjoy playing it. So far they haven't played it yet, so they're just banning out the comfort. The last Slatum's hero that's left in the pool is going to be this Ember Spirit. And if they take it away, he won't really have a hero that he's played this tournament yet, as everything else has been taken or banned out.
Maybe it's time for the trump cards, right? You know, pull out a surprise, ace out of the sleeve. We'll see what they decide to go for here. At least you've got a lot of team fights set up. You've got some pick-off potential combos coming out here on the side of AcatSuki. You might as well utilize some of that. We'll see what they decide to pick up in the end. Thunder Awaken, at least, they do get the response. Because that's also going to mean, is it Tiny? Is it this 5th pick for AcatSuki going to be going into the mid lane? You already talked about the Tiny 4, so that's something they could lean on to. Why don't we see mid-Sky anymore, Fear?
When have we ever seen mid-Sky?
I don't think we've ever seen it.
And then Leo style, tried and true. He just cares about his laning stage that much. This hero against Lycan is not good. Even against Morphling in the late game, not good. But this does put Thunder Awaken in a position where it's going to be hard to pick a mid laner that beats Lina. There just isn't many. However, if you pick a Lesh or you pick an Ember here and you get outside of that laning stage, that will be incredibly good for the game. So ACAT, tried and true, Leo style, he wants to win this lane. He wants to make sure mid lane is a hard thing to come back from. And when you lane against these heroes like the Lina, the Shadow Fiend, first phase ban TAs, He's sticking to his guns here, a little bit greedy, and then the Leshrac will come out because they just want the hero that's good for the game. So yet again, Thunder Awaken really prioritizing their just overall draft and making sure it looks good and it counters what it needs to counter, where ACAT going for a bit more greed as usual, as your 3 cores do require a lot of farm here. So yet again, a lot of pressure on Qhali. At least he is on that tiny this game around instead of like a Nature's Prophet that can help make the plays across the map.
So, to start things off here with this best of 3, not a best of 5, to get this first game underway, you've got your capability for AcatSuki to kind of enter a stage of the game where they feel they're going to be super strong. They got this somewhat of a snowball effect if Leo Style once gets himself a good laning stage, and then pull out the Naga to regroup and join with the rest. But there's a weakness on this draft. And those are kind of squishy heroes that we're looking at, especially in terms of the Lina, the Sky. Those are pretty easy kills for Thunder Awaken, just quickly burst out of the fight. So Kataro going to be awake with his songs, and Darkseer, most likely going to be an aura builder for the team, also needs to be around a lot during those team fights. But who bursts faster, Fear? Who gets to, you know, just evaporate heroes quicker? You got Laguna Blades on one side, Finger on another, Mystic Flares, tiny combos, Morphling adaptive strikes like Leshrac. There's just so many kind of tools on both sides that if anybody gets picked off of the map, that's a quick deleted hero and you can look for more.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're looking at burst, ACAT definitely has more burst there, but if the fights go long, that heavily favors Thunder because more mana drains are going to come out. This Leshrac is a damage over time hero. And I think these 2 heroes are going to be critical for this game. Same with the Lycan. He's going to whittle at you. And if you don't kill a hero really quick, and if you look at the combination too, the Darkseer, he doesn't have a lot to play with. He does have something though, like the Vacuum into Avalanche into Light Strike Array are possibilities that they can play with. But it's not like some Disruptor or something that you oftentimes see, or, you know, some Black Hole. It's going to be a little different where these BKBs, if they come online, are going to be an issue. But my biggest issue with ACAT, as always, have they gotten too greedy? And when you play greedy, one thing is very important. The laning stage goes well. And Devil, he's had horrendous laning stages, and it's not really his fault. The team has chosen to sack him, and they haven't really had an out for him. And I'm a little worried for this Nagatu going to laking. You're playing versus Lesh. You're playing versus the Lion. Maybe you can make it happen. I feel like ACAT just has to play better this game than Thunder to win it. And it's always a possibility, though.
Out of all the Darkseers we've seen so far, most of them have been topping net worth thanks to a good laning stage. So maybe Devil is also riding on the high of what the rest of the teams have been able to do. And as we go to game number 1 with the first 10 seconds, you know what time it is. The horn sounds, and we're ready to go for the lower bracket finals and looking for a potential first blood here. Qhali and Knight both dropping fairly low. The Tiny going to be pulled here into the side of the river, and the Wolves blocking his escape. Qhali will fall, and MJZ from Thunder Awaken is going to take first blood as they force out Prada and Devil back to the lane. And it's going to be a Treant to get the first blood. Not exactly the hugest kill, but still a first one for him.
Depends on what he buys. It can be, because this hero is a strong laner. It looks like he'll pull out another Mango, more regen for the Morphling. Of course, you want Morph to get that first blood. There's like 0% chance Morph could have got that. He didn't even participate. He just kind of got right-clicked a little bit there. And really good play. Got to give a shout-out here to Illick here that he was able to get the Wolves down there and get the body blocks. Being in the right place, right time, and Devil... Maybe with Tiny dying level 1, he might find himself in a little bit of curious positioning here. But I don't think you want to chase this if you're Knight. This wave is going to go into your tower.
Yeah, you want to go for the CS here. Knight, at least he's got his 1 melee creep, so he will secure the range. But that's a wave dying right under the tower. Not in the best position, indeed. For the Morphling, you don't want to miss out on that early CS, even if you are in XP range.
They did force the TP, though, from Darkseer, so... Yeah, I guess there's always that.
Ups and downs, pros and cons.
Yeah, we've seen
everywhere.
Devil in the laning stage have some disastrous results, and one of those disastrous results would be if he dies with this no TP, right? So, he's got to be a little bit careful here.
They're also denying some of those creeps away from him, making sure this Darkseer is just going to be deprived of CS, hinder his capability of coming back into the game. Also, the top lane matchup with this Lycan versus the Sky and the Naga. How do you feel like this lane is going to be going? Because it usually is like the Lycan just kind of on the receiving end. Naga probably has a bit of an advantage here.
Like, I mean, this Naga has a huge advantage. Once you get up to your treads and have this level, even level 3, level 4, it feels like you just really can't do anything as a Lycan anymore against these illusions. You have the Earth Spike that helps a little bit.
That was a close attempt. Slotham's almost going down in mid.
Yeah. But yeah, the level 1 Naga isn't really too scary, right? Because you don't. The illusions have a pretty long cooldown. They die pretty easily to spells, but eventually at some point in this stage when he no longer cares. All right, he's gonna bully a little bit.
Yeah, I thought he would actually turn around for the Dragon Slave and just keep on going, but we'll leave him low. You know, just force him out of the lane for the time being, force him to pop those bottle charges.
But you're not just threatening his CS too hard here. Like, it's still 11-6 on Slatums here. He's just winning mid lane right now, and Leostar has used most of his resources to try and bully Slatums out, but I don't think he has done enough right now. But he still has some room for, I wouldn't say recovery, but to try and win this lane. And getting a kill would be a great way to start that, but it looks like he'll probably just back out on Slatums here. I don't know if he walks back or goes and gets the bounty rune, but you know these mid laners, they love... I barely look at mid because most of the time they know what they're doing, and if you sit there and watch, like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. They just like playing life on the edge here.
Yeah. Definitely what they're looking for. And yeah, like the Leshrac just kind of chilling, just vibing.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Kind of the issue that was in that AcatSuki upper bracket matchup was that Leostar wasn't able to make a lot of rotations either with that Shadow Fiend. And their side lanes were already starting to get ever more in trouble. And meanwhile, that is all happening. The Tiny and the Treant Protector both going to be dropping in the bottom lane, but the cores remain alive. Devil, he's kind of low here, but he's finally getting some CS for himself as this Morphling has got more denies than he has CS accumulated in these first 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Top lane fighting again as well. Maybe they can get the Sky kill. Prada, Fairy Fire, one right click away from dying, and Knight will be able to get this one. So that will be another kill.
Qhali went over too. So Qhali going top, though, of course he can always take the gate, so like doing these silent rotations don't hurt as much, but Devil has to go back to base. Morph is going to continue to free farm, and yet another laning stage where Devil isn't finding a way to go toe-to-toe with the enemy carry, just giving complete free farm. Where you look on the other end of the map here, this Lycan, he's doing fine. Well, you know, I say that now, but he might be in trouble.
Yep, and they're going to go on him as they've got the control, they've got the damage. He won't be able to pop his magic stick either for a quick burst heal. That will not be enough for him. A good pick-off going there with Kiri. Perseverance, I guess, or patience
refill
maybe
mid
in
with
this
a
case.
smoke. This is a smoke play. Can they get Leo
actually a good one. They got the stun connecting on Leostar, and he's down. Knight helping out Slatims. And that will be a very important pick-off, but not what Leostar was hoping for, and he definitely does not like the idea of him being tipped in game 1.
He definitely does not, as he tips his former teammate and MJC here. And I've seen Knight do this a couple times now. Just use a smoke play, right? Just TP mid, smoke his mid laner, refill the bottle, and just walk up and kill the enemy mid laner. It's been a pretty cool play that I haven't seen anyone but him do. Very creative, and I love to see it every single time. But yeah, back to my point about the Lycan and the Darkseer. The Lycan, sure, you kill him, but his CS is on par, exactly the same as Naga in a matchup that just isn't good straight up for the Lycan, right? But Darkseer, on the other hand, great. Sure, it's not a great matchup here, but 35-20 to 14-2. Yet again, Devil is super struggling to make anything happen in these laning stages.
Yeah, even the Treant Protector is going past him, who was the person who got the first blood early on in this game. Now he's being picked up. He's literally just 8 gold behind, going past him.
It's definitely concerning.
Trouble he has. Yeah, he does. And now he's actually going to get slowed up and being hit by the tower. 6 seconds for Adaptive Strike. That's a good avalanche there from Kiri. We'll keep it at bay.
That's a good blocks by MJC, actually, to help his creeps go backwards. And what that happens is when you make your creeps go backwards, it makes them go back to Morphling's waiting arms, where he's just going to deny. And this is a... Darkseer does have boost, but no Vanguard quite yet. Not even close, but luckily he does have a healing Lotus, which will help him if he gets in big danger. And maybe this first blood on the Train Protector, you know, you see his net worth is high. Could be the difference maker, that early boots to chase him around, to bully him. Dota's a game of inches here, and things like first blood can drastically change a lane for one team. And Qhali, he's smoked. I think he wants to try and make a play on the Leshrac here. But Leshrac, he's nowhere to be found. He's just farming, and he has no mana. He's going back to base.
He's just running back to base. Even Prada just chilling in the trees here. They're going to
Another smoke.
But nobody's home. Nobody's here. Knight, he's starting to worry about what's going on. Where are the supports right now?
You have to know something's happening here. Honestly, if they bait Knight here and you get patient to go on him, you TP on Leshrac, that could be a turn.
MJZ, the slow's going to be there. Nice two-man stun there. Prada getting the slow one too as well. Knight trying to interrupt Qhali, who's coming out from the side. He's going to get followed up by the split earth stun, and this Tiny, he's in huge trouble, and Qhali will lose his life. He's a bit late for the party there, and he will pay for it. Haste rune denied by Prada.
Good denied. They might kill MJZ here too, but they don't want to go to the high ground, as they don't have vision up there, so he'll back up. If he had vision, I'm sure he would just toss Laguna and a Dragon Slave and he'd kill him, but without that vision, he has to walk into some very scary darkness there.
And off to a great start, Thunder Awaken, really prepared coming into this series.
Yeah, and Hot is
able
up
to keep it up
for the Lycan too. This is an incredibly fast timing. Your Naga was supposed to be bullying this Lycan. This is supposed to be a Naga favored matchup. And of course, if you thought Acat was greedy, let's be even greedier, as Naga has queued up a Midas here. Not even queued up, has committed by buying this Glove of Haste, as there's nothing else that you can make with this item on Naga Siren.
Decisions have been made. Like, we got to get this Naga up somehow. Or at least, you know, try to stay ahead of everybody else, despite the farming capability of mirror images and riptides popping all over the place. He is definitely going to need a bit of that extra. So going for the Midas, indeed, when your Darkseer is already having a tough time, and they know they have no playmaking capability. So they can only play around Leo style. But Leo style, we know, he also wants to farm. He also wants to get himself on board.
He does indeed here. And I will say Kataro, this is why I want to see him play around more, because he can be a greedy player. He doesn't have to be, but I think the thing is he's really talented. If you look at the NA leaderboards, Kataro is ranked 2 in North America right now, only being bypassed by EG's Whisper. And then behind him is even Beast Coast Gym Park. So he's a really good player, as you can see here, but I don't know if he's been given the opportunities to just get the floor. However, speaking of floor,
in trouble. Oh, the Hex just on time from Knight, but he doesn't have the stun, so Qhali going to be able to get the toss. The wall's going to be there, and they've got the Laguna Blade coming in as well. Leo's not going to get the stun onto the Lycan, and MJC is on the other side, and Qhali is just going to get chewed up by the Zoo as they finish off Leo style, and they're going to get a triple for this Lycan as he takes down the Tiny as well. And Darkseer wall didn't seem to do too much.
And what can you do? It's a Lycan, right? It doesn't slow him at all, so he can run through there with his creeps and everything, making things happen. And you're bringing 4 heroes to that fight. Sure, you get the Leshrac, which was a big kill. Don't get me wrong, but this Lycan, man, he got a triple kill off that. He's only a recipe away from just getting his Vlads now, too. This is going to be incredibly fast Overlord timing. And let me tell you, Lina, Skywrath, actually all these heroes, Tiny, Darkseer, they're going to be punished really hard, and especially if you get that Ancient Black Dragon. You have another tool to deal with the Naga illusions.
And now that you saw that Midas being revealed in the lane as well for the Lycan, it's like, guys, he's going for Midas. Let's, you know, push up, increase the tempo a little bit here. And they definitely can do that, because normally the Lycan, he just wants to farm his lane until he's finished off the Helm of the Overlord and then go. Well, AcatSuki thinking about jumping this Morphling here in the bottom lane. But it does have some kind of warning sound going over his head, like maybe I should just move away from here. Qhali is going to be TPing into mid. These supports, man, they're so under-leveled as well. Tiny's level 4.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Kataro real quick and finish my point here about how he's rank 2. He has a Smurf, too. So he's not only taking the number 2 slot in MMR in the region, he's also taking the number 6 slot on his Smurf. This guy is incredibly talented. We'll see what he can do on this Naga here. But it's just like, it's hard to say that like being able to farm with a Midas when you're already playing so greedy. Devil's having a bad game. Leo Style's game is mediocre at best behind every single core here. There's not much you can do.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot. This is not the hero that's gonna, you know, 1v5 basically. The Naga is a good addition to the whole staying alive in fights, sustaining damage, helping the others do damage as well. With the help of that Riptide, -8 armor reduction on any target. That helps out the Lina a lot, but it's not like this hero is just going to kill everyone on its own.
We'll have to see. As the game has slowed down a little bit, I think Nog is doing a respectable job of keeping the net worth even. But if you look at the
You have one job.
Things, I mean, yeah, he's doing a good job with that, right? Like, he has a Midas, he's hitting creeps, he's top net worth in the game. Your big issues come down to how sustainable is this net worth, right? You're piling it all on one hero, and this hero is going to have to play against a line with the Shard. It's going to have to play a Leshrac that is incredibly farmed in this game. It's not going to be one of those situations where Naga can just 1v5 the game with a lot of net worth, or at least it shouldn't be. We'll see what Kataro can do and when he wants to show up for fights. I don't think he should be showing up until... I mean, at least he has 3 items. Maybe Orchid is going to be essential this game, but then again, do you want to go the Orchid when you're playing versus a Leshrac? Maybe you need that early heart. A lot of decisions that Kataro has to make, and he's a very capable player. I'm sure he's going to make the, probably, if not the best decision, close to the best decision. But will it be enough? All eyes on, can you make some more space for this Naga? Leo Style, Aether Lens is online. Tiny, Blink Dagger, it's getting somewhat close, but not quite here. As Prada, he desperately wants to play with someone with this Skywrath. And they're just going to be smoked up sitting around Leo Style. And Leo Style was hit by that smoke as well. But is it going to result into anything? Or are they just going to put party hats on and chill? Maybe 14-minute rune, which they are not even going to get here as Wolves are here. They see it. They could deny it. Oh,
won't be able to do that just in time. But one big thing, since this Morphling hasn't been showing up too often, the rework on this Aghanims definitely does. I wouldn't say it hurts this hero, because it used to hurt the opponents much more than it did the hero itself. Because you've got all those stat gains and stat reductions on your opponent's side. Works a little bit different in today's Dota, at least. So maybe the Naga is kind of like, well, I'm okay. I won't be losing all of my agi. I won't be losing a big portion of my damage and my attack speed. Probably won't even... I'm not sure if it does even want to build an Aghanims on this Morphling, but even if you would,
I mean,
not
his
quite
axe
yet.
is so weird now. It's hard to really say if it's worth it or not.
Yeah, and Knight, he's going to pick himself up a Finger of Death stack there. Easy kill on this this Tiny. But I wanted to actually discuss a moment ago that we know Tiny wants to build Blink, but he really means it with those 4 Blinks in his quick buys.
I mean, he's making progress towards it. This is not going to be a fast Blink whatsoever, right, for the Tiny. As he's sitting on 8th net worth overall in the game. Even being surpassed by the position 5 Treant Protector.
Also the lowest level in the game.
And they feel like they really need this Blink too, right? Because you decided not to get a mid laner that makes rotations in the Lina. So their initiation pretty much just comes from just the fact that you do have the ability to blink in with a Tiny at some point. And you can see he's really prioritizing that. But this is a... I think he finishes at 14 minutes. Yeah, there's a 14-minute Helm of the Overlord pretty much after this tower. I mean, definitely after this tower. He's going to have drums on top of it. This Lycan, he's looking scary. This is exactly the type of game you want to have with the Lycan. It's a dream timing, honestly. 16-minute drums, Hod. Let's go Roche. Why not? Get an Aegis onto whoever you want here. They don't have to do it right now, but whenever they decide there's a good opening, the game gets a little stale, you're turtling a bit on ACAT, that is an option always open to them, as Morphling will come stop by here, and looks like the time is now.
Yeah, things
and now with this Aegis, you can either put... I think Leshrac is going to be the best hero to take this by far.
Yep.
But Morphling, if he does want to take it, it's going to show you that he's going to wants to play aggressive and quickly now. But I don't think you want to do that on Knight right now. I think you have a lot more items you need to farm up until you're ready for that. And I'm very curious to see what Knight does as far as his item build. The traditional build in this situation would definitely be just going for a butterfly into like a Data, Satanic, play for that level 20 talented waveform attacks, and you can actually just wave through the illusions and kill them, as well as be able to evade a lot of attacks with that butterfly from the illusions. But the Aghanims, it's an interesting thought. If you can just like make a Nog of your own,
Yeah.
that could be useful. I haven't seen it in action too much, but it's definitely different.
And you don't have to buy the axe necessarily. If you're in this of a commanding position in the game, just kill enough Roshans and eventually you'll get an Aghanim's Blessing. And then you might just pick it up for yourself if you want to. But we'll see. We'll see how that's
You can just make a Nog right on top of this hero. That's how it works.
I have no idea. I have not.
Yeah.
I think that's
So
how
you-
it works, I guess.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
Your guess
So
is
you can
as
just
good as mine
make a-
here.
No, I'm pretty sure how it works is you can just literally make a Naga that has all of Naga's basic abilities. So it's Mirror Image, it has Net, on top of being able to use your own hero on top of it. But if you press the button again, then you just teleport to that illusion and destroy it.
is under attack.
Yeah.
So-
That should be the way that it works,
Interesting.
at least. If I read that correct, because I've yet to see it.
Bottom tower has fallen.
But at least
Haven't
with that
seen Automorph, right?
smoke, they made themselves a bit of a move towards the bottom lane. Illich is going to be able to take that tier 1 tower out of the way. And the rest of ACAT, they're just kind of spreading all around the map. However, Leo style has been scouted out. I believe they just had enough vision with the Watcher. Plays down.
Is it Illich or Ilich?
Ilich, yeah.
Ilich. Illich or Ilich? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like
That's probably
you have
Illich.
and then you have the like Illich from the good old Cheshire Cat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Leo style. Oh, they found the target that they
Blink
wanted to
Dagger.
pick up in the first place, and look at that burst damage. We could have talked
man.
about it. That who bursts heroes first. Well, that's not
That's a
a lot
double
that they
blink.
need to do.
Radiant's top tower
Normally you see the line blinking and stun heroes like the Lina, but Lesh just bought a Blink Dagger because he's having such a good game. He's got Aegis is like, I'm going to blink and initiate, and you can't really react to this if you're a Lina, right? You don't have a get out of jail free card. Like maybe you can if you get to your own blink, or if you have a BKB, that won't help you versus Lion, but it might be able to help you against the Leshrac. You got multiple threats here, and yet again, I have to go back to Leo style and his hero choice for the game. It's just not working out. He needs to be able to win these lanes. If he wants to do this, he needs to be able to counter something. And I'm not sure what he's countering this game. He wants to
feel like
counter
they
the
wanna-
Morph.
They're looking to defend this top lane potentially, but they're just not continuing with the push here with the Morphling and the Lycan.
generation.
Made big rotations towards the tier 2, only to find that nobody's going to be around the area anymore. There is no smoke either, so they're not going to go on the aggressive. Just playing defensive for now, with that net worth lead. Even if this Naga slowly escaping the rest of the pack, you've got a lot of farmers on the side of Thunder Awaken, and Leo's not going to be caught again with that jump from Lestrak and Sladems. Just an extra stun from Lion. It wasn't even needed. It was already dead by the moment this Lesh found him.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. So at this point, it's kind of like all eyes on the Naga Siren. Can you do this? I don't know. He is very farmed. He does have Heart of Trosk on the way to Butterfly. And he's going to need more than just farm to win this game. He's going to need
It's a bit of
a team.
pep talk to his team. Well, I need one more item, guys. Just one more item, right?
That one more item will not help. No matter how many items he farms here, they're going to need a combination of spells. They're going to need that Vacuum into an Avalanche, into Lina dishing out some damage. And they're going to need to kill some key targets here. Maybe that can happen. 54 seconds left on the Aegis. Probably will not be used, but I would say it's already paid for itself. The amount of kills they kill. 2 kills on Lina now with this Aegis. It's pretty big for Sladems here, as he's going to continue to farm up items, going for that Kaya and Sanj next. And they're going to take a Tormentor, and they're praying that they get it online. He has it queued up, but, he is blessed. He just gets the shard for free. He knows he needed this
even
game.
better.
But now he gets a shard plus another mobility item. Maybe that turns into a Force Staff now for him, or a Glimmer Cape that might keep him alive.
Yeah, he even
And
had
they
his
smoke
shard
up.
lined
It's
up
time.
in his quick buy, but he's not going to need it. And now, let's see what they can do here. The first aggressive move
5-man smoke.
from AcatSuki.
Scanning.
Heading onto the high ground position, and Lion's going to be in front. Oh, he just
They
blinked
found
in.
him.
Does get the stun on 2. He's going to get followed up by Leo style and deleted.
That was a good target, but can you get more?
Looks
As
like
it
that's
looks
just
like
the only
they'll-
one.
yeah.
They'll spread it out.
Thunder will just disengage, be like, well, I'm dead. Wait for me. That was a 5-man smoke just to kill that pos 4 line. Not a bad result, but definitely not exactly what you're looking for.
Are scanning.
As Morph just picks up a greater Lotus there. I imagine he'll hand that over to Leshrac, but he can keep it himself if he wants to. Either way, great item to have.
Guessing the amount of heal and mana that you get from the magic wand, might as well just swap the wand out. Use
Yeah,
the
you
regular
could.
healing Lotus. And
I mean, it's
looks like
definitely
he might
more
just be
value.
doing that. Oh, he's just getting another ultimate orb. Okay. Yep, Scotty's almost ready.
Yeah, you want as many stats as you can on this Morph, so... I mean, Scotty will be there, then he can decide to do it. I think Lesh is a really good choice, too, because he has, like, an empty bottle, too. Either way, both these heroes are great with it. Nice to have. And you don't have a lot of chain stun, right, if you're on the side of ACAT. Tiny stun is great, Lena stun's great, but that's your burst. I have a feeling Morph won't die in those 2 spells.
Yeah, not anymore, at least.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And still holding on to a 7k lead on the side of Thunder Awaken. AcatSuki haven't been able to do much this game. Just one rotation, that's about it.
Illic now has an AC on top of all the items he already had.
That's a big
More
boy.
and more destruction. Yeah,
And that's your
drums,
Scotty, AC. They're both finished now, so they're looking for kills here.
Kaya Sanj online for Slatums too.
Morphling showing himself in the lane, but I feel like the way he was moving in from that creep wave, AcatSuki's like, guys, they're coming. Get out of the triangle right now. They're going all the way to the fountain as well. Devil's like, yep, I need more mana here on this Darkseer. But this Morphling is just going to take down these towers, and with the help of the Diabolic Edict, that tier 2 tower doesn't take too long to finish it off. They will get the glyph to pop. But they can easily just finish it off with that Black Dragon.
Tower has fallen.
Quite easily there, and they will pass over that greater healing Lotus to the Leshrac. Probably the best choice here to give it to him. That way he can continue to use this blink aggressively. And we've seen Slatum so far on this Leshrac. This early blink pickup right after the Bloodstone. It's been doing some work here, and most likely will continue to do work. But if we're talking about one hero on the map who hasn't really been able to do much but hit creeps, it's the Naga. But the one thing this Naga has done pretty well is keep up the farm. Already up to that Butterfly, has a heart of Tarosk. This hero is incredibly tanky.
Fury, you're going to get jumped on here as he popped this avalanche
Not
already in the
again.
lane. He's got no saving ability here. Leshrac going to get hit by the Mystic Flare, but he's not taking any damage. MJZ, beautiful overgrowth onto the back line as well. Naga going to get stunned up too, and Devil dropping low. Even the Laguna Blade, but it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything. They don't have that firepower. So Katara has to pop the song, and he's going to make sure everybody's able to teleport
died.
away. He doesn't actually have his own TP available.
Oh, they
and
got
they can
Blink
just
on
blink on
Lash.
top of him. There's the slow, the stun coming in as well, and he will just bait, he will pump fake that stun on the Lesh, force out the Manta, and still get the stun to connect on the Naga after. And yeah, all that farm just to die. He got everybody else out of there though.
But what can you do? I can't blame him whatsoever there. It's like he went with his hero, he tried to do things, but this Lesh is just too farmed. He kills all your illusions, and Lion, he didn't even want to use his life or mana drain very early on in that fight. It only gets worse for him. As long as this Leshrac and this Lion are alive in the fights, I'm going to say it's impossible for Kataro to enter these fights. But who's going to stop him from entering the fights on these other heroes?
Fury being hunted here. Another pick off. That's a 30-second death for this Tiny. Does have buyback, but not in the need to buy back right away, as there's nobody around. But Roche number 2.
And this looks
And
like
also-
a repeat from that upper bracket game against VKS.
It does feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, Kiri's just trying to cut waves frantically, right? You feel like you can never fight. It's definitely a repeat. I know I did say yesterday that I don't want you to overreact. If you are ACAT and then what got you here, you can continue to do. But unfortunately, against these two teams here, it's being exploited, and it's being exploited really hard.
Some deja vus coming in from that upper bracket series indeed, as AcatSuki. Game 1, they had 1 or 2 openings early on, but that pretty much waned down pretty much just a couple minutes after. And Game 2, they stood no chance. No chance whatsoever. This game 1 already taken by storm here by Thunder Awaken. It's not an unlosable game, but you got to make some heavy mistakes on the side of Thunder Awaken to kind of finish the game off with how you started it off. This first 26 minutes that we've seen has just been a Thunder Awaken show.
It definitely has been. And it just kind of goes to show, we've seen time and time again Nagas with #1 net worth, right? Just kind of, I think you called it dead worth.
Dead worth, yeah.
It's definitely in the wrong game. It is dead worth. And this is definitely a dead worth Naga game. It's not one of those games where the illusions are just going to carry them to victory, where they can just rally behind this hero and they'll just walk down lanes and get you the win. And they have all their net worth on this hero. So who's going to step up? I think maybe Frank needs a Blink Dagger, hit some 5-man avalanche combination with this vacuum, with the wall helping in their side here. But look at this Morph. He's got a shield.
Yeah, yeah. Look how much shield he actually has compared to his max HP.
Yeah, I mean, you you morph all your strength, right?
Yep.
And you pick it up.
Yep.
It's a good old trick.
And this guy is invulnerable right now. Qhali gonna go for the blink toss, and he's got the Lycan. Lycan's a good target, but the shapeshift does go off, and they got the burst, and he's taken out. That's a good start, even though they do lose the top lane of Brax. Trading 1 for 1.
It's kind of like, yeah, we lost our Lycan, but we can just casually walk out anyway. The chase isn't really there.
Naga in for a bit of vengeance here, but nobody to be found.
A little bit of freebie from the Lycan. Lycan, like, you have to wonder, what's he doing there, right? His team, the Shielder and Morph is just hitting the buildings. Lycan's in the mid lane. Did he get tossed? Is that what happened?
Yeah, the Tiny basically just jumped in, tossed the Lycan. I mean, honestly,
gotcha.
The Lycan was maybe a bit too close to the front.
Yeah, for sure.
To be completely honest, like sometimes when we talk about like the high ground sieges from the side lanes, you have different variances of where you want to position yourselves compared to the ones who are sieging high ground. And you normally want to use the further away distance. Like if you're pushing top, you want to position yourself like behind and on the top half and not somewhere below unless you're expecting a side gank coming in where the Lycan would actually be in a good position. But that just set them up for a tiny toss, tossed them into the base.
He just thought he was a little too strong, and I don't blame him in this game. I think if you are Thunder, deep inside you realize this game, you can get away with a lot of different things, right? But I think that was a bit of a reality check. That maybe you can't get away with that much because Tiny, Pudge, Magnus, these type of heroes, repositioning heroes, they can always punish you in a heartbeat here. Stay behind your Lesh, or not only your Lesh, but your Morph. Sorry, he's got a DD now. No more...
Long range stun. Does connect onto the Dark Seer. Sledems is thinking about it, but that surge will be popped. Qhali tried to go for the toss, but it's going to miss. It's going to miss, and he's going to die for it. Meanwhile, Knight continuing to push. That tier 3 tower going to be low on HP. Still has the HS for another 1.5 minutes. He's going to try to shift around between Agi and Strength here. Doesn't want to get bursted right away. He's still got plenty of damage. Now it's time for the reset.
Yeah, 1 minute on the Aegis.
I love the way
he's all the way down.
Yeah, he just every single item into the backpack as he's shifting down and then put them back as he's already going to be in safe waters. Efficiency, but the smoke's coming out. Naga going to find the Morphling. Morphling going for the Silver Edge right away. Kataro doesn't realize that it's coming on for the Blink. Qhali found 2 with the Avalanche. They're going to get the toss out as well. But look at the back line. They've got the Leo Style and Prada. They are, however, interrupted by the song from Kataro.
They can chase Kataro now. He's
now again, could this be the Naga's life forfeit here? The Hex coming out from Knight. They're coming in for the rescue. 4-man Avalanche, the safety toss as they will lose Qhali. And he diebacked. He died back for that. A Devil's gonna be the next one targeted. Overgrowth coming out. Vacuum doesn't do anything at this point of the game. Maybe even without that wall. Knight will miss out the stun. The Laguna Blade, maybe Leo Stahl will find 1 kill. And Thunder, they're actually gonna respect that enough.
Yeah, no mana on Morph, plus Aegis going out in 7 seconds here. It's the right call to make. And Knight, with missing that stun, kind of gives his life away there. As Darkseer and Tiny both gave their life away to keep Kataro alive, but it's still the same thing. Kataro, all he can really do in these fights is just retreat. There's no real advancing here. The state of the game hasn't changed too much for Thunder. It really just comes down to, at this point, how safe do you want to play it? And I wouldn't be too surprised to just wait for the next Roshan. There's no reason not to. This is your TI life on the line. So you want to get this win. Of course, this is a best of 3. And this is only game 1, so I don't mean this is like... This game will determine that. However, you want to be up 1-0.
Yeah, you want to get an indicator at least now out there, because it is a mental game, something that we don't always see, but we can definitely feel that the pressure is going to start mounting up at some point. If you lose game 1 and game 2 doesn't start your way, that's when you really start to make either mistakes or you start to make those glory plays that hopefully work out. But Thunder Awaken, you know, they're not doing anything risky here. There's no over-aggression whatsoever. Systematic, calm. My friend would call this, I'm trying to look for the direct translation to what he used to say, disciplined Chinese Dota. And this is not maybe today's Chinese Dota, but at least back in the day it was always so super disciplined. They had the system, how it worked. They took their time, and they would make sure that they get the win in the end. They didn't make any necessary mistakes. That's what Thunder Awaken's executing right now.
I think nowadays we just call that methodical gameplay.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's changed throughout the course of time. Probably because, you know, China hasn't really gotten that many TI wins lately.
All right, a lot of new young players have entered the scene, and I think the way Dota has been changing overall has been a lot more chaotic. And you got to get with the times if you want to
embrace the chaos.
You do.
Guitaro scouting out in the front. That creep wave will spot him.
That's the real Naga, by the way. Oh, he just leveled up, so they saw that. Okay. No initiation.
We're thinking about it, but they're also thinking, is this a bait?
It was, yes, but if you can get Leo style in the backline, I think Morph and Lycan are like, I'm going after Sky and Leo. If they get neutralized, this Naga doesn't have the damage to kill anyone, right? Not early on. Not with this Lion sitting in the back, waiting with that mana drain to kill those illusions. But they're just going to respect it. And we do have a possible Roche spawn in 20 seconds here.
All right. It's going to be a quick response from either team to start moving towards, by the looks of it, the top half of the map.
And another shield rune here. Do you want to let Morph?
Save it for the Morph.
We can watch him do it here. Here comes the strength.
Yep. Buff him up as much as possible, and it's going to be like, this is going to be a disgusting shield, by the way.
6,000 HP
That's
shield.
That's a 3K shield. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just something. Like, Knight doesn't have to worry about anything in the world right now. They've already popped the song, suspecting they could blow up the Lesh. And Lesh dodged this one. He has Blink. Oh, he's going to get hit by the Avalanche, but the Hex is going to be there. And here comes the Morphling to the backline. Look how much they're trying to work on this Morphling. All for nothing. It's all for absolutely nothing as this Naga surrounded, and that will be another one going their way. Yeah, might as well just call it. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do right now.
Yep, you totally bought out on your Naga there. That shield rune absorbed every ounce of damage that you had from this Lina here.
And
Lina
it's still
will go down.
They didn't even go through the shield. He still had 174 after that fight, and as the GG came out, Thunder Awaken expected, by the looks of it, to take this game number 1 from start to finish with a couple, well, I mean, I'm still flabbergasted by that Morphling shield interaction. It's something else. It's something else.
I mean, he would have died without it for sure, right? And it was a 3,000 shield. He had like 2.5k HP, so with all the damage and that vision advantage, he would have died. But then again, he knew he had that shield rune. He wouldn't have made that play without it, so a bit of a one-sided affair here, ending scoreline 21-6 for Thunder Awaken. AcatSuki, this looked like their loss against VKS. I'm not going to lie to you. Leo style yet again, getting greedy on his hero pick. Devil having a terrible laning stage, and Guitaro picking one of the greedier carries in the game. Guitaro had a great game, but the rest of his team, yet again, struggling to make anything happen. If you want to make this competitive series, if you're ACAT, believe in Guitaro. He is a great carry player. Play around him. Leo style needs to make some space. If he's especially a blind pick, I am fine with him picking his TAs, SF, and counter matchups, whatever. That's fine. But continuously blind picking these ultra greedy lineups, or make an adjustment on Frank, aka Devil. Pick a Mars. Pick something that can make something happen on the map. These supports can't do it all. and you're not winning your lanes hard enough to justify these type of drafts. Do or die time now for ACAT.
Yeah,
All the
do
way
or
from the
die
upper
time
bracket.
indeed. Yeah, there's no turning back now. You got to start turning those L's into W's. I'm sure if you're able to, but you gotta try. You got to find something that's gonna work your way, because for now, the last 2 series, the last one before this one, you've really just had nothing's worked. Nothing has worked. So again, it comes down to the draft and stuff. And the thing is, it's not even small margins. It's not like this was a tight game. No, this was a very one-sided show.
It very much so was a one-sided show, and we'll see what they can do in the next game here. It'll be definitely difficult to bounce back from these type of losses, but up to them to figure it out.
It's going to be a lot of things that they need to figure out coming into game number 2. But talking about the positives, the victors, obviously, on the side of Thunder Awaken. You got some beautiful stats on the board for everybody, but the lanes worked out pretty well, and not just saying pretty well, the Lycan lane. How did that go so well for Ilek, as it was Naga favored? He still was able to pull off some great performances. He hit some insane item timings for his natural build of the HOD into the Overlord helmet, and uncontested. Literally just an uncontested Lycan, which I thought maybe they have a couple answers to it, but no, it felt like they don't actually have anything. The first pick Darkseer as well from Devil. In that lane, Morphling was, denying more than he was CSing.
He definitely was, and the struggle continues. Like, I feel like such a broken record talking about ACAT right now, because it's like
I know,
3 games in a row now. I've just seen the same things. I could repeat them again, but I'm not going to. I'm going to switch over to Thunder and things that they did well here. Ilek, as you mentioned,
that's
on the
what we
flank,
hope
and he did really great. Knight, he was where he needed to be on this line, but Slatum's super impressive on this last strike. Playing against a hard matchup, getting the kills, the support rotations, MJZ getting that early first blood, really helping shut down Devil there. And Knight, coming from Eastern Europe here, just helping out the Peruvian squad here, just bringing stable carry. He looked amazing.
Yeah, amazing carry play from Morphling, but I think if you have to pick one MVP out of this one, it goes down to the laning stage and what came after. I'm going to go with the Lycan here. Just how he wins a matchup that he probably wasn't supposed to even win, coming out with shining colors and getting himself the item timings and how much he contributed to the team with the order of items that he got. You got the Overlord helmet. You're not still going like, guys, I'm so far ahead, I'm just going to shapeshift and kill anybody I see. No. They get the supports around. They start pushing down objectives. They focus Roshan. He picks up the drums at the same time. And when they really want to go for the high ground push, they had AC. And by that time, everybody was ready. You could say maybe Slatums with that kill that he picked up off of the Lina early on in the laning stage, maybe that led into him having such a great game on the Slash, and he definitely made a lot of work. But this Lycan just hit everything perfectly this game that contributed so much for the team. Not necessarily the flashiest player, but sometimes you don't have to be that guy.
You can't really be flashy on Lycan. The big reason for me on why he can be the MVP is just he went beyond expectations, right?
Yeah.
You're going into this lane that you're supposed to lose. Not only do you go even in the lane, you get some triple kill by making a rotation with your timings that you made. Now all of a sudden you have a 14-minute HOD, 16 minutes comes around, you got the drums. I forgot what time the AC came around, but his timings were spot on here. And I think that's what you need sometimes to win these big tournaments. You just need a player to pop off when they shouldn't be popping off, because that gives you that small little edge where, oh, okay, sure, Slatum's mid lane, he kind of popped off as well when he shouldn't have. Ilek, he popped off when he shouldn't have as well. Knight, he had the game that he was supposed to have, right? And when you add all those things on top of each other, you kind of get a stompy game.
And a stompy game, it definitely was, but will game number 2 be anything different from this? Obviously, this is the time where AcatSuki, their coach, is going to have a hell of a pep talk. I'm not sure what he said yesterday to the guys, but today he really needs to show up for the rest of the guys to make them understand that it's not always about the draft, but we need to be more efficient in the laning stage. We got to avoid making a couple mistakes here and there, get our package together, and the cool, calm, collective team that needs to win this one, because obviously it is a lower bracket final for TI. You don't want to lose another 2-0 out of this one. But all that after the break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with game number 2 of Thunder Awaken versus AcatSuki. And we're back once again as we head over to the second game of this lower bracket final with Thunder Awaken up against AcatSuki, as Thunder Awaken have taken the lead and just one step closer to qualifying to the International from that second South American slot. Fear, what we kind of discussed yesterday a bit as well, the same situation kind of repeating, a bit of a deja vu for AcatSuki at this break. This just might be their last break in this TI qualifier. So what are the thoughts that go through your mind, like when you're losing a series and you know it's a backs against the wall situation? I know we know the classics, you know, you try to keep the guys calm, but what are the specific things that go through your mind, and how does maybe the coach or the other players help you overcome those feelings of, you know, despair, hopelessness, get the team united once again and kind of get them to get that winning mentality back?
So you definitely talked about the thoughts that are going through a lot of the players when you lose that. It's like, is that my TI run? Has it just flashed before my eyes? Or, you know, we just got stomped game one. Did we lose? You know, like, these are the things that go through your mind. And the coach's job, or whoever's in charge of motivating the team, is going to remind you of the happier times, right? Remind you of the times where things are going well. And, like, let's go back to that place. Let's go back to when we're winning, what we're doing that was making a lot of sense. How were we winning with it? And if you were just playing your best already, playing what you're winning with, and you're still losing, well, that's just unlucky. The other team's just better than you at that point. But so, and it's starting to feel a little bit like that may be the case here, but we'll see. I think a big thing that can change, I'll say it again, Leo Styles mid lane, he has not been adding the impact that the team needs from him. They're not picking, I mean, Devil, of course, look at his laning stage. They've been terrible as well. You need to have better, maybe not better heroes, but the execution needs to be better here. You got to clean it up a bit if you want to play this type of style where you need to win 3 lanes and snowball the game. And if you're just getting outplayed in the lanes every single game, maybe go back towards a different strategy. And that type of strategy will be like, Kataro's our carry. Let's just play a lineup that's kind of like a fortress, right? Hard to get into. We can just sit here and turtle. You can't really break into our heroes very easily. So now it should be fine.
Looking at some of the drafts that AcatSuki was successful with in their wins, say, for example, against Infinity, the upper bracket semifinal series, they won with Lesh CK Underlord. Game 2, they lost with Lena CK and the Brewmaster. And in Game 3, they won again with Puck PA. You know, very different types of heroes. You have one pure damage dealer and another that's capable of making solo plays, capable of making teamwork, and has maybe that extra bit of control. So I'm thinking maybe if Leo Style needs to find something, as you can see, he's pretty vocal right now. He's throwing in ideas, but are they the right types of ideas? Is he on the spot of we can't keep repeating 2 damage dealing cores in our 1 and 2?
We'll have to see. I mean, Leo Style, from my experience with him, is usually like one way or another. Like, he's a very chill, laid back type of guy. He's like usually the clown, creates a bit of comic relief. Strategically, though, hasn't been like the person I'd say from the region that has like the most knowledge as far as like how to move a team in a certain direction. But that can change over time as well. Like, Zai is another player I used to play with a lot that he just kind of played his own hero, kind of chilled out, didn't really take a big spotlight inside like the drafting and strategy. But look at him on Liquid now. He's captain of the team. He does the drafting, shot calling, stuff like that. So a lot can change over the course of time here, and we'll just see what they can pull together as they're going to give Thunder Awaken. MJC gets his Treant Protector yet again. We're going to see the Rubik come online here. So it's kind of nice to see. Usually when you pick a POS for Rubik, your mid is going to be that Space Maker. And I would say, like, if you're going to play this next game, make an audible. Change it up. Maybe Leo Style on the farming mid isn't the way to go here. And if you lose with it, at least you can say you tried everything, right? No regrets.
And now you have yourself a pretty easy staple to start building off of the draft for both ends. You know, Treant Protector, he has some great spells that Rubik can also be picking up. Not exactly the ones that Rubik really wants to use. The Overgrowth, for example, puts this hero in a lot of peril, and you don't have the same type of mobility as the Treant Protector does, but you already know that if this Treant Protector is in the game, you usually rely on a piece of ranged, maybe even like casting capability, a couple spells thrown in. That's where the Rubik starts to excel, because they know that they need a gap closer. That's what the Treant Protector is here. Well, not mainly, but a big portion of him is being able to close in the gap for the rest of the people to do damage. So Rubik also kind of sits nicely into the picture for AcatSuki. But let's see what they build around him. We do have one pick for AcatSuki and then the double for TA.
Yep. Interested to see what the selection will be here.
It's a bit of a Jeopardy waiting game, you know?
If the world is their oyster, as they will go into the Venge. This is a hero that was very popular. I don't know if it was ever popular in SA, but it was very popular in NA. That's just overall first picks for some time. Got buffed a lot, has received a lot of love from the patches. They're going to pick it up here. That'll be their 5-4, and then instantly responding, hey, the Treant Protector worked game number 1. Let's roll it out in game number 2 here, and they're just going to take the Darkseer away from AcatSuki, and maybe, like we talked about in the last draft here, that maybe ACAT took away the Darkseer because of how successful Thunder is with that Darkseer. So it's kind of like a lose-lose situation. You lost by stealing their Darkseer, but then again, you just gave them their best hero in the next game.
Yeah. Darkseer also has a bit of wombo combo potential here. For Thunder Awaken, you already have the Lion. You can set up very nicely for throwing the Earth Spike and the Vacuum. You're playing in a team LAN environment, let's put it that way. So it's much easier to communicate, like calling out vacuums and stuff, because you can already precast Earth Spike on the ground. You know where the vacuum is going to be landing as well. And then just get whatever follow-up you need for it. And those are going to be the last 2 picks that Thunder Awaken are going to be adding in to increase that damage pool. And just like that, a hero they've had success with on the side of AcatSuki, they bring up the Leo-style Leshrac once again. And now basically Kataro can go for his usual damage pool, damage dealing hero pool in general, because Leshrac is also not only just a damage dealer, he's a controller, he's a tempo setter, a tempo controller as well.
It's definitely one of those heroes that is less greedy than the rest of his hero pool. Inherently, Lesh is still a greedy hero compared to like your Embers and Void Spirits, whatever, Storm Spirits, because you do need that farm. The only concern I have for ACAT here, picking this Leshrac up, is you did leave the Pango in the pool here for Slatums here. This is a hero he really does enjoy playing, and it is something we see often picked against the Leshrac, as within that Rolling Thunder, you are immune to just being hit by most of Leshrac's damage there, and plus that early diffusal really hurts his mana pool. And as the way the Bloodstone works, if you're not doing damage to heroes, you're not getting the mana back. And of course, add that extra mana burn on top of it can hurt. So I think that's a hero that they're probably looking at, most likely, for Thunder Awaken. But then again, they could... Oh, they just go for their Ember. Another hero he really likes. I expected him to go more route of the Pango here, just because Ember, from what I've seen in the patch with the buffs to the Lightning Storm, has not been doing well versus Lesh in the laning stage. So this should be a Lesh favored matchup here, but it is obviously a classic with the Darkseer, right? Even if your lanes don't go super well, you got that Flame Guard, you have the Ion Shell on top of it. This Ember is going to eat these supports alive.
That he definitely will do. We got the Ember Spirit at least coming out for Thunder Awaken, which will allow them to kind of have a, you know, like you kind of mentioned it, like when the Leshrac feels a bit like more of a greedier mid laner compared to the Ember Spirit. I feel like I totally agree with that, because he doesn't need that much to be capable, but he also can fall behind if his early game doesn't go his way, and that's usually coming out from rotations that lead into kills, right? You could say that Ember's okay at farming, but he also needs farming items for it, but he doesn't want to spend his entire game hitting creeps. There's a, you know, special someone in his mind who's going to be doing that for him, and that's going to be Smiling Knight. But now that you have Ember, you have Darkseer, Lion, Treant, if only this was a Medusa game, if only AcatSuki didn't ban it out in the first phase, but you're looking for something similar, because now you can go for this late game kind of carry that will also overcome this Sven.
Yeah, I wonder what the choice is going to be. For me, Templar Assassin looks really good, but you are playing into a counter matchup here. But no matter what you pick, that is going to be the case. Troll Band, TB Band, Morph Band, as you mentioned, Medusa Band. There's going to be a lot of bands here, and you have to blind to pick your carry. So Well, that's not like the best spot to be in right now for Smiling Knight here. However, I'm sure he's going to find some. Is there Faceless Void in the pool?
That's what I was thinking as well, with the
Right.
Vengeful Spirit and the Leshrac and the Rubik all
I mean,
basically
Void
on the
versus Venge
field.
is hard.
Void versus
'Cause
Venge
you-
is hard for sure.
I still think TA is good. I'm not sure if he plays the hero, but whenever I see Sven, TA is always kind of like a no-brainer. The minus armor is great versus the Leshrac too for bursting him. Of course, you can break Refraction pretty easily with the Leshrac, but you can just buy BKB at some point, or you just have so much attack range as well. You just pick and choose your fights.
Is Juggernaut bad?
Giant space crab.
Draw Ranger.
Oh.
Okay.
A hero
that's
I
an
haven't
old
seen in a
one.
while. I'm actually happy that Drow Ranger is still alive.
That's a bit of a riskier pick because it definitely deals with the Lesh as you go for the items. Versus the Sven, however, yeah, if you get on top of the Drow as a Sven, you kill the Drow. Simple as that. And that's why I was thinking more of the TA, because like Sven has issues killing TA. But it does more damage than the TA will in a game like this, and I think maybe that's what they're looking at. It's like they're going all in on Smiling Knight here, right? It's like we're going to give you all the tools you need to play the hero that does the most damage. As we see, that is kind of like their playstyle. Slatums is going to run around, make space. You got your control with the Darkseer, you got your control with the Lion, and you can kind of back up whatever damage dealer you have with that. And then you're going to pick out the Legion Commander here. This is going to be a hero that does not do well in the laning stage, generally speaking, against heroes like this Drow. However, they're going for a different approach here. They're finally picking some hero that can buy a blink and make plays on the map. And Devil, he's going to get the last pick of it. It's going to be a great game for press attack against the Ember, against all these heroes, really. You can just bail out your cores out of trouble, and then you can initiate for them. So this fits the bill of what I've wanted them to do in the last couple of games here. Have something that can just run across the map and get kills. Kataro, Sven, he buys early blink. Devil, he's going to play this Legion Commander. He's going to get kills. The only concern you have to go back to is, how's the laning stage going to go? It should go well. I think Leshrac versus Ember is a great matchup. Sven versus Darkseer is going to be a great matchup on paper as well. And Devil, he's got a Rubik backing him this time instead of some of these weaker melee pos fours. Maybe he can do a lot of work in this laning stage. We'll have to see. That's the one thing I'm questioning the most. But as long as it's not a disaster, like show signs of life in that off lane here from ACAT. That's what I want to see.
And of course, like you mentioned, this Legion Commander, like the hero does struggle in the laning state, and it has pretty much almost every
Only
single
versus
game
ranged
so
heroes.
far. You could say only against ranged heroes, but at least with the the statistics so far, the LC has not enjoyed the laning stage, but has ramped up very quickly into the game and just amassing a lot of dual victories, a lot of dual damage. Just this hero continues to scale, and you have a great pick-off lineup. This Leshrac can move around the map pretty actively. You have Venge, who's great at opening fights, and you can target several heroes at the same time, not just one, which felt like last game was kind of the idea. We have so much damage to just kill one singular entity out of the game, but now we can focus like 3 separate targets at the same time, and we're getting an even amount of damage out.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I favor ACAT's draft this game, but I like it infinitely more than the last 3 drafts I've seen from them. So that's good. But I still think it's a little behind the draft of Thunder Awaken here. So we should have a better game at least. A game that just doesn't feel hopeless. Don't want to jinx it or anything.
Yeah, that's what we hope. Draft-wise, it makes a lot more sense now. So we could be looking at an even game, but it does come down back to the nerves, the fact that one team is so close to getting into TI, and it can almost smell victory. So right now, they're still calm, but the moment they sense blood, or if they smell blood in the water, they are just going to go on this big high where they're like, everything seems to work out, and maybe that encourages them a little bit too much. Maybe the AcatSuki will be able to pay back, fight back, stretch it into game number 3. Because that's what they need right now. It's a TI spot on the line.
The battle begins.
Yeah, and maybe I just have a lot of faith here, and we'll have to see if he can earn the faith on Smiling Knight, because I think this is not what you call a free Drow game. I think this game can be very difficult for you. You're playing versus Venge. Venge can just swap you in whenever, and like you don't want to be in that position, right? As a Drow getting swapped into a team fight. You got to deal with the duel. You've got to deal with like the Sven trying to blink on top of you.
I've always wanted to be
As most Drow games do go, you have to have perfect positioning, and we'll see if Smiling Knight can make this Drow work. It's going to be much more difficult than the Morph game. That's all I know for sure.
And this drow as well for Smiling Knight in in the course of Dota. Under him, he has a 71% win rate on this hero. Very successful in the past. Maybe he will be as successful now as he has in the past few years. I was also looking at he had quite a long win streak, stretching all the way from the year 2021 until 6 months ago. So that was pretty much
Dire's courier has been
1.5 years of an undefeated streak on a drow. So that's always good. The hero maybe is a little bit different now compared to those days. Drow didn't exactly get touched that much by the patch. Of course, his shard has been slightly changed compared to what it was, and he has his frost arrows now as the actual axe upgrade. You know, the bloody hypothermia at 1,400 gold was just ridiculously good. It was a must-have. It was a part of your core items that you needed to get. And Qhali,
Qhali.
oh boy. MJZ might just be getting first blood, but it's going to be left for Smiling Knight. Gives the vision, and Drow will pick it up. What a player to give this first blood to. And Prada dropping as well. Well, they do get themselves
in trouble
as a bit of a response, but I like he's going to go all the way, forces out the Fairy Fire. Sven's out of regen.
And yet again, these matchups, man, like this Darkseer, you'd think should be struggling a little bit here, but topping the CS in this lane, complete freeform at the moment. And some of it, I guess they're going to make some sort of a rotation here, but I don't know if they can get this kill here, as Knight will just miss the impale straight up here.
Yeah, will not connect onto Kataro. At the same time, MJZ, he's zoning Devil, he's zoning Qhali. At least Devil already has a lot more CS than he did in that last game, where his lane was just hopeless from the very start, from the very get-go of game number 1.
And a lot of what happened on bottom lane and why Qhali did get first blooded is that MJZ actually sniped his courier with the salve on it. So he got really low, didn't have a salve available. He's now going to have to bring it out. Salve is going to be online as well as some tangos. And this is just a power train protector, right? We talk about how strong the laning stage will be. To go to your point about the Drow, there was one big change that did happen this year. If you are on top of your Glacier, no matter what, you cannot stop marksmanship. Even if you're on top of the Drow, he can always proc marksmanship. So that does give you an ability that even if heroes are on top of you, you can still put out your maximum DPS for the duration of that Glacier, which is 8 seconds, which is pretty substantial. Sometimes the length of a team fight is only decided within 8 seconds.
It could just be a duel, you know? If he's able to put it down just before the duel happens, that will actually mean LC takes a lot of damage. Yeah. Not too Blade Mail does hurt. They were right. With a good chance, maybe you can even get a kill for yourself. Meanwhile, eventually,
I mean, if he's farmed enough, yeah.
Poke and Prada there at the top lane. Looks like he's going to be all right. But in the mid lane matchup, Ember pulling off ahead versus Leo Stahl on this track, 20-14.
Man, I just feel bad for Leo Stahl. He's like losing matchups he should be winning today. Nothing's really going right for him. And now he's going to get 2 runes taken away from him at the 4-minute mark. He's having a rough one. He's definitely having a rough one here. As this mid lane, it's going to be all Slatums now at this point. He's even going to probably zone Leo Stahl away from this one wave, because why not? Misses the chain. Well, maybe force him to back out, but a couple creeps lost on the tower there with that zoning potential.
Yeah, Darkseer just constantly hunting the Sven here. Knight coming in for the stun in the top lane. Sven could be dropping with the Hex and the blood grenade. Just a bit of extra points coming in there as Prada now he's going to be focused as well. The tower is hitting the Darkseer, but he swaps off the aggro, and slowly but surely he might just lose his life here. Won't even get to retaliate with a kill, and it's a double for the Darkseer.
And yet again, Eilik here on this off lane, making something from nothing. And I don't know what was going on there, but the Venge was TPing mid lane. And he had to cancel his TP, and it wasn't like a bottle refill TP. He was TPing from top lane. Had to cancel, but Sven already died in that case, and now he has to just walk. He can't even refill the mid bottle now because it was used previously.
Painful, costly.
Everything going wrong for ACAT for the most part here. If you look at bot lane, right? First blood, free farm on Drow. That things went pretty wrong there. Mid lane kind of just got outskilled here. And then with the TP from the top lane, on this Venge, trying to make things happen, letting Qtaro die, not getting the refill in any case. Pretty disastrous laning stage overall here. Of course, your Sven is still farming, which is great, but we've seen it before. Qtaro can farm all he wants, but if his team doesn't show up,
Radiant structures are fortified.
how much does that farm really mean?
Yeah, talk about a domino effect for sure, because it's already translating into a bit of a economy lead, going in the way of Thunder Awaken. And now they've also picked up the first action rune. It's going to be an illusion. Not exactly the hugest rune, but Leo Style, completely starved out. He's going home. He's going home. The long road. At least he has a teleport to come back. And also going onto the ground. The bottom lane does have the gust. And oh, might take down the Rubik. One more hit, actually, to finish her off, or him off. And Devil, I was getting slowed by the creep wave, getting blocked as well. And this LC is down. A Knight will get the Rubik. And that's another one. 3,000 in gold ahead now with that double going their way. Not a double kill for the Drow, but 2 kills. Both of the laners dead. And let's make it rotation top. Maybe he can make it work. Onto the Darkseer. The stun will connect. He's got his surge already burnt out. The TP home not going to be successful. Very, very close. Qtaro still gets to slice him in half. And the 7-minute rune. Look at double supports rotating to take this Wisdom rune away. They want to absolutely starve everything away from them. And they won't be able to get that Wisdom rune this time. Devil also teleported in to help out Qhali.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was a much needed rotation from Leo Style. Was struggling a bit in the
And look at bot, still going for the LC. Prada coming in with the teleport, got the stun to connect. MJZ will fall, but Devil is low, and Slatums, he's gonna finish him off pretty much with the next sleight of fist. And now Knight, he's turning it around onto Prada, and that is full spirit, is history. And also the Lion looks to go down to Devil and Qhali. Qhali is gonna be able to run the other way around, but Slatum's gonna be chasing the Legion Commander, and that's a double for the Ember. You put some rotations, you couldn't kill the Drow. Ember getting kills. I mean, something for Devil, but still, he's dead.
I mean, yet again, though, Devil, like the one core in the game that just can't seem to find a laning stage. He is struggling yet again. To the point where...
Style, still no rune for him. Oh, poor guy. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah, that was a 50-50, right? Just couldn't get it. Illusion goes away. They did recover a bit of the gold lead. It was 3,000, now only up to 1,000. And it's kind of a repeat. Man, I feel like the biggest broken rhetoric we're talking about ACAT. All that net worth really is just Qtaro hitting creeps on some.
And onto Prada they go. There's not much that he can do about this.
Like, you can talk about gold lead and you can be like, yeah, gold lead, that kind of determines how the game's going, but not really. If it's only on your carry, a hero that's only going to hit creeps and can't really join the game, we're going to have to see a really fast echo and a really fast blink, and that first move that you see from the Sven this game is generally just like what decides it, because if you look at the net worth at the Leshrac, at the Legion Commander, they can't play Dota.
It's exactly what it is. They don't have a game at their hands at all. And on paper, we talk this draft looks a lot better. But it's just the game itself in the first 9 minutes, it's far from that.
They're ganking Knight here on the Sven. This needs to connect. This is going to be huge. Great rotation from Qtaro here. But it looks like Knight...
Where is Knight? Because he needs Knight. He's going to get stunned up. Qtaro coming in from the back. Going to get the stun onto the Drow. Popping the God Strength. And they will secure this kill. But there's a lot of Thunder heroes showing up as well. Qhali, he's going to be targeted first. The Rubik's going to be low. They drop the wall as well on top of the Sven. Sven's going to be taking some damage here. But he's trying to slice down MJZ at the same. But he's got that lifesteal going his way. Unfortunately, he's just not doing enough damage to get enough from that lifesteal. Meaning that he will fall. And Lesh won't be able to take that mid tower either. As Ember's already TP'd back there to defend it.
Still a pretty good play overall for ACAT. Sure, it's not something that's like a straight win for them, but it does get them some space, some mid-tower damage, but you are playing versus trees, so I don't know if they need to commit for that. And 10-minute rune yet again, no longer going the way of ACAT. Qhali, he wants to deny it, but that might just be his life here.
He's not close enough for it.
Oh, he stole it, okay.
Stole the Remnant, okay. Well, he won't be able to deny the rune at least, but able to get out. That's one of the painful things about being a support is trying to fight for the rune. You want to go for the deny, you know you can't get it, and then you die for it, and they still get the rune, and everything goes to shit. But, you know, like...
I mean, yeah. he had two choices, right? Either he just killed the Rubik and get the rune denied, or he gives Rubik Remnant and he gets the rune.
Four-man
They will
rotation
find
bottom.
MJC.
Well, they found a Treant Protector. And a dual win. Okay, so that actually makes it worth here. Prada, getting body blocked, almost getting killed by the tower. Leo Stahl can now put his attention toward it.
Dire's top tower has
All right.
fallen.
That's a dual win.
Radiant structures
Very good. And a tower. And more than anything, that's just
is under attack.
ACAT. Signs of life. And they've had signs of life in their last two rotations. And this is what I want to see. I want to see them play some Dota Leo style. And that's exactly what they've been doing here. Will it be enough? They need a couple more of those, of course. But that's a good start.
Sven still on top of net worth here with a very small margin compared to this Drow Ranger. So it's not all hope lost yet. He's got that Echo Saber almost finished. Unless recovery mode, LC could say something of the same. Devil getting out-farmed here, or out-leveled, let's put it that way. He's level 6. The Rubik just got 7. Drow is 8 and above.
Out-leveled. And I think he's going to be forced into a situation that he's bypassing the Blade Mail and going straight for the Blink Dagger
Radiant's
duel.
bottom tower
And
is
that's
under
just going to mean that if you look at what Blade Mail does for you, it helps you accelerate your farm, where the Blink will help you get kills. But if you fail to get these kills with the early Blink, that means you're missing out on that farm that you could have got with the Blade Mail. So it's going to be very crucial when he does get this Blink Dagger pickup. If this is what he goes for, we'll see if he just buys out a Blade Mail all at once, that he gets those kills, right? And he definitely can. The Sven does a lot of damage. He's on the way to his Blink as well, but Slatums, he's on his way to try and punish some heroes.
Yep. He's already found his target, which is Prada. At least Devil will go out, so Venge will just have to tank the bullet. Gets the information for his teammate. You better get out. I can't leave anymore.
And that was just an Ion Shell. As Flame Guard, it's only level 2 right now, so it doesn't absorb all that much.
Leo Stahl trying his absolute hardest to get himself back into the game with his Latrak. He's lined up the Bloodstone, and if that Bloodstone pays off, that's kind of like you always talk about the high risk, high reward. Maybe this is a high reward, medium risk at this point because it's still a great item pickup. It's not the old school Bloodstone, which was absolute high risk, high reward.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that one hasn't been in the game for a while now.
Yeah, that was a crazy one as well. You see these people going in a 10 to 15 minute Bloodstone, they're relishing their game, and then they start dying, you know? It's like, threw my entire game away in 2 minutes.
Well, there's a reason some things in Dota's get changed, because nobody wants to be on the teammate of that guy who throws the whole game away. Because you kind of ruin it for your whole team in that regard.
And it's weird, like, items are supposed to be bought in Dota, but you buy an item and you're griefing the team in a way.
Well, that's why it's an item of the past, T-Panda.
Slatums, he's gonna have to be
Didn't
quick
make
with his
sense.
fingers here, and he is. Devil will miss the duel. Perfect dodge there from the Ember Spirit. Just what you need. They're still smoked up on the back. Maybe they can reconnect again with another Blink attempt. Knight's going to be regrouping with the rest of the squad. He's got the Darks here also tuning in. And they're going to go for a smoke. And they want to bring the fight.
BD rune.
I want to bring the fight to AcatSuki.
Is he
And the
Devil?
target. That's the target. The guy who just jumped me, eh? Is this the one we were supposed to beat up? And yes, it is. Devil will fall. Qhali going to get chased by the Ember Spirit.
Got
Has the
remnants.
remnants again to
Okay.
jump away. Not enough mana for another set of Searing Chains.
I mean, Qhali has been doing a good job at keeping himself alive with these spell steals, but we're still waiting for... I think the Lion spells will be the most crucial ones. If he can manage to steal that, or potentially a Vacuum with a Sven Stormhammer beating away at them. But for me, the biggest thing is going to be Kataro. In a situation, he does not have the luxury to sit back and farm. Like last game, he realized if he just hits creeps the whole game, they're going to lose. So he buys a Blink Dagger on the Sven. It's coming on the courier. He's ready to play the game. Whereas Drow, this hero is not so clear and cut when his timings are ready. You kind of just want to wait for the right fight, show up a bit late, but now you have this initiating force in Kataro's Sven. You got the Blink Dagger on Devil with this Legion Commander. It's go time. Bloodstone coming soon for Leo style as well. This game is very close, but yet again, it is Kataro, top net worth, over 1,000 gold ahead of everybody else on the side of Thunder Awaken. But that comes at a cost of pretty much Frank's net worth here.
But you're right.
Doing a better job.
Yeah, you're right about this Drow Ranger in the sense that the timings aren't always that clear. The hero kind of falls into this weird vacuum, no pun intended, but it's still somehow, you know, you kind of read the fights in a way of an anti-mage to some extent, and then when you feel that you're strong enough, you got to know you're ahead as a Drow. If the game is even, you are the most cautious Drow Ranger ever, as Qhali has been spotted, and Sven blinks in to take the chains instead of the Rubik. There's the wall, the duel comes out, but that duel, it's not going to be successful at all. Not at all. And that damage will be taken away. Who even got that duel victory there? It looks like they actually didn't even get the duel victory at all on anybody, but they will lose more than they bargained for, and Prada is going to be the next one. Rubik trying to go for the slight, actually steals the chains, and yeah, there's not much to talk about this, is there? It's a team wipe. They're just getting stomped again.
And that fight, man, that vacuum just stopped and stunned Kataro long enough so he can do the follow-up Stormhammer on the duel. I don't understand, because I'm pretty sure that duel is still going. I don't know why damage wasn't given. Maybe it just ended on the last second there. I'd have to really watch that one in slow motion.
Yeah, we need a slow-mo replay off of that. Production's probably working on it right now, because I was sure somebody got that duel damage. And if that went for the Ember Spirit, that's a nice extra. So here we got the jump on Qhali, and look at how
he duel?
He just left with the Remnant.
He dueled an illusion, it looks like.
Okay, so it's an illusion duel. All right, so no slow-mo needed. Mystery solved.
Needed. Mystery solved indeed.
And just to start, the fight just went from like bad to worse. Like it all started off with Rubik, who had the stolen remnant. He jumped out as the Ember was about to use Slate, and then it's like, or using the chains. And, oh, guys, I caught a Sven. And Darkseer's instantly like just rubbing his fingers together. Oh, I can get the vacuum. And they might just be looking up the Leo style here. Prada will throw out the stun onto the Drow Ranger. Now they're going to dual connected. And this one's going to be a victory. But what cost is it going to be? How much do they have to pay for it as the LC is down? A beautiful overgrowth has everyone. And they're trying to figure out what's the order. Who do we want to take down first? Prada dies instantly. Leo Stahl's going to get slowed up. And Knight will make sure that he falls. And this Ember is going places. He builds himself a godlike spree out of all things.
And these are just kind of how the games go when you're just one lonely carry at the top of the net worth and all your cores are unable to participate in the fights. It might seem okay, it might seem like you can keep the net worth advantage for a little bit, but if that one said carry joins the fight and loses the fight and loses the one advantage you had in the game, it's hard. Dota's no longer a game where I feel like one carry can 1v9 the game. You have to have other cores participating, and unfortunately, it's just, you had some small signs of life early game for ACAT, but losing 2 team fights in a row, losing 9 heroes in a row here, yeah, 7k net worth advantage now. And of course, this Sven, he's strong, he's big, but who's following up on when he goes in? That's going to be the real question, as this Legion 5k net worth here, just a Blink Dagger, just Phase Boots, still no Blade Mill on top of him. And this is normally the type of game where you're looking at Legion like, all right, he's got Blade Mill, he's got Blink available, he's going on to his next item, he's got a couple dual wins under his belt. Only level 8 right now on Frank.
He's the lowest level hero on the server. That's how rough it is. Is that even
true? It really is true.
Yeah, well, now he's tied with level 9. He was level 8 a moment ago, but that is a fact, and that is, you know, it hurts. It hurts when you think about, like, how is he behaving in this situation right now? Like, he's having a big mental battle, right? And that last team fight, that team wipe even, you could even say, might have just been enough to break the camel's back, because it's not even a mountain to climb at this point. What do you think is a higher than a mountain? Maybe this is a skyscraper that they kind of need to...
the moon.
Well, the moon, I guess. You know, it's a moon to climb. You're going to get stuck in low gravity at some point. And I think that low gravity is under them right now. They don't have feet under their ground. They don't have ground under their feet. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Well, luckily, you are in a situation here where you're playing versus a very squishy hero.
And they found Leo Style.
Okay, that's
the
not
stun
lucky.
to connect onto the Ember Spirit, and Leshrac is gonna fall.
They don't even save him. They just let him die and TP out. He's like, yeah, you're dead, bro. If I swap you, there's a line behind us anyway, so we're just gonna let you die, and I'm gonna get out of here. As this one is not going according to the playbook here for ACAT. What I was gonna say, Drow, he is the hero. If you misstep just a little bit, get swapped out of position, you can feed a lot of that net worth back to your opponent. He does have Aegis though, so everything that seems like could be a weakness for Thunder is really just turning into an advantage. And we're gonna see a smoke come out that actually missed the Sven there. Lesh is dead. You know you're not killing a single hero without your Lesh or Sven. It ain't happening, as they're gonna double smoke it.
Dire's bottom tower
Or no, they're not double smoking. I think it just like reapplies if you're in range now with the new patch.
Is why I hate people.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it will do.
Sorry, Boomer here.
Well, we got a bit of a disconnect here on the Sven, so maybe I don't know, maybe a break was even needed for the side of AcatSuki. Get themselves on board, because this is the most important game of the year for them. It's not even about the series anymore. It's this one singular game that they need to win. Otherwise, the year is over. You're going to start setting your sights towards the future DPC, watching the TI on your home couch, or maybe on locale at Seattle. But you want to be on that stage, not the audience.
That is very true. I've done both. I've been an audience member and a player, and let me tell you, it's a lot more fun as a player.
Oh yeah,
So
the
you definitely wanna
difference
get
must be
there.
wild, you know.
It is. It's very depressing going as a spectator. I mean, not anymore since I have no aspirations of pro, right? But like back when I was competing and I just didn't qualify, and I went as like, man, I just want to play so bad, but you have no choice but to sit there and just watch. It's probably the same feeling when you're watching from home.
Yeah, you could say that. Well,
I've
the
been to every
pause-
single TI, so I've never watched from home, even if I haven't won. At least when as a spectator.
Well, let's see if this smoke connects into anything. They desperately need a win. Any win. Little victories, small victories. They're all moving towards the top half of the map on the side of Thunder. And AcatSuki will miss out on this gank. So for
He'll pop
Taro,
mod strength. I think just wanting to go ahead and
Tormentor.
get Tormentor, I guess, here.
Prada's trying to help, but he's like, don't kill me, please.
So he goes back in. He's got tranquil boots. He'll be okay. Just taking a little bit of damage to help
He
the
will
Sven
live.
not tank as much. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if he died to that, then I feel like you're just mentally checked out. But he's clearly showing he's not mentally checked out. Blade Mail, it's still in the works here for
attack.
Devil.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And at the rate he's farming, I would say it's close, but I'm not sure if it's even that close, as he still needs to get 550 gold. And,
Right.
well, Rubik down again. Qhali definitely seems like the type of player when they're losing that wants to make these very high-risk plays to, like, get that little bit of extra farm. But sometimes, and more times than not, in the last couple of days, it's been just resulting in more bleeding for the team.
Yeah. How do you stop the hemorrhage? Or is it too late?
Dire's middle
Is it too late? Thunder.
It's definitely not too late, but you can't make any more mistakes here.
Yeah, you can't afford any. Vacuum will cancel out Prada's teleport. This time Leo Stahl gets out.
And anyone else.
So the Leshrac doesn't have to pay with his life again.
It just feels like when ACAT is in a situation where they're losing the game, and they probably weren't in this situation very much in this qualifier because we saw how they like to play Dota, right? They just want to play really aggressive, in your face, and when they get ahead, they're really good ahead. But unfortunately, in their last two series here, they've never been ahead. And they don't seem like they have a good idea of how to play the game when they're playing from behind here. You're not making clever, like, traps for the enemy to walk into. You're not reading movement very well. It feels like just full rat Dota. That is just resulting into more pickoffs on the map here.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess the sacrifice has to be made on some end, you know? Maybe it is supports having to die so that the cores can get themselves a bit of extra farm and try to keep themselves in the game. The more the items, the longer this game stretches is actually better for AcatSuki in the situation we're looking at. Because Thunder Awaken right now, they're at their, you could say they've peaked. Of course, this draft does scale, but the difference is at its peak right now between these two teams and their drafts and their itemization. There's not a whole lot of tools on the side of AcatSuki, but Thunder Awaken, you gotta give it to them, man. Like, they are really, they're giving mad respect for AcatSuki despite being this far ahead and making it the safest route possible to victory.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's just a sign of a good team, right? You shouldn't disrespect any team, and you have to be able to keep the patience. And they're doing a good job of that.
I found Qhali again. And he's gone.
Yeah. Shows like they're just like swatting flies here at the time. Thunder, there's a hero shows a lot. Oh, swat it. Another hero showed swat. That's kind of what this game feels like right now.
Sure does. Sure does. It's a rough position to be in. Because you're kind of disarmed. Yeah, you don't... These flies don't have swatters of their own.
Definitely not yet. And that's just like... Just credits to Thunder Awaken here. Like, they're playing this game very methodically. They're not like, oh, we're ahead, guys, let's go high ground. That's how you throw games. They're well aware of it. They're like, we're just going to choke them out of the map. This is modern-day Dota of how to win games. You don't just rush high ground when you have an advantage. That's how you lose the game, in fact. So you've seen time and time again from the lesser experienced teams. But we're seeing some of the best in South America here just like showing that they have good game sense. They know how to win games. And let's be real, this is just high quality Dota from Thunder Awaken.
It is. That's exactly what it is. Like, the highlight is that they're playing so well and they continue to do so. They're going to force snap the Vengeful Spirit in as well. An attempt is made to take the kill. He's going to be clipped, and they will swap the darts here. And the duel's going to be coming out as well, and that's going to be a victorious duel too. And more damage for Devil, and more needed. That experience gain for him. He's now level 11. Slatums, they've got the Sven on the run. He will be able to disengage. Leo style, however, he's been left all by himself. The Bloodstone running, but look at Smiling Knight. The damage he has. Kataro surprising him as well. Maybe they can get Smiling Knight. No, they can't. No, they can't. The big prize escapes their hands, but it was better than expected for the side of AcatSuki. They will lose 3, but they will also take 3 and also force a buyback off of this Lion. But man, Drow barely gets out of that fight.
That was a really good Hurricane Pike. And you're kind of seeing like what happens when you force things a little bit. And I want to give really big props to the supports on that time for Acat. They're going to replay. Watch this. If you go on him, you use your Force Staff on Knight, then you counter it with the shard you just got. You vacuum up in the swap right before that stun hits. Now all of a sudden you're stuck on the high ground. Starts the duel comes out there. You have no Force Staff online because you just used it for that initiation. And of course, Kataro trying to make things happen in the back line. And it was really just a re-engage here. Kataro, he's waiting. He's lurking on this Sven. Finds Knight with the Lincolns down. Gets a double stun. And yeah, you talk about Knight. He barely almost to get out of that. That living armor from Treant and Sacrifice does save his life. As we meanwhile, back in the real world here, we have a Deadvenge.
Level 3 Remnant cast. 300 magical damage right to the face of this Vengeful Spirit. We'll take him out of play. Meanwhile, Kataro is just going to take the safe route of Shadow Blading and pushing down a wave. And you can see why this Gossamer Cape is actually valued that much by this Sven. He doesn't want to get that first hit that might break his Blink Dagger. It's usually a support item against, you talked about like the TAs and stuff. You get a guaranteed miss on the first hit. But on a Sven,
Ember's another one, right? Like I think you dodged the slight hit.
Yeah.
Sure, you still get hit by the Flame Guard and maybe the Ion Shell, but it's pretty decent. It's definitely not your best item, as he does decide to get rid of it and has another tier 3 token here. So maybe it helps a bit. He's still deciding what does he want to get, and he gets the Defiant Shell. So this one on Sven has a lot of merit to it. You can hit him back, which when you have God Strength on is quite good, but then you get that 7 armor, 7 all stats. Definitely great against the Drow Ranger. But they're going to be late for Roche. Roche is going to go the way of Thunder Awaken. Do you still take this fight is the question. They're dropping a ward. They want to take it, T-Panda.
They've got the Vision Knight. He's going to be the one in front as well, but that's not your prime target to go for either. You want to get the rest out of the way because of the Aegis, the Lincolns as well. Slatums has got that surge up on him. He's going to be very
he's
mobile.
in.
I know he goes in and surprises AcatSuki. And they will lose members for it. They've got the duel of the Dream Protector. It's a small win because you're paying, again, a heavy price for it. The Legion Commander caught, and Knight will take a double out of that fight. Holy Slatums.
Beautiful person with a charming
Yeah,
personality.
that was just a monstrous play from our Ember here. Holy shit, indeed. Like, he just was like, oh, you guys are hiding there? Surprise, I'm going in there. By the way, he had no Aegis. He did have the cheese, of course, but he's like, I'm just going to run to all of you. I'm going to do my job. I'm going to get this party started. And they did not expect that on ACAT whatsoever, for this guy to get in there and just make things happen. And that broke that team fight wide open.
And what a party it was as well, at least for the side of Thunder Awaken. Maybe AcatSuki having a bit of a hangover after that one, but they're going to have to go back to base defense duty. That tier 3 tower already dropped down to half HP by the time they will respawn. And Thunder Awaken, Aegis intact, cheese still unused as well for the Ember. It's even in his backpack. Not needed right now. And is that a Desolator Ember I spy? Looks like it. Yes, sir.
Not an item you see very frequently on this hero specifically, but I think he just feels like he's winning the game so handedly that A, it's going to help him go high ground, and B, more minus armor to kind of help out his
And on the perfect target as well. He's popped his BKB, Silver Edge himself away. The overgrowth will miss. Slatums hunting for somebody else here, looking for anybody around the area, but nobody to be found. Teleports away. That is your BKB burnt off of the Sven. Kataro, a bit of a sigh of relief as well. That was such a close catch.
It was indeed. Almost on both heroes, right? The Leshrac and Kataro gets his Silver Edge off just in time before that overgrowth hits. I'm not sure if he was just out of range there or if he Silver Edged just in time. Either way, gets him out of trouble there. But that's about all it did for now, as they're still down 14, almost 15,000 gold here. All the core issues still remain. If you do want to get back into this game, you're going to have to find a team fight win. It doesn't have to be now. It doesn't even have to be soon, but it has to be at some point in this game. As Sven, I think they just saw him. Did they see him? They see the creeps are dead. The dust, it does connect. He's going to hide in the trees. Just stay in the trees. As Kataro. You're seeing this guy, he's pretty good at Dota, right? He's pretty good at Dota, so he's going to go ahead and get himself out of that one without a problem in the world. Aegis still online for 1 minute and 48 seconds for the Drow Ranger. What are you going to be able to do with this? Do you even want to do anything with this? That's going to be the big question of the day here. As they're going to continuously hunt for now. Silver Edge online for the Drow Ranger. Eilich has a Blink Dagger now available. Very good. We'll see if he can find a way to make that happen in the team fights for them. He's going to go ahead and need to get that vacuum play in the fights when he can. And maybe it's high ground time. We'll have to see. As Kataro, he just blinks right into the Drow Ranger. Just going to hit him once and then straight to the high ground you go. As Glacier is now available. Going to give him that high ground vision. Swap into the duel here. It looks like they'll kill the Drow once, but that's a 5-man vacuum. It's going to kill all Drow. He's going to respawn quickly. Kataro still very strong in this fight. Going to get the Force Staff back there as Rubik does dive back there in the middle of the fight here. You used everything. You killed the Drow Ranger, which is definitely good, but you haven't dealt with Slatums, who's in the middle of the fight. He's going to kill the Vinge. Kataro, he goes back in, but how much damage does he possibly have? They've only killed Lion so far in this fight. Slatum, he's in. He's on Kataro. Slatum, he's dying, but smiling that he will come in there. He'll finish off the Sven, and that looks like we might need a buyback from a couple heroes here. As this Rubik, this will be a dieback from the Rubik. They're going to the high ground here. Things are difficult. Even if you buy back on the Sven, what can you possibly do with this? You're in a situation now where you have no God Strength, you have no BKB, and soon you may have no base. Mid lane will go down. Eilich blinks to top lane. Thunder Awaken just smelling victory here at this stage of the game. Gonna get two sides of barracks here. And it's looking like a rough affair on the side of ACAT. They put a much more respectable fight into this game. It's not completely over yet. Sven still has buyback. God Strength is coming back in 12 seconds. But I'm afraid you may not have some structures left if you don't mount a defense, and you don't mount it soon. Meanwhile, Thunder Awaken, they're smelling TI. It is with their grasp. With that buyback, they're going to disengage. Very clean, very methodical. Thunder Awaken, they are playing this game so damn well. Being able to back out in a moment like that was really good. And the voice lines will come out from Gabe in here. Well, how much gas do you have left in the tank? That was super good by Thunder Awaken to be able to get that buyback, instantly back out. Roshan can be up in 2 minutes. Do you want to wait for it? You could. Or you can just play with the fact that you no longer have buybacks available. So they're going to smoke it up. If you can kill Sven, if you can kill Rubik, these heroes have no buybacks available, and Venge just is 30 gold away. Can you get these openings? We'll have to see here. They need vision. Does Tree have an Obsword? He does. They're just going to send the illusion of Ember to go in first. Slatums, they found the Rubik that has no buyback. The duel's been used on illusion, gets instantly hexed after into the back wall of Darkseer. Slatums, he's going to clean him up here. And what can you do left? You try to go onto the Lion as Kataru, but he has an Aeon Disc. It breaks it immediately. Kataru will go down, and just like that, your hopes of TI have been shattered. I don't think there's any chance now on the side of ACAT to defend your throne against this one. And Thunder Awaken smelling TI. Just a couple tier 4s away from exposing, and there it is. Qhali with the GG. It's all over. Thunder Awaken, they're going to the International. They will be your second qualified team, and the throne will just explode via GG. Damn. Really well played by Thunder Awaken here in this game. Just, you'll see the celebrations here from both of the, well, not both the teams, well, just from Thunder Awaken, like the support staff coming in, giving the hugs around, realizing that they're going to TI. This is what they've been training for all year long. Unfortunately, did not make it through the DPC, but doesn't matter. SA got 2 slots this year, and they will be the team that gets that second slot from South America with that first team. Of course, going to the Brazilian squad up early on, so really well played by Thunder Awaken in this particular game as well. A lot happened to get him to this place, but it goes back to the laning stage. You kind of look at the fact that Thunder Awaken in the early game, this Drow Ranger Treants lane, it did so much work. Eilik on his Darkseer did super well yet again, winning a matchup that he probably shouldn't have won. Leosaw had a bit better of a game, but Slatums, he kind of outplayed him in this series, just both games. So big shout out to them on this one. And for ACAT, unfortunately, their road ends here. They will be the 3rd place team in South America. They had a really resilient, like, they tried their best, but unfortunately when they played against Thunder, when they played against VKS, they were just outclassed a little bit. And I think we got our, by far, 2 teams that deserve to go to TI from this region here. So big congratulations to them. And ACAT, they'll try again next year, but it's always sad whenever you don't get the opportunity to go to the International. They're going to have to watch it from home. And this chant is still going on from Thunder Awaken, still in the circle, still absorbing the moment and what just happened here. I feel like a little pep talk going on potentially from the coach, maybe from the managers are coming in, maybe even the players. They're super happy about this one. But yeah, that's going to do it for game number 2 here as Thunder Awaken with 42-12 win this one in 35 minutes against AcatSuki. And we'll just continuously just watch them just talk it out. And just decide, like, what are they going to do in Seattle? What is going to be the first thing they do when they get there? Hopefully they can keep up the training. And just to talk about, like, the last 2 games, like VKS, Thunder Awaken, I hope they keep up the same consistency and training that they had going into this tournament to make sure that when they do go to TI here, they bring this level of play. I was super impressed by Thunder this game and their decision making, not only just like when to high ground, when to back, but not to overextend and make a lot of silly mistakes. We saw the same thing from Vivo Keystars as well. These 2 teams, they looked good. They looked like contenders. Will they be able to play against the big dogs and be able to put up this type of performance? We'll have to see, but it's really nice to see that the two teams that did make it, they did it convincingly, and we're gonna have 4 super strong teams.
You know what I'm also impressed about, Fear, is that my internet service provider had a entire city outage by the looks of it, because
that was a short one then.
Oh well, thankfully, because I missed the game. What happened? I haven't seen anything.
Oh,
what
just
happened?
about as expected, but we're getting highlights that'll show you exactly what happened. So I can stop talking for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I basically missed the last few crucial minutes of this game, but I would understand. Thunder Awaken has claimed that spot into the international through that second SA spot, and what a win as well for them. You can they looked like such a dominant force from start to finish, starting from game 1, heading into game 2, non-stop. And AcatSuki, I feel so bad for them, because, you know, they started the regional qualifiers so well. They looked like a top contender, like they should have been, but they were not at their level. They were out-leveled in these 2 matchups that they had. And kind of the Virtus Pro story from the last chance qualifiers last year, Fear. Losing both the upper bracket finals, then the loser bracket finals, missing out on TI.
And this is what you missed here. Just that Glacier into swap, into duel, into the 5-man vacuum.
Ooh, that's a beauty.
Yeah, things looked okay, but you're just so far behind. You're down 15k, you're playing into the Aegis. Now all of a sudden, yeah, you just don't have enough damage. You kill the Aegis once, but you can't kill him a second time, and you never dealt with Slatums even once this game. An absolute monster on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he had the game of a lifetime, right? You know, the one game where you basically, if we win this one, it's kind of done for us then. We're securing our spot into TI. We don't have a game 3. We're not having to build a reverse sweep for ourselves. It's just pure confidence. Confidence and the trust in the abilities of your teammates, everything clicking from the start to finish point, and this Ember Spirit just having a playground to play with, basically. He just had so much fun. You could probably see from the faces of some of the players in their cameras as well that they're taking it chill, like Smiling Knight. He's trying not to smile. He's trying his hardest to just, calm things down until the GGs are called out. As you can see, a bit of a smirk comes on his face, like, it's done, guys. We knew this a while ago, but now we can finally just set in the moment that we have bloody done it. We're going to TI. But yeah.
And I was going to say, just looking at the score lines, this game, it's hard to say this is the closest game that ACAT had in the last 4 games, but it really was. When there's a 21-0 Ember, a 12-1 Drow on the field, they were able to play a little bit of Dota this game. But as I was saying before, while you're gone, I think we got by far the best 2 choices we could have from this region going to represent South America. Thunder plus VKS, they look the strongest from the region, and the 3rd place doesn't seem to even hold a candle to these 2 teams.
It doesn't even seem like it at all. Of course, in the course of this tournament, some of these teams have tried to match up with their best, a couple upsets here and there, but Thunder, it didn't look like that Vivo Keystar series really set them back at all. Of course, game 1 versus Qhali in the lower bracket was difficult, then making their way forward, it was like a united front. Everyone knew what the goal was, a common goal to kind of unite themselves behind and look for that victory, which was handed out to them. You have to say, it was handed out to Thunder Awaken here. And of course, for the MVP, there is one person above the rest, a 35 KDA Ember Spirit. Slatums, what a performance you pull out in the game that matters the most.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I think there's 2 parts for why he's getting MVP for me. One is he won mid lane in a matchup that he shouldn't win, and he won it handedly. It wasn't even close. And the second part was that team fight around the Roshan. They finished Rosh. He just, without Aegis, just jumps into 5 heroes, doesn't get stunned at all, gives the vision and make things happen.
And of course, what is a better way than to jump from here to the winner interview with Thunder Awaken? And I believe we have a very, very excited MJZ waiting for us. So we should be jumping into the interview with just a matter of seconds. And I believe there he is, Mr. MJZ. Congratulations. You've made it into the international. Give me your thoughts. Give me your feelings. How does it feel?
It feels nice. Like it's the objective we have been working for like the past 4 months, 6 months. So it's nice to have like this result finally.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long grind, right? It's not just 1 week of qualifiers. It's been several months of preparation coming into this. And how did you guys just come together like these last few days? Because I feel like this has been a very impressive Thunder Awaken from the start of DPC, sure, but during the course of this last week, you guys have looked so good. And it didn't feel like you guys really even lost versus Vivo Keystars in the upper bracket semis. You guys played so well to this point. What was the driving force for the team? Was there a moment when you guys realized we can beat anybody?
I mean, when the qualifier started, we think maybe we should be able to beat everybody. But then, like, once we faced Vivo KD, I think we didn't have good result or some draft, and then some stuff happened, and we got to lower bracket. And then the first game against Qhali, I think, it was kind of hard because I think we don't experience this pressure so much usually. So, but we talked together, working it out. And then I think after yesterday, that game, I think today I feel really nice. Even if it was first game against Latins, it was like, let's whatever, we're gonna win anyway. And we are like that confident. And then winning second and third game was so confident, and then it's as the was extremely confident.
Yeah, you can see that you guys were confident in this one. You can see it from your expressions coming out as well, because a very genuine moment for you guys. But one thing I wanted to ask before I throw it over to Fear, you just finished the series against Mad Kings, dropping the first game in that lower bracket semifinals. You had a 40-minute break until the lower bracket final. What were the things you discussed as a team? Did you have time to make preparations before, or was that 40 minutes basically the time you had to set yourselves up against AcatSuki? What were the things you discussed during that break?
I don't know what it be. I think three of them are ready for some. And then we talk about it a few minutes, like 20 minutes. They were like, okay, we can play like this, let's do this, but don't forget our game. If we do our game, we're gonna win. So that's it.
All right, keep it simple. Fear, go ahead.
Sure, I got 2 questions for you. One is, you brought in a new player, Smiling Knight. Can you tell me a little bit how he is integrating to the team, and what is he bringing for your team that you guys needed?
I feel like he's from Europe, so we kind of like have to talk in English, and sometimes we're like talking Spanish with him, and he's like confused because we don't talk English. But then in games we are kind of like talking English a lot. Sí, todos nos reunimos en un grupo y hablamos acerca de todo lo que trabajamos, ¿no? Esta es porque también fue muy complicado. Really disciplined. So you don't see much of that in SA, to be honest, like discipline and be like this type. But he's really disciplined. That's what I like from him.
All right, and then the next question is going to be: you guys had a long huddle there after you won that game. What did you guys talk about? Yeah, like right when you guys won, you got in a big circle, you're celebrating your victory. Like, what were the words being said in that moment? Oh, we're just talking about like how like there's many emotions in this like lower bracket because it was not like 2-0 winner and then 5-4 or something. It was like those almost good and then come back and 1 hour against really hard games, many feelings. So then we come together and have like all we faced, and now we're gonna qualify. So enjoy it, I guess, and don't forget like all the work we put in, because I feel the players we have now, they all work hard, everything, and they are not like high ego players. They're like they always want to learn, and that's very nice. So we really talk about that stuff. On the journey, basically. All right, congratulations on the win.
My question for you, basically, before we finish things off, how are you going to celebrate? Do you have something in mind that you guys want to do as a group? Did you plan something for this day if you managed to win?
I think we're supposed to go eat somewhere maybe, and he's gonna it's been like a tired day, tired week. But it's nice because it's good.
Well, I mean, guys, you've done, I won't say the impossible, but you really made yourselves look like you earned that TI spot. So, MJZ, go ahead, talk to the audience, talk to the fans. What you guys are going into TI, share your thoughts.
Thanks to the fans, I guess, that always support. There's like many fans that are supporting us now. And also from family, my girlfriend, like they always been there. It's nice, they always watch my games and stuff. And we'll keep working hard as a team to become better, and we'll show.
Thank you so much, MJZ. Congratulations to going to TI, and we'll hopefully hear from you soon again.
Okay, thank you.
And so we have another team going into the international, and Thunder Awaken will be your second South American qualified team into TI. And again, it's just a lovely story building around this team that's been working so hard trying to beat EGs, the Beast Coasts of this region, getting a lot of DPC points, but just not enough to qualify. Kind of like the Nouns of NA in a way. You know, you're at the somewhat top level of your region. You could say you're in the top teams, but you're just narrowly going to get dropped out. But still, you have that second opportunity from the regionals and got to go through. You know, you want to prove to be that SA team that everybody should be scared of.
Oh, you definitely do. And a lot of these teams, they got their work cut out for them as we're going back to the qualified team list. We have Virtus Pro making it from Eastern Europe, Azure Ray from China. North America, you just mentioned, was Nouns. And then our two South American teams, VKS, with a dominant performance. But if you look back to Thunder Awaken, they won 3 games against VKS, right? And both these teams did 2-0 in convincing fashion against ACAT. So we got our two SA teams. So we're going to see what they can bring to the table here. We're going to have 4 teams from South America, T-Panda, at the International. Yep. That has to be a record, right? Or at least close to it.
Definitely should be. And if they can improve their rankings as well from the previous years, South America, I could say this is probably the year that they're set up on the pedestal. It's now time to show what these guys are made of, right? Because they've been improving their standings in the majors from major after major. From last year to this year, I feel like a lot of improvement has been made. And there's a reason why this region also earned that second spot from these regional qualifiers. Not just 1, but 2, because they've been making waves. You know, the region's been looking better and better and better, but you got to make this year count. These extra spots they're not given for granted.
Yeah, you don't know if you're going to get this opportunity ever again in your lifetime, so you're going to have to try your best and just give it your all. No slacking. So I always like to say this is the big league time now. You tried your hardest during the qualifier, but you can't slack now. There's no time for vacation. Like the teams that qualified are probably on vacation right now, but you know, right after this qualifier, they're going back on the grind. When you come from the qualifier, you get no vacation. It's grind into grind, and you have to have that mental fortitude to be able to make it through that.
And that being said, the South American regional qualifiers, they have finished, they have come to an end, and it's down to 2 regions, Southeast Asia and Western Europe. They are going to be up next, and they will be battling gruesomely to also earn those spots. We know that West Europe as a region has been one that has been heavily coveted, the highest challenge, the highest competition out there in the opinions of the majority. You could even say it that way. This year has been West Europe dominated. Gaming Gladiators especially showing with that back-to-back major victories that West Europe is really a region to be afraid of. They also have the 2 spots for TI and a lot of coveted teams out there. And you know, there's so many that could go through, but only 2 will make their mark. And also Southeast Asia, they've got 1 spot, and we know that is it's not a playground, it's a battleground out there.
I mean, it most definitely is, and I think all these teams, we're getting to the pinnacle of Dota 2, right? We just have a couple more qualifiers to go, and of course, Southeast Asia is the one that I'm most interested in, because, you know, Western Europe's Western Europe. They're going to have, no matter what we get from that region, what's left of it, you're going to get 2 good teams. It is what it is. When it comes to Southeast Asia, I want to see some teams like come out and surprise us, come out with some new strategies, something crazy, and give us like some fun at the international. Because there's a lot of good teams from Southeast Asia right now. Talon has been the only stable team from the region, so Southeast Asia is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I'm all about it. I'm about to see what's happening in that region.
But those are the things that we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow, as those regions are going to be starting off their TI run. And a lot of disappointed teams are going to be on their way, but there are going to be 3 very happy teams that they have made this year worth it. And for our part, we are done with SA. We're also done from the casting booth. Me, T-Panda, and joined by Fear. Fear, you got any final thoughts before we close the show?
I mean, just thanks everyone for watching NA and SA. We had a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed the ride with us. And till next time.
Until next time, folks, thank you to the production. Thank you to all of you viewers out there. Thank you, Fear, so much for tuning with me. And, of course, all of our lovely casters and casterettes that we've had here in NA and SA. And, of course, what is better than to close out a week with some more Dota? But until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.